All right, Gator, overall, how you feeling?
I feel pretty good. Yeah.
I don't.
No?
No. I don't feel pretty good.
What's the matter? You cold? You want me to turn the heat up? You
No, about what happened this morning. Kang cheating on us. Working the morning show. I don't feel great about it.
No. I mean, if it's true, he's upset because of the argument you and I got into in December, which led to our separation for a while.
Yeah.
No one wants to watch their mom and dad fight. It's scarring.
Yeah. I need to point out that we are joking. We're being completely facetious because I think some
people take it seriously.
Some people take it seriously. How was that experience working the morning show, Kang?
It was good. Wouldn't you want to do it? No, I was kidding. I got the call late, and this is like we talk about emergency goalies. I feel like I was the emergency goalie. They just called me out of the stands and said, "Dude, we need you. You got the equipment?"
So where was Greg?
Greg is hamstring.
Okay.
Got a hammy.
Yeah.
Got a hammy?
Yeah, he's got a hammy.
He was
He's out.
questionable.
Yep.
Listen, questionable. Gave it a go this morning, and
Didn't work out in pregame.
so he was inactive for the show today.
So we don't need to bring up the I word. Illness.
I don't know what I don't know.
Was he sick? Is there illness? Is this something we have to be concerned about? Are we hosing the whole building down? Is this what we're doing? Are we wash your hands? Don't touch your face. Stay 6 feet apart.
No, we don't have to be
lubing up in Purell. What do we got here?
Well, you can do that.
Well, I just want to know. Or was it? Did Greg have a hammy?
He's got a terrible case of the flu. He was sneezing all over your workstation earlier.
Okay, laugh all you want, but you know how that thing spreads, and I'm just saying, want to be safe.
Then I certainly go bathe in Purell. You'll be good. You will be good, my friend. You will be good.
I mean, when I brought it up earlier in the week, you were like, how can you? Nothing's gonna. What?
I felt like you bringing that up was like bringing up, what if Jared Goff gets in a car accident on the way to the game?
Which do you think is more likely? If somebody has an illness, that others around them get sick,
Let's not
or that somebody gets into it. Yeah.
Just not even answer
Come on.
that.
All right, we do have to talk about something that happened last night.
We were going to start with Red Wings. We're going to start with Pistons. Michigan, that 40-foot shot at the buzzer.
We're going to start with you responding to a tweet.
Okay, let's get into it. It was spicy words. Spicy words that Bobby Wagner was throwing out there.
Somebody named Eli Joker at Real Sports Fan 69 tweeted out Bobby Wagner on 106.7 The Fan this afternoon. Goff is having an okay year, but honestly, we don't fear him. Our plan for Sunday is to pressure him into making bad decisions. If you can rough him up early, he's no better than a quarterback like Kenny Pickett. Gator tweets back, more disrespect towards our guy.
There it is.
I want you to pull up the tweet from Eli Joker at Real Sports Fan 69.
Yeah, I got it. Here we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would like you to click on the tweet so you can see his profile. And I want you to look at the banner at the top of the page. And I don't think you can read out loud what it says. Kang, did you see the banner at the top of the page?
I'm looking right now because I saw this last night. Yes, yes, I see it.
Gator. You fell for it.
What, Doug? What are you talking about?
Oh, my. I don't think that's a real tweet, guys.
Yeah, you don't.
I don't think that's a real tweet. I don't think that's a real tweet.
Meanwhile, his description is, I do it for the love of the game, professional rage baiter.
Gator, how have you not given your life savings to a Nigerian prince yet? Honestly.
I don't think this is a real tweet.
No,
Dude.
you don't say.
Yeah. I don't think that's it.
You
You're
don't
on the
say.
case, Gator?
I'm on the case. I got this.
Mm-hmm.
Not a real tweet. Yeah, that's not that's not gonna go well. Huh.
Ah, boy.
I mean, everything screams.
This is fake.
Yeah, like everything.
I didn't even. I mean, I literally. It's late. I'm looking at it and I'm like, wow, that's a spicy tweet. And then I went into our comment section to see if anybody. This is before I retweeted it to see if anybody said anything. Like, did anybody else notice this? Am I the only one? Apparently, I thought I was getting ahead of it, and went to bed for the night and didn't think twice about it until
Nailed it. Went
just
to bed.
now. Yep.
just
What I
said,
can't
what
see
the
though.
banner, what the banner says, we can't read on the air.
No, we cannot.
And I quite frankly do not encourage you to go look at it.
Now, what I cannot see, and I'm going to have to go back, is who tweeted it originally for me to see it in the first place. Because we don't follow that account. So the only reason we see it is because somebody else retweeted it.
Somebody tagged us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
blame them.
Or no, I'm gonna try. I gotta do some damage control. No, they didn't tag us. It was just somebody we follow had tweeted it. So you're damn right. I'm gonna look to see if I can find out who that was. Yeah, this is not a good look.
Yeah, it is not a real tweet. It is not a real quote.
Well,
It
this is
not from a
the
real
first
account.
and last time this will happen.
Yeah, really. Kang established a rule with me a couple years ago, and he hammers it home 2 or 3 times a month. He says, Doug, don't believe anything you see on the internet.
Okay, I have the person's name. I'm going to out this person.
Yeah.
You damn right I'm going to out this person. Hang on, let me just make sure this is a real person.
This banner's unbelievable, by the way.
Yes.
It is incredible, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's get to this person so that you know that you're just as bad as I am.
That I am?
No.
Or that person is?
Yeah, this person. Believe it's a listener to the show whose name is Dave Betts. Dave Betts.
Okay, here's the problem.
No problem. I just followed something Dave Betts tweeted out there.
I would like to think that as a professional in this industry, there would be a degree of vetting that I hold you more accountable to than I do Dave Betts. But thank you for the humor today to open up the show.
Thank Eli Joker.
Anyway,
69.
yeah.
Oh boy.
This isn't exactly Pierre LeBron 2.0.
No, this is. I mean, this is a
Fake
little more.
Pierre
This
LeBron
is,
2.0.
this is a little more obvious.
Yeah.
I'm just going to delete that tweet there. Thank you.
All
very
right.
much. And there it goes. My bad, people.
It's okay. All right, straight ahead.
But if you happen to go and check out that account, you had to laugh.
Oh, there are people that I'm seeing the feed.
You had to
There are
laugh.
people that are laughing at what the banner was on the Twitter account.
You're welcome.
So this Lions team, I've got a familiar feeling. It's a familiar feeling. We will get to that today at 10:18. Lions Commanders Saturday night, NFL divisional playoffs, Ford Field, 8:00. We'll get to that next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law Auto Accident Attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents, which make them the best when it comes to auto and truck cases. It's why they have the largest truck accident settlement in Michigan and the largest auto accident settlement in Michigan. If someone in your family, someone in my family needed an attorney for an auto accident, who would you call? I would call our guy Steve and his crew over there at Michigan Auto Law. It's white glove service. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, Auto Accident Attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. We're going to get to predictions a little bit later on. Lions and Commanders coming up on Saturday night, Ford Field. There's a lot to get into with this game. But Gator, I was realizing, today and the last couple of days as we get set for this game, I have a very familiar feeling. This is the Lions' chance to do what we've seen teams do before. How it ends, how the story ends this year, next year, beyond, how this era of Lions football plays itself out, well, that story is yet to be told. Sports aren't scripted. These aren't movies. Anything can happen in a game. There's a lot of logical reasons to like the Lions, but one of the things that makes sports great is the unpredictability. Sometimes unpredictability leads to tremendous upsets, and we have been the team that has been rooting for the tremendous upset because our team was in need of a tremendous upset. They were in need of doing something, out-of-body experience to get a win. And now we're in a position where our team is favored and we're hoping like hell it doesn't happen. But I think back to the Red Wings when they were climbing the ladder to get to the Stanley Cup and the first time they made the playoffs and some of the heartbreaking losses along the way. And oh my God, look, they're in the Stanley Cup finals. And okay, who's this New Jersey team that then proceeded to sweep them? And I think about, and then eventually they got to the mountaintop. I think about both incarnations of the Pistons. The Pistons, the bad boys. In the early years, the first thing you have to do is you have to beat your peer group. And at the time when the Pistons were just making it to the playoffs, the peer group was teams like Atlanta. And I remember them getting past Atlanta like in an early best-of-5 series, and that was a big deal. And then you're trying to level up. Is there any way you can level up and beat the Celtics? And you can't until you can. And now the next rung on the ladder is the Lakers. Can you beat the Lakers? Well, they couldn't until they could. And it was just every year another step forward, right? Same thing happened with the going to work Pistons, where the teams that their peer group included like New Jersey and Indiana. And then it was, can they get past those teams? And then it was the Lakers again in the NBA Finals, and they kept, working their way up the ladder. And this Lions team, like the first sign of this, was a team that just barely missed the playoffs at 9-8, where they went into the final weekend of the season with a chance to go to the postseason. And by the time they took the field on that Sunday night, we knew that they had no chance, but they went out and beat the Packers anyway and finished 9-8. That was kind of the first step up the ladder. The next step then, of course, was to make the playoffs. And they kind of skipped that level. They won the division. They didn't just make the playoffs as a wild card. They made the playoffs and won the division. So they got to host a game. So they took 2 steps up the ladder, but then lost in the NFC title game. The next step, and they've talked about it, and Dan Campbell mentioned it, and the team has talked about it. The goal was to be the 1 seed, so they didn't have to go on the road for that NFC title game, and they've accomplished that. And so are they going to take that next step up the ladder? And I've cited the Red Wings organization, which eventually won multiple Stanley Cups, and we cited the Pistons, 2 teams that climbed to the top and won championships. And then the other example is the Tigers. Like the Tigers made a pretty rapid ascension and went to the World Series in 2006, and then
I don't know where. And
then they hung around for a decade, and they never got to the mountaintop.
Yeah, I mean, once they got there in 2006, then Mike Ilitch decided he's going to really go for it and made some really bold moves. Whether it was getting Miguel Cabrera, trading for Cabrera for the 2007 with the 2008 season. I think it was Sheffield was before that, and then you go out and make moves for David Price and for other players. I mean, they really went for it, and it was a lot of fun to see the Tigers in the upper echelon of baseball. But you're right, they weren't able to ultimately slay the dragon. They went to 2 World Series in 2006, which was pre-Miggy, and then again in whatever it was 12 or 13, and didn't get the job done, and it was disappointing. And we know what's happened since then. Tiger fans are desperate to get right back there and win another championship because, it's 41 years. You start to think about it's 41 years ago.
Yep.
Which makes me feel really old, but that's
in comparison to how long it's been for the Lions.
Yeah, right. But it is what it is. And the other thing with the Lions, though, that you see them taking the steps, it's that they're also on a little bit of a revenge tour. Remember for years they couldn't beat Green Bay, and then they started to beat Green Bay a little bit. But beating Green Bay at the end of the season a few years ago to go 9-8 and just miss out on the playoffs, that game to me really meant something. It meant something for the organization. It meant something to the players. It meant something for the coaching staff. It was like that's the first step towards redemption because the Packers had everything to gain with that game. They played at home. They needed that game. They needed to win that game to make the playoffs. Everything was set up for Green Bay. The Lions had nothing to play for. And they went out and they smacked the Pack. And it's not up in here. And they went out and won on the road, and it catapulted what they did last year. And, they split with Green Bay last season, but then they sweep them this year. Last year they put everybody in the NFL on notice with beating Kansas City to start the season. And then right after that, they lose to Seattle. So the revenge tour is in full effect, though. Then they played the Rams in the playoffs. That's a little bit of revenge factor. Took care of that. Started the season with the Rams this year. Got Seattle early. Let's take care of Seattle. They did. They've slowly taken care of all of this. That whole mess in Dallas a year ago. Was Skipper reporting? Didn't report. Did he report? Did he not report?
They leaned into that.
They leaned into a 47-9 thumping of the Cowboys. I mean, this team has just been doing that. But they've cashed in on these receipts. How about San Francisco? I know it was a close game, and sure, San Francisco played without some players. So have the Lions. So I don't want to hear about any injury stuff that other teams have faced because you stop right there if you even mention the word, yeah, but so-and-so was hurt. Don't want to hear it. Look at Detroit's team. But it's more revenge tour stuff. So now we start the playoffs tomorrow night. Is there any revenge in the history intended for the Lions against Washington? Has Washington ended Lions' hopes at all in the past? I know it may seem like forever ago because it kind of was forever ago. But that's the team that kept the Lions from getting to the Super Bowl before.
I don't look at it that way at all.
I'm going to.
You okay?
I'm going to try to cultivate more of a chip because otherwise we got it's a game. It's business-like, and I think this team thrives on having that chip. And there were a couple times in my life where I thought the Lions were a really good football team, and then Washington said, "Oh, that's cute," and smacked them right down. There's an opportunity tomorrow night for the Lions to say, no, yeah, I know that what you guys are doing this year is pretty cute, but we're going to smack you down. We got bigger fish to fry, but it starts tomorrow night.
I feel like you're speaking as a fan.
I am.
Thank you. Because the past, I'm with you, Doug. It means nothing to this current regime, these current players.
Recent past would.
Yeah, but not like from 1992 or even like,
years ago,
exactly. That doesn't matter. I mean,
you don't think Chris Spielman's letting them know about it?
I think they're letting them know about last year. And that plane ride back from San Francisco. I think that's what they're remembering. And it's not revenge, it's avenge. And I think the year difference with the experience is a huge difference. I think being at home is a huge difference. One of the things that happened in San Francisco is when they started losing momentum, and Dan Campbell said this after the game, they couldn't get it back. Because when they're on the road, it's tough. I think if the fact that they're at home, if anything does kind of go not according to plan, I think being at home helps calm you down and get that momentum back. They're just built for this. They're resilient. It doesn't matter how many injuries or what happens or the losses or the bad calls. They seem to bounce back better than anybody I've ever seen. And so that's why I feel pretty confident about this team, although it's playoff football, which makes me nervous. But I just love the mentality of this team.
248-539-9797. All right, so Lions taking on the Commanders. We'll get into it a little bit more in depth. When the Lions have the football, what to expect. We'll do that today at 10:31. There is big news on the injury front in the last 24 hours, so we will get to that again at 10:31. Just a reminder, we go inside Allen Park with the Birchie Kid. That is today at 12:30 as he covers the team, been with them all week. We'll find out the very latest as we head into Lions, Commanders, tomorrow night at Ford Field. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 A Ticket. Happy Football Friday, everybody. We got the Lions and Commanders Saturday night. We'll get to predictions coming up, most likely next hour. There's a lot to discuss. And we start with the news on the injury front. In the last 24 hours, David Montgomery, full practice again. So let's start with him. Is David Montgomery, is he back, but second fiddle back? Or is he back, Alex Anzalone back? We can't really know the answer to that question. Everybody that is like Dan Campbell talked about it with the morning show. Ben Johnson talked about it when he met with the media on Wednesday. The approach is we'll see how the week goes. And so we'll try and get a sense from Birchie at 12:30 how the week has gone. But we're going to go here with our predictions on this one. I'm going to guess that he's back, but sort of second fiddle back. We talked about it yesterday a little bit. It's great to have him back. And this might be as simple as, all right, here's the football, David. What do you got? Oh, I like what I see. Here's the football again. Oh, here you go a third time. Or it might just be they go in with a plan that is 50-50, or they go in a plan with, I mean, Kang and I were talking yesterday about 75-25. And it's no knock against David Montgomery. I might be the same way. If everything were inverted and Jahmyr Gibbs were the player that was banged up and David Montgomery had just been the showcased back and been NFC Offensive Player of the Month, I'd probably be saying the same thing about Gibbs. Okay, what has he got? You know, kind of prove it before he plays a bigger role in this game.
Yeah, I think he's going to get the ball more than you guys think, but I also don't think it's going to be back to the when they were in the prime earlier in the season when they were both completely healthy. But it doesn't matter. Whatever they do is going to be what's best for the team. That you can be sure of. And if that means that it's, hey, Jahmyr Gibbs is on a heater, you don't change it up, then don't change it up. But I don't think that's how the Lions operate. I think the Lions have always kind of operated with these two backs that they alternate series unless they've carried a heavy workload on the one series and the guy comes out for a play and then he'll end up coming back in. But I would imagine that Gibbs is going to get more series than Montgomery will, and he'll get more touches. But I don't know. I think it's more like a 60-40 kind of split, but we'll see. Either way, it's going to be for the betterment of the team.
The other injury news is that Kevin Zeitler is officially listed now as out. Okay, so there's a few things about that. One is, we have to ask the question, how big of a deal is this? That the starting guard that was brought in and really helped solidify the line is out for this game. Last year when the Lions played San Francisco in the NFC title game, Graham Glasgow was out for that game. How big of a deal was that? Well, they lost the game, but the running backs averaged over 5.1 yards per carry. Goff attempted 41 passes. He was sacked twice and pressured only 7 times. So I'm not so sure Graham Glasgow sitting out last year in the NFC title game actually had any impact whatsoever. I don't think the stats would support that it had much impact. There might be some subtleties, a run play that got blown up because Coyote Owasika was in there. But the overall totality doesn't feel like it was a huge factor in the game.
No, and earlier this year, Mahogany had to come in and play.
They did it against Minnesota.
Yeah, and they did just fine. I'm not concerned about that at all. I think the way things have gone, at least the way we've read things and things have been reported, it seems like that Mahogany's trending up. First of all, he's getting the nod over Awasika. So what does that tell you?
Well, it tells you a lot, and it goes back to, the next level of this analysis of having Christian Mahogany starting in an NFC divisional playoff game, getting the nod over not only Owasika. Owasika against Minnesota was inactive, and Michael Neese was active. But Mahogany's getting the call over all of them. So let's talk about this. Is this another Brad Holmes special? This is a rookie 6th-round pick that they are plugging into the starting lineup in a massive football game. This was the Lions' last pick of the draft. This is a guy that went 210th in the draft that has been given this responsibility. And look, it may go disastrously. It may. I mean, there's no reason to believe that. You know, he only played 5 snaps in that Minnesota game. When Zeitler got hurt, it was late in the game, and Mahogany came in. He was the guy that they put in there. But he's obviously, when he's been given run, and he has been this season, he's done well enough that they put him back out there. This could be what we could be seeing here. Could be. Is the early stages of another draft special by our draft ninja, Brad Holmes.
Yeah, it could be. I think that this is what they envision when they draft offensive linemen later in the draft. They're projects, and you're expecting them at some point to step up and be usable offensive linemen. And I think that's what they have here. That's what they envisioned with Colby Sorsdahl, I think Mahogany, and certainly with Manu, that these guys eventually, hopefully, can step into starting roles in a couple of years. And that's why they sign guys to maybe 1 or 2 year deals. That's why you're not going crazy with a Zeitler signing.
You're talking about veterans.
Yeah.
You probably signed veterans.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's the hope that these guys will be like that. And the only time is going to tell when you see that. But I know that the coach has said great things about Mahogany. Players are saying great things about Mahogany. So let's get a look. I mean, he did play 65 snaps against the Bears.
He hasn't played much more than that this year, has he? Do you
No,
have a snap count?
I have a snap count in front of me. He's only played in 7 games. And
how many on offense? Do you have that breakdown by chance?
Yeah, he's only played 75 snaps on offense. 65 came against the Bears.
Game, yeah.
But did well. You know, the Bears have some players on defense, so I'm fine with that. I think that this is a guy that they really truly believe in.
I'm all in on him, and I'll call it right now. I think he's the guy to replace Zeitler. I think Zeitler might be done after this season. He's making one last run at the Super Bowl with the Lions, but I think that was the ultimate goal when they drafted Mahogany. He had an illness or some injury the first half of this year. Yeah, I mean they had to get him healthy, number one, and then get him reps, number two. And I think the only thing he really is lacking right now is experience. I think I have all the trust in the world in him. The small sample sizes he's played this year, if you look at the tape and things like that, he's done really well, man. He looks like he's got the skill set to be another great interior lineman and plug and play, hopefully, you know. And this is, I'll go with it, Doug. It's a Brad Holmes special, once again. Late round pick that could be a really good player.
It's pretty telling that he is getting this responsibility. Biggest game of the year. They've got veterans. They've got guys who've played in this situation before. And Christian Mahogany is likely to get the start here. So this is really, really telling, and it feels like it is trending towards another Brad Holmes special. Meanwhile, on the injury front in Washington, Bobby Wagner did not practice yesterday. So if we get into thing, not a thing, is this a thing?
I mean, according to Adam Schefter yesterday, he was limited in practice, and he was going to play on Saturday.
So he was listed in their official practice report as did not practice. So for whatever that's worth, if he can't play or is limited by the injury, how big of a deal is it? Well, it feels like it's a pretty damn big deal because he's their captain. He's their leading tackler. And it's hard to say that there wasn't a straight line between the Lions' performance defensively last week and Alex Anzalone's return.
Yeah, I hear you. And with Wagner, he's got a high ankle sprain. So those are tricky. That's typically not a week-to-week thing. You know, you'd like to have several weeks off because the high ankle sprain is one of those things that linger, and he's playing through it. And, you know, it'd be interesting to hear from TJ or from Jansen if they've had one of those. You know, how effective are you under medication and tape jobs until it starts to wear off and the pain really sets in? Like, how many plays are you good for? I can't imagine you're good for the whole game. Feeling really good. At some point, you are tolerating pain, and it's about pain tolerance.
Okay, so will the Lions be able to run the ball against this Washington defense that hasn't been a great run defense all year? What they did last week against Tampa is I don't think it's telling in any way, but it's also scary. If you are Tampa, you went into this game. When I was looking at it, I'm thinking this could be a huge day for Bucky Irving, and it wasn't. Washington did a good job against him. Again, the metrics, the bulk of the season, the feedback we've gotten from the Washington defense is that the Lions should be able to run the ball. They should be able to run the ball.
Yeah, only two teams did worse in yards per game on the ground than Washington. That was New Orleans and Carolina.
Than Tampa did?
Only two teams gave up more yards per game rushing.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right,
than Washington's
I thought you were
defense.
talking about Tampa's output last week.
No.
Yeah, I mean, they're bad. By the full season metrics, what they did last week against Tampa was out of character. And to be quite frank, I don't think it changes the approach at all. I think you still try to force feed him the football on the ground.
Well, I mean, Bucky Irving did average 4.5 yards a carry.
How many total yards did he have?
77 on 17 carries. They ran it 25 times. They didn't have the ball. You know, they threw the ball 18 times and they ran it 25.
How many catches did he have out of the backfield?
He had 2 and was targeted twice.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I see that he's there like Jahmyr Gibbs. And I would think if they do to Jahmyr Gibbs tomorrow, depending on how much opportunity David Montgomery has, what they did to Bucky Irving, I think they'd be pretty happy.
They would be ecstatic about that. Yeah, but it's I don't think the Lions are only going to throw the ball 18 times. I don't think they're going to have only 43 plays on offense.
Got to move the chains. If they have only 43 plays, let's hope it's because they had a lot of 2 and 3 play drives that went the distance.
Yeah. And look, Bucky Irving's had a really good season this year, right? He had 1,100 yards rushing, 5.4 per carry, 8 touchdowns. So that's great. Pales in comparison what Jahmyr Gibbs did, and Jahmyr Gibbs was split in time.
Yeah. So this is again something I would absolutely still test their run defense.
100%.
And their pass defense, it's, they've had to shuffle their secondary a little bit with Marshawn Lattimore, who's been banged up. He's back and I guess practicing this whole week. Let me just double check that. I thought he was full practice. Yeah, full practice Wednesday and Thursday. He did not full practice last week leading into the Tampa game. So odds are he's going to be healthier and probably better. Mikey Sainristil has moved outside. They are good in the secondary there. So they might have to go against their slot corner, Noah Igbenogany, who's a fourth-year player, and he's been good, but he might be the weak link there to go at. So that's the great thing about the Lions offense is they have multiple weapons that if somebody says we're going to do everything take away Amon-Ra, other guys can beat you.
Well, teams didn't throw the ball for that many yards against Washington, but it did mean that doesn't mean that they weren't successful against Washington. The Commanders gave up a quarterback rating of 93.9, which is in the bottom half of the league. They also gave up 25 touchdown passes and only had 7 interceptions. So again, those numbers would favor the Lions because the Lions offense is so good. It is so prolific, and particularly in passing the football, they do just fine. I like this matchup against Washington. I know Jaden Daniels is good. I know he's really good. I have the utmost respect for Terry McLaurin. I think Zach Ertz has found himself in his offense, and it looks good. And they can run the ball a little bit, but I don't think they have enough horses offensively. They're really putting everything on the shoulders of the rookie quarterback. And I hate to even say rookie because that means like I'm expecting him to make big time mistakes.
Rookie things.
And I'm not going to say that because he hasn't played like that. He's played like an excellent quarterback in this league, and I know he's dangerous. I just don't think that they can stack drive after drive after drive to match what the Lions can do against their defense. And I think there's going to be a decent separation at some point in the second half, and we're going to breathe easier.
Which is what we will preview next. What is it like when Washington has the football? What are some of the things to look for? We'll get into that in more in depth at 10:47. Plus your open line calls, your feedback, predictions start at 11 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Ticket text 97136. Look, Lions taking on the Commanders. We've talked a little bit about what happens when the Lions have the football. What about when the Commanders have the football? I think something that I've kind of discounted this week, and I'm not sure I should. Have we underplayed Brian Robinson in their running game? Now, he did nothing against Tampa. And quite frankly, the last 5 games, he's been under 3 yards per carry. But the Commanders' 5 yards per carry this season was better than the Lions. 154 yards per game on the ground was better than the Lions. And Austin Eckler's still good. Now, their leading rusher's their quarterback.
Well, that's the thing. There you go.
And so maybe we shouldn't discount Brian Robinson. But I'm somewhat underwhelmed in watching them. And I'm like, okay, is this as simple as Daniels? Is the run game as simple as containing Jaden Daniels?
Well, it's interesting because it's like everybody but Brian Robinson is and that Brian Robinson at 4.3, there's nothing wrong with it. But every other running back there is averaging more per carry. You know, it's a team that ran for 2,600 yards this year. Are we underplaying it? No, I think we've appropriately mentioned Brian Robinson and Austin Eckler throughout the week. And we know that Jaden Daniels is the guy. He leads the team. We've said it every time that he leads the team in rushing. You have to be wary of that for sure. But the Lions are pretty good against the run. They were much better earlier when they had a healthier team with Aleem McNeil in the middle of that, and Aiden Hutchinson for the first few games this season. But they're still pretty good. I'm not. Austin Eckler is the one that concerns me more than Brian Robinson because Austin Eckler is the weapon out of the backfield. He's the guy that catches the short passing game. If you want to bring the blitz, and I think that they're going to probably blitz Jaden Daniels quite a bit. If you're going to do that, you got to make sure that you account for the running back who's going to slip off into the flat there or just, wait for the screen pass or the outlet pass or whatever it is and be the dump off guy because that's going to happen. And hopefully Anzalone's there ready for it or Jack Campbell's ready for it or Melanfamu is ready to blow him up. But I think that's going to be a big focus of the Lions is the short passing game. Yeah, you got to pay attention to McLaurin without question. But that's what you lock him up with whatever it is going to be. It's going to be Amik Robertson, or is it going to be Terrion Arnold? I imagine it's going to be Robertson with some help because that's who you got to stop. But beyond him, it's the short passing game.
Which might, go back to Alex Anzalone's impact on this defense, which earlier this week when asked the single biggest place that he impacted the team upon his return, Dan Campbell said in coverage. And so that could put him in the focus. In the meantime, the last time the Lions played a playoff game and lost it, I keep going back to a third down play on San Francisco's drive that kind of sealed the game. San Francisco, I think it was 27-24 at the time. It's fourth quarter. It's third down and medium. Brock Purdy drops back to pass. He's got nobody to throw to. Pocket collapsing. Lions get a shot at him. He escapes the pocket, escapes the rush, and goes for 21 yards. And that's one of those plays that was the stop that they needed to make to get the football back so that they had the ball late down 3 instead of had the ball late down 10. And that's a play that's kind of haunting in retrospect. And now, they're going up against a quarterback who's more mobile. And that's, Dan Campbell's quote this week when, the whole idea that running quarterbacks give this defense problems. And he said, show me a defense that doesn't. And I tend to subscribe to that.
Mm-hmm.
When you travel around and you hear enough sports talk in enough towns, you hear the quote, well, running quarterbacks give our defense problems. Yep. Everybody believes that. And it's such a huge thing is when that key play needs to be made, can the Lions keep Daniels from making it?
Yeah, can you answer it? Is it all that they have from an offensive standpoint? And with Washington, it's not. Like back with the Bears when Justin Fields was running all over the place. I mean, that was their offense. They didn't have much else because he wasn't really throwing anywhere else. And at the time, they didn't have many weapons. But Justin Fields it would be embarrassing to see him run for 160, 170 yards. It's the quarterback. What are you doing? Well, he's capable of that. Jaden Daniels is capable of ripping off a bunch of big plays, and I expect that he will. But you put yourselves into that bend but don't break defense mode, and like you've said a lot, give up field goals and not touchdowns. I don't care. I don't care if he runs for 120 yards as long as the touchdown column says 0. Good on you, man. Hey, you got all those yards. Nice job. How many points did you get? Oh, you settled for 3. Oh, okay.
Well, and that's the thing. Every stop that this defense makes should be celebrated like an offensive touchdown.
And then the offense needs to do what they have to do.
Because I feel like with the Lions offense, when you get a stop, to me, that's the equivalent of that NASCAR driver that's about to get lapped by the leader. And when you get lapped by the leader, you're done. You got to stay on the lead lap. And I think that's what you have to try and do if you are a team playing the Lions. You offensively have to stay on the lead lap. You can't get 2 scores down. Every stop, when the Lions come up with a stop, even if they give up 3 points, high five, man, celebrate it. It should be met with roars at Ford Field. These are your defensive scores. These are the plays that win you games. And it's one of the things that's made the Lions successful in spite of various defensive flaws, best third down defense in the NFL.
I'm about to ask you a question I'm struggling with myself based on what I've said earlier in the week about this game, but I think I have a pretty firm flag plant to what I would do here. If the Lions win the coin toss, what do you do?
I'd probably put the offense on the field. I mean, I love having control of the middle 8, which has become a point of emphasis in the NFL, is winning the middle 8, the last 4 minutes of the first half and the first 4 minutes of the second half. And that can be manipulated when you know you're getting the football to start the second half. But I want to start trying to lap them from moment 1.
Kang, what would you do? Win the toss?
I would defer because this is a Kang thing no matter what. I want to get back-to-back possessions if I can, which means, you end the first half with the ball, you get to have that ball to start the second half. That's my reasoning for it. I always want to do the double dip.
Earlier in the week, I want the team needs to get off to a big start, and if Washington is kind of a slow starting team now, the way that they're playing, but they finish really strong, I think I want the ball in the second half to start the second half. Trust the defense that they get the job done to start the game, and that the offense will be fine. But I like the middle 8 mentality, or at the very least, starting the second half to expand a lead or to catch up if you're in that situation.
I mean, it all comes down to it's a great decision if you take the ball and score the first drive, or defer and get a stop the first drive, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's so much is dependent on. And look,
that's a win.
And it's a huge win. It's like, aha, we've already got you. But then there's it's a factor. If the Lions get the football and don't score early, people are immediately going to go, oh, there's rust. There's rust. And I don't really believe in that. I really don't. Not for this team under these circumstances.
The Lions are like the highest scoring team in the second quarter in the league. Sometimes, it takes them a little bit to go in, but that second quarter, they usually erupt. And I think being at home is a big thing too, guys. In San Francisco last year, when things started to kind of fall apart a little bit, they couldn't get momentum back. And I think being at home, it's going to be, if things don't go perfectly for them, they can get that momentum back easier with the crowd on their side. You know what I'm saying? So if they don't start off as fast as you hope they do, Doug, being at home, I think, helps that. When you're on the road and things start unraveling, that's when things get in your head a little bit.
It feels like they've gained so much experience since the loss to San Francisco.
Absolutely.
I mean, they played in every situation. They've come across a ton of obstacles and challenges with injuries and just in-game situations, and they've responded. I have to go back and look at and see what the score was against Dallas when Hutch got hurt, and how did they respond after that? Or how they responded to other injuries when guys got hurt. And they just, I think they've met all these challenges head on, and they've gone through just about everything you can go through and been better because of it. And that game last year against San Francisco, that memory is burned into their soul about losing. And, that it wasn't just a couple things that went wrong. It was a lot went wrong all consecutively in the third quarter of that football game last year that they will never forget.
248-539-9797. Table set. Lions Commanders Saturday night. For those of you that follow us on Twitter, you might already sound it off, and if you have responded to it, there's a good chance we're going to read it on the air. So hear your prediction coming up. It's a Carson Anderson prediction Friday. Lions and Commanders. Lions favored by 8.5. Who will win the game? What will the score be? And what will the storyline of this game be? What is going to be our big talking point come Monday? We'll get to your predictions next. Let's hear from you. We record these and then we revisit it on Monday's show and see who did the best, who was the most wise. 248-539-9797. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, Ken behind the glass, Kenny answering phones, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. It is a Prediction Friday. Let's get right to them. Lions and the Washington Commanders Saturday night at Ford Field. Winner score, and what will the storyline of the game be? Raymond sends us a tweet. Lions 28-27 over the Foot Commanders. The storyline, the Commanders get up by 13, and the Lions come back in the second half and get a touchdown with 15 seconds to go. Jared Goff finding Tim Patrick for the go-ahead touchdown instant classic. Instant heart attack.
Yeah.
Lions 31, Commanders 29, writes Jason_WMU. Commanders go for two to take the lead with under a minute left. So, okay, I got this. Commanders go for two to take the lead with under a minute left, but leave too much time on the clock. Jared Goff leads a game-winning drive down the field. Jake Bates seals it with a field goal. The dream continues. Okay, so it's to play out his whole scenario. He's got the Lions leading 28-21. Commanders with a late drive, which is what they do, and Jaden Daniels scores. Make it 28-27. Commanders go for two. Make it. Commanders leading 29-28. Lions get the football back. Jared Goff gets him into field goal range, and Bates makes it. Lions win 31-29. Tyler writes in, 38-21 Lions win. The Lions running backs have combined 200-plus rushing yards with 5 touchdowns combined via rushing and passing, 2 passing, 1 rushing for Gibbs, 2 rushing for Montgomery. Larry, Washington 29-27. Jake Bates misses a last-second field goal on a fumbled snap.
Oh. Put me out there in the universe?
PG Stipe writes, Lions 38, Washington 24. Detroit's O-line will impose their will and control the tempo and flow of the game. Jameer will have some long runs, 3 passing TDs, 2 rushing. Thomas writes in 35-21. Smackdown, Washington scores late, but not enough as Detroit keeps rolling. Tom, Lions win 38-17. Gibbs 80 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns. Monty 50 yards, 1 touchdown. Defense drills Jaden and forces a fumble that's returned 35 yards for a touchdown by Brian Branch. Joe says, where are you seeing 8.5? I just saw 10 this morning. I was on FanDuel, and I double-checked it before we sent out the tweet, which was a couple hours ago. But let's see what it's at right now. If it did move, it moved to 10. That's a pretty big move.
That would be a big move.
Yep. One moment, please. Lions 9.5 now. So
oh, right.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Tom. You're on 97. Want a ticket. Hi, Tom.
Gator, Doug, what a great weekend to be a Lions fan. Would you agree?
Oh,
I
yeah.
would.
Oh, yeah.
How's my connection? We're actually headed up to the UP, and we're crossing the Mackinac Bridge right now. You can hear me fine?
Yeah,
You're
you
good.
sound great.
Awesome. Hey, 38-28, and Gator brought up a good point on the what would you do if you win the toss? I'm going to say if they put 3 touchdowns on the Commanders in the first half, go into halftime, make their adjustments, and come back, they got an easy 15 points to lead into the second half. Montgomery coming back, all the confidence in the world. The team's rested. We are so fired up for this game on Saturday night. Wish I was going to be there. How you guys think?
Well, first of all, 21 points in the first half would be a good feeling. Yes, I would agree with that. Secondly, and I'm very intrigued, if you're on the Mackinac Bridge heading north, where are you going to be tomorrow night at 8 o'clock?
I have a cabin in Munising, Michigan. Our snowmobiling trip tomorrow all day, and we're going to watch the game at the famous Foggy's restaurant in Christmas, Michigan. If you've ever been there, highly recommended. Casino across the street. It's going to be a great day tomorrow.
Okay. Christmas, Michigan?
Correct.
And what's the name of the restaurant?
Foggy's. Foggys.
Okay. Foggy Steakhouse and Lounge. Got it. All right. Let's take a look at this place here.
There it is.
Yeah. See their setup. Is this the kind of place, Foggy Steakhouse and Lounge in Christmas, Michigan? Will they pump in the audio for this game?
They will definitely. There's two different options. You can watch it in the restaurant. We like Foggy's because we can go in there and get a raw steak, go in and cook it how we want it on the grill, medium rare, of course. And then if the place is too packed, we can go across the street to the Keewatin Casino, and they will definitely be pumping in audio, TVs, gambling if you choose to. It's definitely going to be a great Saturday night.
Well, good luck with that. And just checking out the setup here. And they got a sports book at the casino, so they'll have the game on. Yep. You'll be all set.
All right, guys. Hey, thanks for the time. Love your guys' show. And Gator, I've been listening to you for a long time, my friend.
Well, thank you, Tom. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Hey, Doug, and you do a great job with U of M as far as the play-by-play.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much, Tom.
Go Lions.
Drive safe, Tom.
Yes. I got to tell you, that sounds like a pretty good setup.
So you pick out your raw steak and you cook it?
You get to cook it to just how you want it. I know how I want it. On someone else's plate. Foggies have chicken on the menu.
Well,
they got wings. They got shrimp jammers. They have shrimp jammers at Foggies.
They do. The shrimp looks good.
Black and white fish salad. These are all starters.
They have a fish basket, fish sandwich.
Okay.
They have the other white meat, so Doug, you can get the pulled pork sandwich.
Doesn't work.
Oh, yeah.
That's BS. That's just marketing.
No, it's the other white meat.
It's the other white meat.
Yeah, it's marketing.
Grilled chicken club.
Yeah.
But you'll probably have to say no bacon.
I probably would.
Beer battered shrimp basket.
Well, on the odd chance that I randomly find myself in Christmas, Michigan this weekend, I'll know where to go. Thank you. 248-539-9797.
Here's one for you. They got the black bean burger.
Do they really?
Yeah.
Most of these steak places don't really account for guys like me, but
well, they're trying to cater to everybody, Doug.
That's awesome. Good for Foggy.
But they have no dinner entree that would really.
I'd be fine. I'd be fine.
You would be fine.
I would be fine.
Oh, I'm mistaken. I'm sorry. Plenty of walleye dinner, perch dinner, whitefish, because northern Michigan, you got to have the whitefish. Seafood Alfredo. Baked chicken dinner.
How about this? Hold on. I'm starting to sell myself. I'm making a trip to Christmas. The name of the sports bar in the casino, Frosty's Pub and Grub.
Dude, first of all, I'm looking at this now. They've also got a south of the border and pizza. They got a wet burrito.
Okay, hold on. Can't you go too far if you as a restaurant? If you're checking every box, is it a little bit? You might be. Hey, just specialize in one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I think they got steaks and they got fish, and then they're trying to do other stuff that you can make with steaks and fish.
Well, nonetheless, enjoy. Tom on the Mackinac Bridge. We go to Lauren
next.
They
have milk, Doug. They have milk.
That's good to know. Lauren is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Lauren.
How we doing, guys?
All right,
Lauren.
Playoffs Eve. Let's go.
Yep.
Just want to touch on whether I think if on the coin toss, I think the Lions should defer with the animosity that built up to this game. I see the Commanders going 3-and-out real quick, and us coming down there and putting it in the end zone. Taking it at halftime.
What? Maybe I missed something. What is the animosity built up for this game?
Well, I mean, just what I was listening earlier this morning, and they had the Washington bus driver call in, and it sounds like Washington's pretty revved up themselves. Wouldn't you think?
I think they are.
Should be.
I mean, maybe I'm wrong.
The fans said, we want Detroit. Come on. Lean into it.
I know. But I could just totally see, especially the way we came out against Minnesota, I could just totally see, Daniels, the rookie. He's great. Let's not kid ourselves. He's probably got a great career and future in the NFL. However, he ain't been to Ford Field before. As we all know, been talking about for months. We've been waiting for this for decades and decades and decades. And I just feel on that opening drive, the pressure is just going to get to him, and they're going to go 3-and-out real quick. And that's just how I feel, and I'd like to see the Lions defer, get the ball back real quick, and then, of course, start the second half with it, kind of like Kane was saying in a way.
What do you got for a score, Lauren?
Oh, I'm thinking 35-23.
35-23 Lions. Thank you for the call. Get your predictions in.
Another reason to defer, too, guys, other than the double dip that I want. He's right. He kind of touched on it, but he didn't go there. The crowd is going to be insane. It's going to be madness for this game. let them be loud. Continue to be loud and put the defense on the field. The last thing you want them to do is be quiet because Goff and the offense are out there. I think this place is going to be going nuts when they announce the players, right? Let that energy keep going. Send the defense back out there so they continue that loud noise. False start. 3 and out.
Dude, if they go false start, 3 and out, you're looking at it's going to
160 decibels.
They're going to turn it up to 11.
Yeah.
That's up to like 15 if that happens.
More of your picks
16.
next. 97-1 the ticket. It's the Lions and the Commanders, and it is a football prediction Friday. Lions 9.5-point favorite now, hosting the Commanders in the NFC divisional round. Who wins the game? What's the score? What will the storyline of the game be? We like to record all this. Feedback coming in. Rachel writes in, LFG, Lions win 39-31. Sleeved up, Lions win 27-20. Mahogany has another seamless performance, stepping in for Zeitler. Lions, this is from Sean, Lions 34-24. The story will be how loud the stadium was.
I hope so. I have a feeling it's going to be loud. A chance to be record-setting loud. I mean, this game is so big. And I don't even want to think of the alternative. I don't want to think about Monday without a win. It's just nothing but positive vibes. Putting it out there.
Yep.
I honestly, this is not being homerism. Looking at this game, I love the matchups for Detroit. I think they're a better team. Vegas has this as right. You said what, a 9.5-point favorite right now?
Mm-hmm.
That's a huge number.
It's a big number. I mean, okay, maybe you think that's too much of a number, but it tells you at least that win. Bet the money line.
Oh, yeah,
if you don't buy it. It's
You have to win. We don't care by how much.
I don't. Yeah,
But
win by a point. Win by 20 points.
We're
Just
mentioning
win.
the crowd going crazy, guys. I think this might be the loudest ever, which is crazy because last year they had the Rams come in here. You would think it can't get any louder than that, right? With all the history and everything. But I actually think with a year, of that letdown, that heartbreak we had last year, and one game from hosting the NFC title game, I think it is going to be the loudest ever at Ford Field, and that's another reason I want to defer to the second half.
It can make a difference. 248-539-9797. Kevin in Garden City is next. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, gentlemen.
Sure.
First of all, Lions win, man. Score 38-17. Storyline is Lions dominate. No surprises here. Because of the concentration on our tandem of running backs, man, we're going to free up the middle. J-Mo is going to have a breakout game. So is our tight ends are going to get on too, man. I don't understand. Just listening to the programming today, at first, everybody was like, it's going to be a blowout, double-digit disco. But now, listening to the predictions, most of our fan base is thinking that this is going to be closer than we're even willing to admit. I don't even want to go there, man. I don't want a close game. I don't want a field goal. I want to dominate, win, and let's get on to the next one. What do you guys think?
Well, I mean, I'm looking down at the callers that have made their predictions. Their average prediction right now has the Lions winning by 11 points. So I don't know how close some of the people on Twitter have been a little bit closer than that. We've had one person pick the Commanders to win. The history tells you, and you can take this and you can it might be significant, it might not be. But in this round, point spreads of 8 or more, favorites have covered just 12 of 29 times. So these games are historically closer than people think.
Absolutely. I was down there last year for the watch party, man, and you talk about heartbreak. I sat in that seat for about 15 minutes after the game was over. Guys walking up to me, it's okay, we don't know, man. We want to go ahead and dominate. We don't want a close game. We want to go ahead and just shove it down their throats, and let's get to the championship round. That's all I got, man. Thank you so much for taking my call. Appreciate it.
Appreciate the phone call, 248-539-9797. You might remember last year, Dan Campbell said, talked about how much it hurt. And remember he said, you just never know if you'll ever get back here.
Mm-hmm.
And he's right. And they're on the brink of doing just that, right? Getting back there. And it's a big deal to have this opportunity to get that second shot, to try and make sure that a fumbled quarterback running back exchange, 3 drop passes, 2 that were essentially turnovers, that a face mask 50-yard reception doesn't happen. Like all those weird things that happened. Do you remember this too? Another weird play that happened in that game? Was it Brock Wright that made a catch and stepped out of bounds on the 1 when it looked like he could have scored?
I don't remember that.
I kind of have some vague memories of that.
I do a little. I think he looked slow. And I don't know if it was Brock Wright. I think it was somebody else.
Was it?
I think it was
maybe it was Laporta.
No, whoever it was. I think they were just worried about catching the ball, not necessarily turning upfield, which was right there. But yeah, I agree with you, Doug.
There was some weird play. There was a lot of weird stuff. That kept the Lions from winning that game, and they certainly contributed to it. I mean, they're the ones that dropped the passes. They're the ones that fumbled the bounce off the face mask is the one that's hard to get to shake because should have been interception, at the very least incomplete. That ball could have bounced any direction off the face mask. Oh no, but it pops straight up in the air and right to Ayuk.
Does Anthony Fursker ring a name?
Was that the one?
I think it was him. Because it's Brock Wright didn't have a catch. He might have actually been hurt. It was Anthony Fursker.
What was the play, though?
It was 1 catch for 8 yards. It was like right down to the 2. He just couldn't turn upfield. I
first
remember
half,
that.
Second half?
At the end of the
he
first
was like
half,
a ship trying to make a sharp turn, a cruise ship.
Yeah.
And they ended with a field goal? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, remember at the end of the half, I think it was?
I'll see if I can find it.
I'm looking at the play-by-play right now.
I thought it was near the end of the game. But who knows? There was weird stuff.
Stuff happened, Doug.
Stuff happened. 248-539-9797. John in Detroit, you're next. Hi, John.
Hey, how you doing?
Great.
Okay. Yeah, which team everybody, which Lion team everybody been watching. I think the Lions going to beat these guys by 1. It's going to be a blowout. It's going to be 49-10.
Wow.
This is a new Lions team. This Lions team reminds me of the Harlem Globetrotters. They got too many tricks.
Well, I hate to tell you, Globetrotters is scripted.
What?
And it is choreographed, but they do have a element of
Still got to knock down those shots, Doug.
yes, I guess they do. The Lions
Can't
do have an
fake
element of
making a
they got
basket.
some razzle dazzle.
They got too many things going on. This ain't the same Lions. This Lions team has changed the whole area of football. We're looking at a new thing.
Well, I would agree with you in that.
Enjoy it.
I would agree with you in that the Lions offense offers so many options. It's hard to,
Right, too
to
many.
it's really hard to pick your poison if you're a defense. Like, what do? You try to stop the run, you try to stop the pass. Well, those are two very bold things to say and very broad things to say. Okay, if I'm going to try to stop the run, am I stopping, the inside game or the outside game? If I'm going to try to stop the pass, am I just trying to limit St. Brown and double him? Well, that's going to leave J-Mo. That's going to leave Laporta. That's going to leave Gibbs. That's going to leave Patrick. I mean, you really have a hard time if you're a defensive coordinator in this league against the Lions.
Weapons to call this a close game. I don't think the Lions see another close game the rest of this year. Honestly, I don't. And remember, I said that I don't know which team looking at, but this team has put a new name on football.
Look, John, that's chesty. If you not only think they're going to blow out Washington, you don't think they're going to play a close game the rest of the way. I will respectfully disagree. I think certainly they have a great shot to win the Super Bowl, but blowing everybody out, that is awfully chesty. I mean, you think if they get to the Super Bowl, you think they're blowing out Josh Allen in Buffalo?
Well, they didn't the first time around.
No.
That was here.
I mean, I absolutely love. That'd be great. Feels a little optimistic, but Danny is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Danny.
Hey, morning, guys. My score, I think it would be 31-20, and I'm hoping this is a story. I hope Brian Branch is a big game. I hope we're talking about him, maybe an interception, or just not losing his temper. I love him. I just, the temper, the unsportsmanlike. That's what I'm hoping the story.
I'm glad you brought that up because it's underrated keeping your cool. It's not just on Branch; it's on everybody, right? To not commit the stupid penalty. Holding penalties, they're going to happen, right? Sometimes you just beat and you want to make sure the quarterback doesn't get killed. You're going to try to get away with it, whatever. Those penalties happen, but the beyond the whistle penalties, unnecessary roughness, that kind of thing, and the pre-snap penalties, the illegal formations, the false starts, the offside, you gotta limit those. Can't have them.
Yeah, go Lions. It's going to be fun. So.
No Gunnar Helms. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback and your predictions coming up. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Yeah, it was Ferkser, and he stepped out of bounds when it looked like he could have scored, and then the Lions ran the ball and had to use a timeout, and they needed that timeout later. Why did we even bring this up?
That's what I said to Kenny right now.
Kang, why did you bring this up?
You brought it up, and I came up with the stupid.
What's the matter with you?
We're both idiots.
Yeah.
I don't want to. Just watching this again. Mm-hmm. Why am I watching this?
Let's dock each other $20. 248-539-9797. By the way, coming up today at 11:47, an update on the living room hot dog roller. Did it make it to the weekend? That at 11:47. If you've missed that whole thing, we'll explain. In the meantime, let's get back to your phone calls. Al is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Al.
Hey, what's happening, bro?
Hey, Al.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead,
Gotcha.
Al.
Okay. What I'm saying is, in this game, the Lions and the Commanders, and like you said, bro, strange things happen. Okay, strange things happen. People talking about, oh, it's going to be a blowout, and the Lions going to blow them out, and this situation and everything, how it's going to happen. But you got to look at it one thing. This is where I'm coming from. The Lions, they should win this game, no question. They got a good team all around, no question. But what I'm saying is, think back when Joe Namath won the Super Bowl and Baltimore Colts was a powerhouse team. Think back not too long ago when Kansas City went to the AFC Championship game with Cincinnati. They was up 21-3, and they lost that game in overtime. Now, what I'm saying is Kansas City was supposed to win it, no question. But the league going to see who going to win this game. You can say what you want to say. Money talk, BS walk. So what I'm saying is that whoever with the league and when that money is riding with, that's the team to me. And whatever what the league wants, they're going to get it. Because the thing is, it's all about that M-O-N-E-Y.
So what does the league want?
It's fine.
What is
it
the
could be the Commanders?
All right, great. What is all right? What does the league want?
The league, whatever team the league, whatever how that money rolling, bro. This is all about money. To me, it's all about money. I understand, the Lions is a powerhouse team and they should win. But the way I look at it, it's like they can say, here's an upcoming rookie. Just like when Magic Johnson won the championship for the Lakers as he been a rookie as a son. Did you know how much money the NBA made that year when they had that? They made some serious money when that rookie won that championship, Magic Johnson. So what I'm saying.
So hold on, let me just. I want to make sure. I want to make
too.
sure I understand this. Not only is the NFL scripted, so is the NBA, and they have been for 50 years.
Yeah.
Do you think that the Pistons were what the league wanted to see win in any of their three championships they won?
I mean, well, look at it.
No, I am. I'm asking you. Do you think the league wanted the bad boy Pistons to win back-to-back, get to 3 straight NBA championship games? Do you think that they wanted the going-to-work Pistons to win a championship and go to back-to-back championship series?
I understand what you're saying, bro, but I'm talking about the underdogs. The underdogs. That's how the league make that money, man. They go with those underdogs. And I can understand that y'all want to sit up and talk about the Lions, this and that, and the Commanders. I'm saying it's all about money. That's all to me. That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, but what does that mean?
It's all about money. I wouldn't be surprised if the Commanders win this game. I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, hold on.
That's what I'm saying.
But now you're playing both sides of the fence. You can't say I wouldn't be surprised. Say what it is. Who's going to win the game? And you're saying because of money. Okay, why? There's a ton of money on the Lions. So are the Lions going to win the game because that's where the money is?
No, I'm just okay. What I'm saying is, it's like this. Think about the Lions of all the time. See, what I'm saying is, some people gonna tell me that I'm wrong for what I'm saying.
Because you're wrong for what you're saying.
Can I ask you? Hold on, Al. Hold on. Okay, because
do you know what you're saying?
The Lions have some of the highest TV ratings this year. That's where I would follow the money. So you think I'm going to assume then that you think the Lions are going to win because they get great TV ratings and the league will make more money. So the script is in, Detroit gets the win.
I'm just saying they should win this game. No
Right,
question.
but you just said before 30 seconds ago that you wouldn't be surprised if Washington wins the game.
Well,
because you don't know. Thank you. I can't. I cannot.
Geeter,
I had so many more
of course,
questions.
but he's going to say, you know what I'm saying?
No,
And
what he's saying is that's what he's saying. That's it.
I think at one point he said, "What I'm saying is of if." I think did he actually say that?
But what he's saying is
nonsense. Look, if you want to tell me that the league, you want to buy a conspiracy theory and say the league's all about the money, I'll listen because I think the league loves money, and of course sometimes you'll find something that you'll latch onto and gives you that evidence that they're looking for the money. But if I'm spelling it out for you and say, okay, if the league wants the Lions to win, then how can you come out and say, but I can also see the Washington Commanders winning? You can't have it both ways.
But what I'm saying is
what you're saying.
Thank you.
I mean, look. If I believed what he believed, you know what I wouldn't do? Watch sports.
I guess I wouldn't do that, and I would question your cognitive thinking. What is it that you believe? What is it that he believes that you would now believe it?
So let's start. How does this work? The commissioner and the league, the board, they sit down. The grand poobahs of the NFL decide what's best for the league. They then go through. Do they go through the officials? Do they go through the coaches? Do they contact the players themselves?
Well, first they have to figure out which is the team that everybody wants to see win. So they'll look at jersey sales, ticket sales, popularity in other states, and that sort of information, that kind of raw data, all that stuff. How much time does ESPN spend? And then they'll question themselves because why is Dallas not in the playoffs?
Yep. Dallas didn't make the playoffs, and the two New York franchises won 8 games this year. 248-539-9797. Thank you, Al. We go to Dante here next. Hi, Dante.
Well, good morning.
Good morning,
Scott.
Hi.
Your screener, he brought this to my attention when I brought it up to him. The last time that the Lions went into a playoff game with the Washington Redskins back then, where they were that, was in 91, and they lost 44-10. Now, I can't say I'm a Lions fan, and I can't say that I'm a Commanders fan, but it just seems that the Commanders are just sitting in the weeds, and I really hate to see what might happen on Saturday night. Everybody's so pumped up about what's going to happen, and I don't know. I'm kind of worried about what they're going to see.
So you say you're not a Lions fan, not a Commanders fan. Where are you? Who are you a fan of?
Bengals. They got the nicest helmets.
All right, so one of the reasons is because of what happened in 1991.
Here's the payoff.
Yeah.
What about what Sonny Jurgensen did to them in the 50s?
I wasn't born yet.
Yeah, but he gave him a hard. Sammy Baugh.
Slinging Sammy Baugh?
These are some quarterbacks that.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
I mean,
you know what?
those guys gave the Lions a hard time.
Well, I'd like to see the Lions win because after a win on Saturday night, the fans and the whole country, I believe, will be on the Lions side, and to see them go to the Super Bowl for the first time would be something for everybody to really, really enjoy. I mean, Detroit has really turned itself around in the past 20 years, as far as I'm concerned. I'd like to see him win. I'd like to see a little bit less of Dan Campbell promoting the Bernstein advantage on TV. There's a lot of that going on, but that's just advertising.
That's just, yelling at clouds. I understand. People walking on your lawn. Back to back. That was back to back.
We're on a heater, man.
That was back to back.
Kenny's taking full blame right now. He's that's on him. That's his bad.
Kenny, what was it that you pointed out to him
it's a good point.
I told him that the Commanders game he was referencing was 3 decades ago. Why are you bringing it up? Why is it relevant?
And Yeah, he mentions it. You said something, and then completely bypasses it and brings it up anyway.
Dude, let's be clear, though. You brought it up first.
His motivation. It's part of my narrative on the revenge tour. Trying to do anything I can to help cultivate that chip. That's what the Lions do.
Why didn't you reference Sonny Jurgensen or Sammy Baugh?
I'm disappointed I did not.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Ken in Clinton Township, you're next. Hi, Ken.
Mark Rippon getting it done.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey.
Listen, I've been on ESPN and NFL Network, man, and everybody's talking about this great rookie, Jaden Daniels. It's time for us to bring him back down to earth. I believe the score is going to be 30-14, Detroit. I believe Aaron Glenn is going to come up with something special. It's going to change this calm look on his face. The Lions are going to beat him up pretty bad. And that's going to be the end of this great rookie, Jaden Daniels. Now, as far as this guy calling in about the money game and all of that, so what is he saying, man, that the league has fixed the game?
Yes, that's exactly what he was saying.
I don't understand some of these callers, man. Then they have no logical reason to back it up. But that's all.
You didn't think his reasoning was logical?
Absolutely not.
So, Ken, you think that I'm sorry, did you say that you think that the offense has something special planned for?
He said AG has something special.
Aaron Glenn did. Okay, on the defensive side, something special to try to limit the rookie quarterback. I got you.
Right, because that's all it got. Jaden Daniels. And the offensive line is going to control the game. And I think the Lions should take the ball and go right down the field, let everybody know what's going on, what's happening.
Let them know what's up.
Let them know what's happening. I'm just tired of hearing about Jaden Daniels, man, you know.
I mean, the truth is, we've talked a lot about Jaden Daniels because there's no denying that what he's done as a rookie is remarkable. And I'm sick of talking about Jaden Daniels. And, you know, I heard a lot of Jaden Daniels love this morning as well. And if I were building a case for the Commanders, that's what I would build it around. And he is a factor. So, you know, I understand why he's gotten the love, but it is what it is. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get an update on the hot dog roller. Did it make it through the week? Will it be in the living room for tomorrow night's Lions Commanders game? An update from Kenny next on 97.1 The Ticket. This year, be the best you can be by starting out with the best water for your family. This month, CGC Water will save you $1,000 off on a K5 drinking water system when you bundle it with a Kinetico Premier Softener. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. Remember this, if you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter in 2025. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing can take care of all your plumbing needs. Save 10% off a Navien tankless water heater from CGC Water. We've got one and we love it. CGC Water, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer. Call 855-339-4242. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Great to be with you on a Friday. Getting your predictions on the Lions and the Washington Commanders Saturday night division round playoffs. And we get to host. And you out there get to impact the outcome of this game because it is going to be chaotic inside of Ford Field. I just want to read this one. We'll get back to your calls in a minute, but I heard this as well. Chris in Wesleyan writes in the following. I listen to Washington, D.C. sports radio. The fans think they are going to win. They think it's their destiny based on all the late game wins. They think nobody can stop Jaden Daniels. They are chesty. I've heard a lot of that.
Mm-hmm.
We've been a part of teams that eked out a lot of wins late. Teams that felt like teams of destiny. And I think you can build a case around that. The better case, honestly, is the team that methodically takes care of business week in, week out in borderline dominant fashion. I don't know how to define what truly is NFL dominance because so many games that great teams win are one-score games. This is the largest margin of victory in the NFL. And I would build a case around team of destiny as well. Team of destiny feels a little bit like a dice roll. Team of destiny feels like you spin the wheel. Methodically taking teams apart, honestly, is a stronger case. And that's not to mean it's impossible. It's not impossible for Washington to win this game. But I don't care who the teams are. If one team's case is built around team of destiny and the other methodically takes people apart, I'll take the methodical team over the, quote, team of destiny every day. And sometimes we've been that team of destiny or tried to build a case around a team of destiny.
Well, if you want to be the team of destiny, you'd rather be lucky than good. That's I guess that mantra. It's just an extension of it. Do I feel like there's a bit of that with Washington? Sure, they should feel that way. They've come from behind in a lot of games and, finished things off in the fourth quarter. I think Kang had the stat. I don't know if it was on the air, but that Washington leads the NFL in fourth quarter points. Well, the Lions lead the NFL in second and third quarter points. So we'll see how it works out. But I suspect that the plan is, and it's not necessarily a plan. It happens to be the formula for Washington this year. Hang around in games, get down, come back late. So it's up to the Lions to disrupt that formula and do what their formula is. Dominate in the middle 30 minutes of this game and take care of business.
I mean, it's logical for you, Doug, to think I'm going to take the more dominant team, the team that has more, more pros than cons, right?
Cutting edge thinking, isn't it?
Yeah, right? Yeah, but when you say versus team of destiny, that's what you can't beat is destiny. If you're looking to pick the winner 9 out of 10 times, that's kind of easy. It's that 1 out of 10. That's the destiny, right? And so this is a one-and-done scenario. The Commanders only have to beat the Lions once, and that's why my nerves are always there for playoff football. Even though the Lions are this huge favorite on paper, it's still playoff football and anything can happen, and we know that. So whether they want to ride this team of destiny, you're a team of destiny because you're not supposed to win. I mean, Gator, you like the chip on the shoulder? I guess they're using this over there in Washington. I don't know.
Well, it's what they got.
Yeah.
And it's a good football team they have.
Much respect.
It's a team that can beat the Detroit Lions. I don't think they will, but they can. They're capable of it. They've shown this season they can win some games, man. They're still alive.
Let's get back to your phone calls. Kyle's next on 97.1. Hi, Kyle.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
I'm going to try to change the narrative on these negative Lions fans that have been calling in. I got the final score being 38-20. We're the better team, and I don't understand why people are thinking the Commanders are the team of destiny.
We've had one.
The Lions are.
We've only had one person do it.
No, but just Washington fans in general. And I've been hearing the national media outlet kind of talking about Jaden Daniels like he's an MVP quarterback. I mean, you might as well give him the MVP trophy. Forget the Rookie of the Year trophy. I got the final score being 38-20. We're the better team, top to bottom. We have the better coaching staff. All credit to Washington. I know they're a good team. They're going to keep it close, but we're going to always stay one step ahead of them. This game kind of reminds me of the Denver game last year when we lost. People were nervous. We needed that win against Denver, and we went in there and kind of just shellacked Denver. So that's what my prediction is going to be.
Well, Kyle, look, we haven't gotten a lot of negative calls. We've had a couple of strange calls, but not a lot of negative calls. I think this is it's a confident fan base, and it should be. Watching that number move to 9.5 is I'm not going to bet. I'm not touching this game. But that's a lot of points for a division round playoff game. And my respect for the Commanders is real. I feel like if I were to make a prediction that I'm comfortable with regarding the Commanders, a positive one, it's that they're in the mix in the NFC for the next few years, and that the Lions and Commanders are going to play again in the postseason. Like this is a young Commanders team. Jaden Daniels, there's a lot to be excited about. They've got a ton of cap space. They're going to have some guys they need to re-sign as well, which will take up some of that cap space. But I think the Commanders are going to be here for a while. I don't think it's their time yet.
Well, certainly the Rams will play them. Because if they're one of the teams that they haven't played in the playoffs, that's just what happens with the Rams.
If you missed that from yesterday, Sean McVay tomorrow will coach his 12th postseason game for the Rams. It will be the 12th different team that they will have played, which is probably for the most part completely irrelevant in terms of its meaning, other than it's an incredible coincidence when you start looking at how hard it is to do that.
Yes, but Washington because you've got a rookie quarterback, and I'm not talking about how he plays, I'm just saying because you have a rookie quarterback,
they're going to be around.
They're going to be around. You know, he's a very good quarterback for whatever age he is, but he just happens to be in his first season in the league. He should be able to parlay this into a really nice career. He's off to a great start.
JD is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, JD.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
All right.
I love the show. I want to give a shout out to my main man, Tang. I'm a fellow Jordan collector before we get started.
We don't do shout outs. You can't possibly do something like that.
Yeah, sorry. Even for
Tang.
Jordan collector.
Come on, Tang. Come on now. All right. The Lions will win this game. It's going to be close. 35-28. Jaden Daniels is the real deal, I'm sorry to say, fellas. He can run. He can pass. He can throw the deep ball. It's going to be a close game. The Lions will win it, but you got to watch out. This guy's dangerous.
He's very dangerous. What's your best Jordan collectible?
Can you say 86 rookie?
I can. 86 rookie.
It's iconic, guys. That's a great card.
Is it?
This rookie. Well,
do you have it graded?
There's some debate to that, but
it's the GOAT of basketball cards. Yeah. It's not graded, but it's in pure mint condition.
Well, is it?
You should get it graded just to authenticate it.
Yep.
Okay, what's a pure mint condition Jordan rookie go for?
Oh, PSA 10 right now is probably about $300,000 to $400,000. During the pandemic, peak was like $750,000.
Wow,
so it's dropped a little bit. But,
that's if it's
got to be gem mint PSA 10.
He says it is.
Yeah, well, we'll just.
He's sitting on $300,000.
You can just write that on paper and just say this is mint, and then you appraise this.
All right, we promised it. Let's get an update on the hot dog roller. Kenny put a hot dog roller in his living room next to the couch on New Year's Eve. It has managed to stay in the living room with only one question so far from the girlfriend along the lines of, are we going to leave this here? The goal is to get it to Saturday night. We had an update earlier in the week. It had made it to this week. Is the hot dog roller still in the living room, Kenny?
She still stands, boys.
Yes.
She still stands.
I got to tell you, buddy, tomorrow is a massive day, right? You've got the Pistons trying to move up from 9th place. You've got the Red Wings playing tomorrow night. You've got the Lions tomorrow night. You've got Michigan State hockey tomorrow night. That's a lot going on. How many hot dogs will you consume tomorrow?
Tomorrow, minimum 2. That's usually my standard when I just sit down and eat.
Yeah.
I'll eat a couple. But if we're doing an all-day thing, I mean, football starts at, 4:30 tomorrow?
Yeah.
So I'll probably have one then, probably have a couple during the night game for the Lions. So I'd say for tomorrow, minimum between 3 and 5, somewhere in that range.
Okay. All right.
By the way, I haven't eaten a hot dog using the roller since Monday, I think.
Me either.
That's right. I believe you, Doug.
No, I haven't, and I won't.
But I have been planting the seeds of it's a big weekend of sports, She hasn't asked me about it again, but I've been kind of planting the seeds a little bit of,
So you say that your schedules are totally different from each other. What about on the weekend?
The weekend, Saturday's usually the tricky one because she has Saturdays off usually. So what I did was I was like, all right, let's get ahead of this. Let's plan a little brunch. We'll go out at noon, right? We'll be out of there no problem by 2:30, 3 o'clock latest if we take our time and dawdle.
So if you're going to have brunch, though, I'm going to say that you're not going to get to that 4 to 5 hot dog there. But you might have 3 in the evening.
Is that a challenge?
It's not a challenge.
You saying I can't do that?
I am. I'm saying you can't do that.
A challenge accepted. I also will bring out the cooler like you guys asked.
Awesome.
If it still stands by Saturday, which it should.
All right, there's the update. Hot dog roller still in the living room. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Slowing down Jaden Daniels could be the Lions' most important key to victory in the divisional tomorrow night. The Commanders' quarterback set rookie records for rushing yards and completion percentage, and defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn says his mental makeup is a major reason why. The Lions will take on the Commanders without guard Kevin Zeitler and D lineman Pat O'Connor. They're both out, and Ennis Rakestraw questionable. But the good news, David Montgomery, Terrion Arnold are both a go. Detroit's 9.5-point favorites over Washington. That kickoff at 8 o'clock right here on 97.1. Other divisional games, the Chiefs 8.5-point favorites over the Texans. Then on Sunday, Eagles 6.5-point favorites over the Rams, and the Ravens 1.5-point road favorites at the Bills. The Red Wings have won 8 of 10 under new head coach Todd McClellan. They're now just 3 points out of that last wildcard spot in the Eastern Conference. They're off tonight before visiting the Lightning tomorrow night. And the Pistons also have the night off. They had won 10 of 12 before last night's loss to the Pacers. Detroit sits as the 9 seed in the Eastern Conference, hosting the Suns tomorrow. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
On the eve of the divisional playoff game with the Washington Commanders, we're taking your predictions. We'll have ours later in the show. Winner and a score. What's going to be the storyline of this game? We got a ton of them coming in via ticket text and via Twitter. Thanks for all of the ways that people have responded. We revisit these come Monday and see who came the closest, who nailed it. So what's the winner and the score? And give us a storyline. How do you think it's going to go down? We spent the entire 10 o'clock hour just sort of, offense, defense, how these teams match up. Didn't even really get into the special teams. But it's not a small deal having Khalif Raymond back. That is a big deal. And going into the playoffs this year, I mean, all facets of the Lions special teams, I have more faith than I did a year ago. Going into the postseason.
Yeah, reason to be the best punter in the league, arguably the best kicker in the league, was not on this team last year, wasn't even kicking the NFL last year, or college for that matter.
Yeah, he was. This was the time a year ago he was selling bricks, right?
Yeah. So then one of the best return guys in the game, and they have excellent special teams coverage units too. I love what the Fipper has done.
Yep. 248-539-9797. So. Let's get right back to your phone calls. Mark is in Detroit, and he's on 97.1. Hello, Mark.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
It's going great.
Great. Look, I think Detroit, they're focused, man. They're going to take care of business. Washington's a good team, but I just think we're so focused this year on getting back to where we were and beyond that we're going to take care of business. I'm not concerned at all. It'll be a good game. Lions 38, Washington 17.
Wow. Well, the thing about this team, and the focus, the arrow being pointed to these moments, the goal of securing the first round bye, securing home field all throughout the playoffs, all of that is what motivated them to go 15-2. It all came down to the last week. So here's the goal that they set out, expressed before the season, on the line in the season finale, and they had one of their best performances of the year, and they really took it to Minnesota. So here they are now, reaping the benefits of everything they put into it, and now it crystallizes in a run for the Super Bowl. Like this is the next goal, and there's been this focus. There's been the rungs on the ladder, the things that they haven't achieved yet, like we've seen so many great Detroit teams do. Pistons, Red Wings, kind of step by step, they get closer and closer, and then they get it done. And so I think I think that's a real thing. I think it's a real thing.
Yeah, I agree. I got one concern. One concern about this game. My wife, she's 38 weeks pregnant.
Oh.
My only concern is last drive of the game for the Lions to win. Is that her water breaks, and I can't see it.
Oh, boy.
Hey, man, just got an Uber ready. Have an Uber on standby. You can meet her there, right?
Okay, so here's the deal, Mark.
Uh-huh.
She's 38 weeks pregnant. Yeah. 1 week from today, she will be 39 weeks pregnant, and the Lions could be playing in an NFC title game.
And
if the baby is overdue, they could be playing in the final game of the year.
Yes.
Mark.
That's what she wants because she's from Kansas City.
What do you mean that's what she what do you mean that's what she wants?
If Kansas City doesn't make it, she wants the baby to be born on the Super Bowl, so I want to see my Lions play. But it's just a fun running joke.
She wait, I want to make sure I understand this. She wants the baby to be born on Super Bowl Sunday?
Yes, she does.
Oh, Mark.
just to mess with me.
Yeah, I hear you, man. That's why I say Uber is great. You know,
Yeah,
Lyft.
if
You want to do
go
Lyft?
to Super Bowl,
Maybe mother-in-law's
She
in
got
town.
any relatives in town?
You know, somebody can help with that.
yeah, they all in Kansas City.
Well, now it's all starting to make sense.
Mm-hmm. Good luck, Mark.
Yeah, good luck indeed. And congratulations.
Was it Spielman that said?
Yep.
It doesn't really have anything to do with Mark's situation, but Spielman thinks that any NFL player, if they are scheduled to have a child during the season, it is sheer irresponsibility.
It's basically what he said. Yeah, it's a long time ago. He said that on when we were an all news talk station at the time, back in the AM 1270 days. That would have been mid-90s, I believe, is when he made that comment on the air. I think we all kind of had a good laugh about it. I wonder how he feels, because didn't Taylor Decker's wife just give birth? Is that why Taylor Decker was out the last couple of days?
Patrick Mahomes just had a kid during the bye week. I mean, he's so lucky he's so lucky. I don't know what he would have done, but they had a first-round bye.
Well, the league would have delayed the game.
Yeah, exactly. Goodell would have called down and been like, guys, Mahomes having a baby this week. They have a bye. Just automatic bye because he's having a baby.
You joke, but it's true. Everything happens for them.
I mean, if the Lions are in the Super Bowl and his wife's water breaks, I mean, he just sends in a substitute, right? I mean, he's not going to the hospital.
I'm telling you, Uber or Lyft. So there's this stat that Warren Sharp from Sharp Football has put out. The Commanders have played man coverage at the 7th highest rate on early downs, 32% since week 12. And on third down, 58%, number 4 highest rate in the NFL. Last week, it was 67% versus the Bucs. You know who ranks number 1 in the world versus man coverage? And it says, this guy, with a picture of Jared Goff.
Yeah, he's been really, really good. Really, really. He's been good against the blitz.
You know, Minnesota kept doing what Minnesota was doing.
Mm-hmm.
And how'd that work out?
It didn't.
It didn't.
No.
Please, Commanders, keep doing what you're doing.
Goff had some money throws against the blitz in that game against Minnesota. Like, the kind of throws that I don't even know if Minnesota necessarily regrets what they did, because it took perfect execution by Goff, but I guess Goff
But he doesn't have the arm.
He's in a perfect execution kind of place in his career. 248-539-9797. Marty's in Dearborn next. Hi, Marty.
Hey, guys, let me take you off a speaker here real quick.
Great idea.
That's a little better. Hey, gentlemen, and Mike told me to use that term loosely.
Okay. Who's Mike?
I'm looking at, first of all, I love seeing the Commanders in town for one basic reason, 2 reasons, actually.
Huh?
Fresh meat.
Okay.
Because we've been eating teams lately. Second of all, we got to exercise some demons of the past.
Okay.
So you want the revenge tour from what happened back in
Sammy Baugh days?
Hey, listen,
Mark Rippon.
I'm talking. I go back to 1970 and the 5-0
There it is.
Dallas win, and subsequent games played by the Lions with Dallas, where there's obvious poor. I think the referees were in fear of their lives for calling penalties against Dallas.
They're playing Washington, right?
Robbed.
Yeah.
What about?
They're playing Washington.
Yeah, Washington put a thump on us back
Sammy
in the
Baugh
90s.
days?
Yeah. So, I mean, it's like we owe them. We owe them a good ass whipping.
I like where your head's at, Marty.
I really do. We owe them a good ass whipping. I'm looking for it to be about 40-21.
I like it.
Washington's going to put some points on the board, but we've got more bullets in our gun. We're going to hang these guys up to dry.
I like it. You know that Johnny Cash, famous Johnny Cash picture of him holding up the middle finger?
No.
There's a famous picture of Johnny Cash holding up a middle finger. I feel like the Lions should, and maybe I think Marty would appreciate this. I think the Lions should print up T-shirts that say, "Hey, Mark Rippon," with that picture of Johnny Cash with the middle finger, just to satisfy Marty's bloodlust for righting the past wrongs. That's what should happen, right?
That's your marketing idea, and you'll make millions. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, if you're looking for a new or used car, you got to check out Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. They've got one of the largest inventories in the area, so you're going to find exactly what you're looking for, whether it's a sleek new model or how about one of those reliable pre-owned vehicles. And here's the best part. Guaranteed credit approval. No matter your credit situation, they've got your back. Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield is in the perfect spot. They're right there at 696 and Telegraph Road. You can't miss them with that giant flag they have out in front of the property, giant American flag, making it easy for you to swing by and drive off in your dream car. And if you're short on time, there's no worries. They'll even bring your new ride right to your doorstep with at-home delivery. And if you're into the latest tech, you'll be glad to know that Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield is one of the top EV dealers in the country, offering cutting-edge electric vehicles that are setting the standard for the future of driving. And best of all, they're open on Saturdays because they know weekends are the best time to shop for your next car. So stop by and see why Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield is the place to go for your next vehicle. Together, let's drive.
So the forecast for tomorrow calls for everybody's favorite wintry mix in the morning.
I like Chex Mix better.
You're a Chex Mix guy?
No, it's just it's better than wintry mix.
My kids went through a Chex Mix phase where every time Dad walked into a gas station, can you get us some Chex Mix? And I'm like, oh, that medium-sized bag that costs $7?
Well, you got to make it yourself with love. You blend 3 different kinds of Chex together. You
Here's
add
the thing.
butter and stir it up.
Yeah, of course you're 100% right. One thing I've discovered as a parent, and Kang, maybe your kids aren't at this point yet, you could make the best Chex Mix under the sun. In the eyes of your children, a oil drum filled of that Chex Mix isn't as good as the $7 bag out of a gas station. You can make the best chicken wings ever. They don't want those. They want the ones that get delivered to your house for $37. Like they want stuff from stores. They want stuff from restaurants. They don't want your own mix. They don't want Dad's mix.
Dude, no one wants a knockoff, Doug.
Well, until they're living on their own budget. But anyway, wintry mix in the morning, snow showers in the afternoon. Temperatures will get into roughly the 20s. Low overnight is down to 15 degrees. I don't know that. I don't think the weather's going to impact the tailgating much.
No, because by the time you get to the afternoon, there's not really snow. And it'll be colder. The temperature will be dropping, but we're used to that. People make smart clothing decisions. And there's so many places to go downtown. I expect there's going to be a lot of people at the bars and restaurants enjoying themselves all afternoon long. Particularly, you got the early game too, so people are going to be there to watch the 4:30 game. Is that the?
There's a Pistons game tomorrow in the afternoon.
Yeah, right. The Pistons play at 4:00.
Yep, they moved that up.
Hoping to move up from 9th place. You got, it's what is it? It's Kansas City and Houston tomorrow, right? Is that the earlier game?
Yeah, that's the early game tomorrow.
So, I mean, that's a pretty big game.
So
people will enjoy it down
you
there.
put something on your show sheet, and I'm intrigued by this because this is not a move that I'm that familiar with. But then again, I'm not familiar with tailgating. You said how many people are going to go down there, tailgate, and then go home for the game? Is this a common move?
I don't think it's common, but I think when you get big game atmosphere, sometimes people want to do that. I mean, how many times have you gone to? Well, maybe you're the wrong person to ask because you're in the stadium. But if you go tailgating at a Michigan game or a Michigan State game, you'll see a bunch of people as the game starts that are still at their tailgate, or they'll just pack up and leave. They just wanted to tailgate, be part of the atmosphere, be part of the day, and then leave at the appropriate times and then get home in time. See it all the time.
Yeah, being part of the network, haven't had a chance to tailgate in quite some time. But I understand being part of atmospheres. I think it's an interesting call. Hadn't given that one a ton of thought.
Yeah, everyone downtown will not necessarily have a ticket, Doug.
No, but when he first started talking about this, I'm thinking of going down there, tailgating, and settling into a bar or restaurant to watch it, right? But going down there tailgating and headed home.
I think the preferred method is that people are going downtown would be to go straight to a bar, restaurant, and spend the afternoon there. That's their tailgating, the drinking and eating and enjoying it there, and then getting back home for the game or staying there if they can. I mean, if you camp out early, you get your spot, and you're at Buffalo Wild Wings or wherever it is you're going to watch the game, because we're going to have broadcasting crews there. But if that's where you're going to be, if you get a table, you're probably not leaving that table unless you're going into the game, because that's prime real estate, right?
If you got a good spot, yeah.
You know, people. I wonder. It's got to be like that at sports bars. I got to imagine people are loving this opportunity tomorrow to host people for this game tomorrow night, and just the NFL playoffs in general. And like I mentioned earlier, it's such a great day for sports tomorrow with the Pistons at 4, and you got the other football game at 4:30. The Red Wings play tomorrow night in Tampa. And Michigan State hockey, both are really good hockey programs right now. And then you got the Lions game. It just seems like this is a game that you lean into it. If you're not downtown, you're at 24 Seconds or you're at Twin Peaks or wherever it is you want to go watch games.
There is some interesting new reporting on Ben Johnson, in pursuit of teams to hire Ben Johnson, Lions offensive coordinator. We'll get to that today at 12:35. Back to your phone calls. Russell is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Russell?
Hey, how y'all doing? Good afternoon. Happy Divisional Eve, fellas.
There we go.
Divisional Eve.
42-19.
Wow. Whoa. Strong.
They're quite strong.
Easy.
Easy day at the office, huh?
Why do you think it's going to be easy?
Because my coaching staff going to have them ready. Dan Campbell, AG, Ben Johnson. Going to have them ready.
Well, they're
it's
pretty.
The same Washington team that needed a Hail Mary for them Bears. Although they
Remember
beat
that?
the Bucks, the team we lost to, that's still the same Washington team.
It is the same
We're
Washington team. They did actually execute the Hail Mary. And some advice to the Lions. Okay, I'm no coach, but if there is a Hail Mary opportunity, I would advise that all 11 defensive players be paying attention to the play.
Exactly, not taunting the crowd.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things you want to make sure you are doing is you are paying attention to the actual play. But Russell, 42-19, we got you down here.
Absolutely, mark it.
Mark it. It is marked. I will mark it. I am marking it.
Got it down?
I got it down. Predictions, 248-539-9797. A whole bunch of ticket texts have come in with your Lions predictions. Let's get to some of them. Lions 38, Commanders 10. Roger Goodell packs up the Lombardi Trophy and has it shipped to Ford Field. Easy. Lions 34, Washington 17. Story would be Laporta getting 2 touchdowns and Washington sells out to try and stop the run. That's from Sean.
See that?
Lions win 32-23. The Lions are up 3 to 6 points the entire game and finally kick a field goal to make it a 2-score game. It's from Ron Wixom. I got the Lions winning 31-21, says Jim in Westland. Tim in a truck. Lions win 34-18. The pressure and noise will cause at least 3 false starts throughout the game, and Branch will get a pick 6.
Branch has been a popular name to be brought up to make a big play in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have an under-the-radar player? I would say like a non-Pro Bowl player. But I'll let you include Khalif Raymond if that's the guy that's going to make the big play.
I've got a guy.
You got a guy?
I got a guy.
You got a guy?
You got a guy?
I got a guy.
An under-the-radar non-Pro Bowl player.
That's going to have a big impact in the game.
Kang, you got a guy?
I got a guy.
All right. Should we do the 3-2-1 thing?
I think we should.
I don't think it's going to be the same guys.
No, but
okay.
that's what makes this exciting.
This make a big play, all right?
Makes this dangerous.
All right.
Yeah, just last
dangerous
name.
broadcasting.
You going full name here?
Full name or last name?
Last name. It's just easy.
Last name? Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Melifonwu.
Melifonwu.
Oh, you guys are best friends.
Yep. So we both said Melifonwu. Who'd you say?
I said Arnold. He's going to get his first pick of the year.
Like it.
Tomorrow night.
Savvy call.
Thank you.
I like it.
What a better time, right?
He'll get overshadowed by Melifonwu's 2 picks.
Ooh, I hope so. I really do.
I see Melifonwu making a big impact with a tackle for loss. Like if they set up a bubble screen and he just blows it up, or they set up a screen to Eckler and he blows it up, or Daniels doesn't even see him coming and he comes in with a sack. You know, he knocks the football out of somebody's hand, creates a turnover. He's that impactful player, man. I love Melifonwu.
Dude, his return has really come at a good time for this team. Really come at a good time for this team. Get your predictions in, 248-539-9797. The latest Ben Johnson reporting is interesting. We'll get to that at 12:35. Here on 97.1 The Ticket. Birchie Kid joins us every Friday at this time as he is with the team all week long leading up to, well, huge game tomorrow night at Ford Field. Birchie, as always, thanks for being with us. And I want to start with Scotty Montgomery spoke yesterday, and you wrote a little bit about what he had to say regarding the running back rotation. Dan Campbell said Tuesday, we'll see how the week goes. Ben Johnson said Wednesday, we'll see how the week goes. How'd the week go for David Montgomery?
Yeah, it sounds like it went really, really well. Scotty Montgomery said yesterday they're pretty blown away at how physical he already looks. Only 3-4 weeks removed from a near torn ACL. And then I caught up with Jahmyr Gibbs in the locker room yesterday, and he was like, "Dude, it looks like he didn't miss a beat. He's looked great all practice. He looks like he didn't get hurt." And Demo said, while it might have been a little bit tongue in cheek, I think he was also a little bit serious that his knee might feel even better than it did before he got hurt. And so I went into this week thinking that, this is Jahmyr Gibbs' backfield. Like, he has laid claim to it by putting up almost 500 scrimmage yards and 6 touchdowns the past 3 games without Demo. And I think even Demo views it that way. He deferred to Gibbs this week in saying that this is kind of his show now. But listening to the way that Scotty Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs and even Dan Campbell have talked about Demo's recovery and reintroduction this week, I got the feeling that, instead of maybe an 80-20, 70-30 split on Saturday, this is maybe more of a 60-40. And would it shock anyone to see the Lions roll out Demo on the first carry of the game and to see Demo someone on like a 7-yard carry? He's been their tone setter all season. He's usually been their first quarter, even first half running back. Again, I still think Gibbs gets the majority of the carries tomorrow, but I think that split is a little more even than at least I first thought it would be entering this week.
Do you think any of that could just be gamesmanship and trying to trick Washington into thinking there could be an equitable split between the backs when really what they have in mind is just a heavy dose of Jahmyr Gibbs?
A little bit, only that I don't really think Jahmyr Gibbs plays games with the media like that. He's pretty to the point. I don't think he's trying to con anyone. And I don't know, we were just talking one-on-one. It wasn't like there were a bunch of cameras around and he was trying to send a message to DC. And I get the same sense from Scotty Montgomery that he's pretty true to what he says. I don't think he'd be up there blowing smoke. Now, maybe that changes in the playoffs, but those sounded like pretty sincere comments yesterday. And again, they just view David Montgomery as you guys know, like the embodiment of the team and the offense. And I just don't think I'd be surprised to see Demo get the first carries tomorrow night and then Gibbs get more of them as the game goes on.
Huge story on the front page is obviously the game. On page 2 is Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn. There's reporting today that Las Vegas may have started to look at Pete Carroll.
Oh.
Is there any chance that either of these guys stay? What's the sense in the building?
Yeah, I think as I've just kind of poked around that Ben Johnson to the Raiders seems to have serious legs. It wasn't even a possibility when we spoke here last week, and then Tom Brady puts on the recruiting pitch and he vouches for Ben Johnson. The Raiders interview him and are now said to be enamored with him, which isn't surprising. You can imagine how well Ben Johnson would present in an interview, and he certainly has face of the franchise qualities. So I felt like last week there was a better chance that Ben Johnson would be back, but the Raiders and Tom Brady specifically getting involved make me wonder if he ends up in Las Vegas. And then I still think that Aaron Glenn is destined for New Orleans. I know the Jets are real players here too. I think one of those two teams is his destination.
Is there any more juice for Ben Johnson this week because of what happened last year with the Washington football team coming after him and wanting him to be the guy and in mid-flight, and he's like, you know what? No, I don't want that job. And that he can just say, this is why I didn't want the job, because we want to crush you.
Yeah, I feel like it would be more juice on the Commander side of things, right? I mean, you spurned us in midair. You said we weren't good enough for you, and maybe even thought that Jaden Daniels wasn't a good enough quarterback for you, so we're going to prove you wrong. I don't know if Ben Johnson could prove them wrong, I guess, other than beating them by like 80 and proving that, see, you do suck without me. It hasn't come up all that much, and I think he dodged the question when asked about it on Wednesday. Aaron Glenn entertained far more head coaching future questions than Ben Johnson did, but they are both locked in right now on this game. And as you guys said, that's the front page news for sure.
All right, so the plan to slow down Jaden Daniels, I was kind of, everything I've done in preparing for this game, including a look back at the San Francisco game a year ago in the NFC title game, because I'd watched the Tampa and the Rams game again, but everything, it reminded me that Brock Purdy had a massive third down conversion on their kill shot drive where he was dead to rights in the backfield, broke a tackle, and went for 21 yards. Jaden Daniels is
third down, right?
Yep. Jaden Daniels is more capable of that kind of stuff. Yeah. What's the plan?
Yeah, so I took that question to the two most important or the two most central figures of this Lions defense this week, to the linebackers, Jack Campbell and Alex Anzalone. And they both had different answers when they singled out the key to trying to defend Jaden Daniels. Jack Campbell went right to the fact that this game is going to come down to eye discipline because the Commanders' offense, in some ways similar to that 49ers offense, just runs so much pre-snap motion, and their goal is really to confuse you so that their rookie quarterback can make simple throws. He said, once you remove the window dressing of this offense, it's a pretty straightforward passing attack in terms of the routes they run. Now, they're a little bit more diverse on the ground. Obviously, Daniels is a part of that. But Campbell said it's just about our eye discipline and sifting through everything they want to confuse us with pre-snap. If we do that, he thinks they should be fine. He thinks we'll even have chances to make plays on the quarterback in the pass game. Now, Anzalone said a little bit differently. Like, there's been so much talk this week about you have to crush the pocket when you rush a quarterback like Daniels. You have to cage him in, right? And they talked about that a ton before that game against the Bills, too. And then Josh Allen inevitably escapes, and he made his biggest plays in the air outside the pocket. And so Anzalone said, look, he's going to get out. It's inevitable. Whether you rush with discipline every play or not, because he's so athletic and elusive, he's going to find his way out of the pocket. The game to Anzalone will be won or lost on those plays. What do we do when he's out of the pocket? He said, we can, and this is me paraphrasing, but the Lions can afford those 10 to 12 yard runs, those scrambles by Daniels. What they can't afford are those 30 to 40 yard throws downfield when he's out of the pocket. So when he escapes, everyone in the secondary has to plaster their guy in man coverage. And if you're in zone, he said, you better go find someone, because that's where Daniels can really hurt you. So eye discipline and then avoiding those explosive kill shots in the air if and when he escapes the pocket.
So looking at his number one target, that's Terry McLaurin, who's an outstanding receiver. He wins most of those 50-50 balls. He comes back to the football. He's great. Yeah. The Lions, do you get the sense that they're just going to stick with their man-to-man coverage and put Amik Robertson on him, or are they going to give him a little bit more help and say, you know what, yeah, that and a safety is going to be paying a lot more attention to him because that's the guy we got to stop outside of Jaden Daniels?
Yeah, I totally agree, first of all. I think the Lions' defensive success comes down to whether or not they contain McLaurin. I think Daniels, to kind of echo Anzalone, is going to get his one way or another. But if you let McLaurin feast along with him, I think that's where you end up in trouble. In fact, if you look at some of their numbers, I think they were 7-1 this year when McLaurin makes more than 5 catches, and I think 10-2 when he had more than 60 receiving yards, obviously a career high, NFC high, 13 touchdowns. He is their true big play threat in the air. I think he had as many 40-yard catches as J-Mo did this season, just to put it into context. And I think they cover him in a similar fashion to the way they covered Jefferson. Obviously, it was Amik Robertson playing tons of man coverage, but there were also safeties shaded Jefferson's way so that, Robertson was able to play press man, knowing that, in most cases he had help at least shifted towards his side of the field. But I think McLaurin is the X factor in terms of the Lions' defensive success tomorrow night.
All right, look, obviously we got a huge game, but you wrote something on the website that would have been a big story at some point during the season and maybe in the future. Max Crosby said what, and is it significant?
Yeah, well, Max Crosby, he was just on Good Morning Football this morning on NFL Network, and he was asked, as a Michigan native, someone who was born and raised here, what he thinks of this Lions run, and he was like, I'm kind of mad at them. I spent my whole childhood waiting for this team to win and watching them lose. And, oh, now you want to go be Super Bowl contenders when I'm playing for a different team halfway across the country. And he said, he's been selfishly kind of jealous watching them from afar. But he also said in talking with some former teammates who now play for the Lions in Amik Robertson and Pat O'Connor, they keep telling him, man, I just hope one day you get the chance to be in the locker room with Coach Campbell. He's incredible. And when Max Crosby recounted this story, it certainly sounded like he was speaking for himself too. And look, who knows? I know that was a huge topic going into the trade deadline. It wasn't feasible at that point, I think, for either team. But I do wonder, as the Raiders get set to hire their fourth head coach and fourth GM in the past 5 years, which is insane, that maybe they're due for a major reboot, and maybe that means shaking the organization to its core in terms of their player personnel and shopping a player like Max Crosby, and if so, perhaps the Lions come calling. So, I know that Max Crosby would love to play here. You can hear it in his voice, but we can revisit that in the off season.
F them picks. I'm just saying.
That's right.
That's how I think we all feel at this point. Will, I know you're always extraordinarily well prepared. You're a guy who loves to dig into the numbers. What's the statistic that you're dying to get out there? You can tell us on the air. I know you're going to have it tomorrow in the on the TV pregame show. What do you got? I know you got something big. You always do.
That's a great question. Well, here's a couple for you. Jaden Daniels has been dynamite this season in two capacities, against man coverage and also against the blitz. And obviously those are staples of Aaron Glenn's defense. But even more so, Jared Goff against man coverage this season, 22 touchdowns and 0 interceptions, and a passer rating that's darn near perfect. And while the Commanders don't play quite as much man as the Lions, because really no one does, they play a lot. And it's a chance tomorrow for Jared Goff to shine again. He was great last year in the playoffs. I would expect nothing different this year. And then just one more anecdote for you guys. When I was talking with Gibbs yesterday, I revisited this idea that he began lifting with Demo this year for the first time. And he admitted, I kind of slacked off lifting weights before. I really just got by on speed and talent alone. And this year he was walking into the building with Demo one day, and this is early in the season, and Demo said, hey, you want to squat together? And Gibbs said, sure. And ever since then, they've been squatting as a duo. They have squatting competitions. They have a machine in the Lions weight room that tracks how quickly, like to the millisecond, you can squat and get from the floor to raising the bar. And so they've been going back and forth all season. And Gibbs said, I'm a lot stronger than I was before. And I asked him if there was a run this year where he has felt that strength, and he pointed right to his goal line carry against the Vikings. If you guys remember, I think his third touchdown, he pushed the pile by himself. Usually you see like Penei Sewell come in and give you the final propellant. That was all Jahmyr Gibbs against like 4 Vikings defenders just on sheer leg strength. And so I think tomorrow night we'll see that strength along with that speed show up in the second half, late third quarter, fourth quarter. He's got fresh legs, strong legs, and the fact that he is now lifting and squatting with Demo is a big reason why.
All right, where can people catch you tomorrow?
Well, you can catch me on Fox 2 in the morning at 10. You can catch me at B-Dubs with Rieger and Mark Ryan. He would love to be named Mark Ryan, wouldn't he? Mark Ryan from 2:30 to 3. And then again on Fox 2, 6:30 to 7:30. And then on Sunday at a bar near you.
I'll see you tomorrow night, buddy.
All right. Sounds good, guys. See ya.
There he is, Lions Insider, the Birchie Kid, who joins us every Friday here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, it is getting cold. If you saw the future forecast, temperatures are getting bitterly cold in the single digits, overnight lows in the minus numbers. Whew, I hope your furnace is working. If it's not, if it's giving you any issues whatsoever, make sure you call the people that can fix the problem. The people in the red, white, and blue trucks that you see everywhere, it's Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Look, I've had issues in the past with stuff that I needed them to come out and check out, and they came out immediately. They were awesome. Don't just take my word for it. You can check out their A+ rating they have from the Better Business Bureau. How about some of those 5-star reviews they have on Google? They got it all. So whether it's your furnace or your water heater, maybe you got a boiler or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at BirminghamPlumbingCO.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Thanks to the Birchie Kid. You can see him tomorrow Fox 2 at 10 a.m. on our station from 2:30 to 3:30. Back on Fox 2, 6:30 to 7:30. So Lion is Insider and joins us every Friday. Hopefully that means next Friday. Hopefully it means the Friday after and the Friday after. Let's hope.
That would be nice.
Yep. Let's get back to your open line calls. AJ is on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, AJ?
Hey, I got a two for now. I got Chip with me. I'm going to say 21-14. The Lions are going to play Eat the Clock. Here's Chip.
And I believe it's going to be 28-24 Lions.
Okay, hold on for a sec, AJ and Chip. Let's start with AJ. 21-14.
Yes.
21-4. This is a low-scoring affair.
Yeah, the only thing I'm thinking about is if our two running backs break free and eat up the clock quicker, because they break free and they can't contain our Sonic and Knuckles. But if they do it right, like the Lions are smart, they're just going to eat the clock and keep the ball away from that rookie.
Just 3 scoring drives, though, huh?
I guess, the thing about that is I don't think the Lions, this isn't Michigan versus Alabama where eating the clock makes sense. This is, the Lions are the high-powered offense. I would be awfully disappointed if their game plan going in was to eat the clock and shorten the game.
Well, if they eat the clock and shorten the game, they're still going to score points because in the NFL, I mean, it's just the way the NFL works. You don't have 9-minute drives. Even if you drive 80 yards for a touchdown, you're eating up 5 minutes, 6 minutes.
I buy that. Well, we'll see. Market, like the guy said.
All right, it's marked.
Well,
Let's talk to Chip here. Let's talk to Chip. Put Chip on.
Yes, I feel like that the Lions, they average around 32 points. So I feel like they're going to get like 28 or right around what their average is. And it's all about containing that quarterback. If we contain their quarterback, I feel like we can hold them to where we get a 4-point or a field goal win because that team can score too.
AJ, if they only score 14 points, I think it's a safe assumption they contain the quarterback.
I agree.
All right,
I love that Berkey kid too.
Oh, we all do. He's the best. How we feel about this? 2 guys on 1 phone call.
I thought it was well done. Actually, I was a little afraid it was going to be father-son. So you have somebody with a really high-pitched voice because way too young to be on the air, but it wasn't the case.
No,
they handed the phone in a timely fashion. Mm-hmm. He was right there.
Yep,
I like it.
I think more sketchy is the 21-14 because they were going to want to eat the clock.
But King, you had a concern about the 2 guys in the call.
Oh, they sounded similar.
They did.
I thought we had a Martin issue.
Yeah, I wondered if it was a Martin and Martin kind of thing. I could tell them apart a little bit.
He didn't change his voice a little, did he? Like it wasn't one. He didn't trick us.
Oh, do you
Gator
think it was,
already tricked this morning.
And he didn't say my boys.
Okay.
No. We didn't think it was one schizophrenic caller.
No, I hope not.
Guys, I got 2 personalities. And they both want to give you their sense of what's going to happen.
And the 2 nationalities.
Matt, St. Clair Shores. What's up, Matt?
Hey, happy Friday, boys.
Is it just you, Matt?
So I got a 41-29 score.
Wow.
I think it's going to be relatively uneventful in that I think the Lions are going to pretty much handle the game for the most part. I think when the Washington Foot Commanders are going to want to do their hurry up kind of stuff, I don't think Jaden Daniels is going to be able to communicate regardless of how loud they've been practicing in Washington. I think if this game doesn't rival or beat that Bears game that we always refer to, this is kind of putting us into the pacification kind of where we're getting placated. But really, I think we'll be up, 21-7 going into halftime, 28-14 going into the fourth quarter. I think they're going to score a little bit in the fourth quarter. I think they're going to go for 2, and then I think the Lions are going to maybe get a pick 6 or a scoop and score as the Commanders are trying to mount that comeback in the fourth quarter. My guy Kirby Joseph, he's a ball hawk. I hope he gets one and he takes it home. The weirdest stat is the only cornerback on the Lions with a pick is Carlton Davis. Otherwise, it's all been safeties. So that's the biggest anomaly that we have going on.
Total anomaly.
And we have the least amount of pass interference called for us in the league also. So I think that's going to kind of water find this level, like you like to say, Doug. And I think we're cruising to the Rams next week. So enjoy your hand, boys.
Appreciate it. Thank you. You bring up something that we haven't talked about yet, and that is Ron Torbert is the lead official. And 19 defensive pass interference called this year is a little bit more than average. But last week, they had the officiating crew that flagged the most DPIs, or 2 weeks ago, and it really wasn't a factor in the game. They let him play. Torbert is a Michigan State graduate.
Is there any relation to Ron or to a
and
Kelvin?
I've
I should say.
seen Jaden Daniels, especially a lot of his college tape. He throws the ball behind the receivers, like they have to come back to it, or if you look a lot of the highlights, his receivers are coming back to the ball, so that doesn't always bode well for us. So I think with the loudness, with him kind of getting that clock in his head that we did with Hey Darnold, I think we're gonna have a day, boys.
Thank you, Matt. Appreciate the phone call.
Torbert graduated from Michigan State and attended Harvard Law School. Look at this guy.
No.
From Youngstown, Ohio.
Impressive.
He wasn't the janitor at MIT or anything as well, was he?
No, I didn't see that.
Okay.
No, I didn't see that part.
Next semester that we're teaching you, you're regurgitating.
I'm going to guess here this is a movie
Gordon
reference. Wood. What's this in reference to?
Do you know who Matt Damon is?
Yes.
Okay.
You like apples?
Yeah, what's that movie?
Good Will Hunting.
Okay.
He went.
Who's the janitor? What's the janitor?
It was Will Hunting,
Matt
but they're talking to
Damon's
Harvard kids,
character,
and so yeah. Sorry, I was talking to Gator, not you.
By the way,
Not you.
Is there a worse made-up name and a character for a movie that's supposed to be a serious movie than Will Hunting? So that you can have the title of the movie, Good Will Hunting. The movie is so good, the script is so good, and the title is ridiculous.
You don't like the name, huh?
Come on.
Dude, there's a character in Severance named Balf.
All right. Here we go.
He's really trying to push Severance on you, man.
We were 2 hours and 56 minutes into the show. If you had under three hours for a Severance reference from Doug, you win.
There were no Severance references yesterday for me. Valenti started it.
Just saying.
Dude, Balf. There's a Rebecca.
Mm-hmm.
Not Rebecca. Rebecca. She made that clear. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
We're nearly 24 hours away from the Lions' divisional matchup with the Commanders at Ford Field, and no one's happier to have David Montgomery back than Jahmyr Gibbs. Gibbs says it's not really been the same without the knuckles to his Sonic. Alongside Montgomery, Terrion Arnold will also suit up against the Commanders on Saturday, and its Rakestraw is questionable. Guard Kevin Zeitler, D-lineman Pat O'Connor are out. That kickoff right here on 97.1, 8 o'clock, the Lions 9.5-point favorites. More divisional games this weekend, tomorrow as well. The Chiefs are 8.5-point favorites over the Texans, and on Sunday, Eagles 6.5-point favorites over the Rams, and the Ravens 1.5-point road favorites at the Bills. We know tickets for the Lions game are expensive, but the national championship game between the Buckeyes and Notre Dame Fighting Irish, they're also seeing some just as high prices. That average ticket, $2,500 compared to $1,800 last year for Michigan-Washington. And after beating cancer for a fourth time, 85-year-old ESPN broadcaster Dick Vitale will call his first game since treatment 1 week from tomorrow. It'll be Duke Wake Forest in Winston-Salem. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we'll get to our predictions on this game coming up today at 1:30. Lions and Washington. Taking yours right now at 248-539-9797. So, what do you make of this story that Pete Carroll? We haven't had a chance to really talk about it. We asked the Birch kid about it. That Pete Carroll has emerged as a candidate for the Vegas job.
I think he should be the leading candidate. Guy's got Super Bowl pedigree. Clearly, was a great coach for Seattle. I think it only makes sense that he continue his NFL coaching career. Pick it back up. Had a little hiccup. You know, I'm out for a while. Now he's going to come back in. I think it makes all the sense in the world. Be a perfect fit for Vegas. And you know who's a perfect fit in Chicago is Mike McCarthy. You know, they wanted to interview him before, but the Cowboys wouldn't let him, and then just had to wait a few days, and okay, now you can interview him. It just sets it all up perfectly. So McCarthy goes to the Bears, and that'd be really nice to see that.
I do. On a serious note, I do think Carroll would be coveted if people knew he was back on the market.
How old is Pete Carroll?
He's
73.
Old.
Is there a Rooney rule for like old candidates you have to interview at this point or something? Why is Pete Carroll getting interviewed so much? Is this real?
Is it so much, or is it just he just now got interviewed?
I think he interviewed. Was it the Bears as well? The Bears have interviewed everyone under the sun.
I've got to interview with the Bears next week.
It's crazy.
The
Bears have had like double-digit interviews, and then they say, "Here's who they have scheduled." And there's like 11 more guys.
Yeah.
I saw yesterday they had interviewed 9, and they had at least 9 more scheduled. Okay, you guys, you do you.
I mean, if I were a Bears fan, I'd be like, they're going to screw this up again.
No. Mike McCarthy sounds like the guy for the Bears. Should be.
Mm-hmm.
Should be the Bears guy.
Well,
you know,
keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, keep an eye.
Let's get back to your open line calls. We got a Tony next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tony.
Hey, how are you, sir?
We're great, Tony.
Good. How are you? My prediction is it's going to be 41-10. They're going to smash them right in their face to make a big statement for all the teams in the NFL that's trying to beat them.
Going to make a statement, huh?
Oh, they're going to make a big statement for the rest of the teams.
Well, unfortunately, you can only win one game on a given Saturday, but if they win 41-10, everybody will be talking about them, yes.
Yes, they're going to make a big statement. That's what they want to do.
Well, everybody,
so whoever's going to be the next appointment, they're going to be aware of them.
Sure. I mean, don't you think every team?
Thank you very much. You have a blessed day.
Okay, thank you. I always think that every team wants to do something. Like he said, they want them. That's what they want to do. Doesn't everybody want to?
Sure, Doug. Everybody wants to.
41-10, though.
I heard one time you can't always get what you want. But
what do you get?
If you try, sometime
Mm-hmm.
you just might find you get what you need.
Do you?
I think Detroit needs a win tomorrow night. The city needs
Okay, but do you remember the Dan Campbell line? I don't care if we win 46-45 or 3-2. I'll be smiling from year to year.
Mm-hmm.
A 1-point win is terrifying.
Yeah.
Absolutely terrifying. You know what? Somebody brought it up earlier. The scenario that actually sent a bit of a chill down my spine is the Commanders down 28-21 late. They score a touchdown and line up for 2. Like
Yeah,
you like to think that is a total like the whole season regular season came down to one game, and that seemed unfair. The crystallization of the entire season coming down to one play seems even more unfair.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. Don't like it at all. That's a nauseating feeling when you've got the lead temporarily. You've already. All right, we're gonna go overtime. Well, okay, overtime, and then the team's like, no, we're gonna go for 2. No.
And look, I've been. I sit here and I talk about how chesty I am, but point out that sports aren't scripted. Football teams and football players aren't chess pieces. They don't move the same every week. Anything can happen. The last 2 Michigan games I did, Michigan went to Columbus and beat Ohio State as a 21-point underdog, and then they went to the ReliaQuest Bowl and beat Alabama as a double-digit underdog. So sports are wild. Anything can happen. And that taking that knowledge into a game like this is terrifying. But there's percent chances, right? What are the percent chances? That's why I like the Lions. Just the percent chances way in their favor. But man, 2-point conversion at the end, terrifying. Jim is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jim.
Yes. Hello?
Hello,
Hi,
Jim.
Oh, yeah, we got the Lions 24 and the Foot Commanders 16.
What's the story of the game?
That rock and bleed the clock.
Okay, we just lost you. Sound like you went underwater.
Yeah. Come up for air, Jim.
See, we got got Lions 24, Foot Commanders 16.
24-16.
And the story of the game is pound the rock.
Lull them to sleep, and then burn them deep. I think Goff's going to hit a long one, over 50 yards.
I like what you're saying there.
Yeah, get them safeties cheating up on, because they're running them, and you know what I mean.
I know I'm picking up what you're putting down. I like the lull them to sleep and beat them deep. I like that. That's good. You should put that on a shirt.
Burn them
deep. Yeah.
6 points,
and then some.
Now I got a scenario. I want you guys take on it.
All right, watch out for the water.
Fourth quarter.
You're going underwater again, Jim.
Is there a chance they'll put Penny Sewell?
Say hi to the mermaids.
I think he lulled us to sleep.
Yeah, let us know if they're hot.
And then burned us deep.
He had rhymes. I was wondering if the next point was going to be like in a haiku.
Oh.
I was looking for a haiku there, maybe.
Iambic pentameter or something like that.
But he went underwater again. Jesse is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jesse.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good. Where are we going? Where are the directions taking us?
I'm saying that the Lions are going to come over on top. We're going to win 26-23. I've been hearing all these unreasonable predictions and whatnot, and the only one that I've heard is that last guy, Jim. I like his prediction.
I'm glad you heard him.
But just give Jake Bates a good little section, and I guarantee you he's going to hit it, and the Lions going to come over on top. Only thing that scares me is the game after that where we might have to face Saquon, and he's a pretty good running back. That's a pretty good team.
So you think a Jake Bates field goal wins it?
Yes, sir.
Bates field goal wins it.
26-23, he says.
Yeah, look, there was the 41-10 prediction that preceded Jim's 24-16 prediction. 41-10 was pretty chesty. 26-23. I mean, look, all we got to do is look back to last year, right? The Lions in the postseason, they didn't blow anybody out. They played one-possession football games, and they won them both. And there was a chesty fan base then. There's a reason why only 12 of 29 8+ point favorites have covered in this round. Last year was a 1-point win over the Rams. Came down to the end. Then there was the interception. That was a 2-score. It was kind of a I refer to 8-point deficit as 2-score games because you need the 6 points and you need to score the 2-point conversion, which is no given. But it was still like the game was in the line when Baker had the football and a chance to go tie it. So it wouldn't shock me if this. I think the point spread's right on, and we'll have our predictions today.
Okay.
at 130. I think the point spread was right on. 248-539-9797. Matt is in Troy and on 97 a ticket. Hi, Matt.
Hey, how's it going?
All right, Matt.
So I think Lions win this game 34-21. I hear a lot of these like really close score predictions, but they do give the nod to the Lions, and that worries me because the Commanders won all these close games. I think the key to this game is the red zone defense for the Lions. They've got to get their stops. I believe that, maybe the Commanders end up getting like 21 off like a 2-point conversion or something. But I think it is going to have to be holding them to field goals. Also, what people aren't talking about is, like, I am really terrified of this offense. Like, besides Terry McLaurin, they've had other receivers, like, pop off in big games. Like, Zacchaeus had a great game against the Falcons. And then in just their playoff game last week, they had, like, Diami Brown have a good game. So, like, there is guys stepping up around Terry McLaurin. I do think the Commanders are going to get their yards regardless, but I just think it's about the Lions stopping them in the red zone.
Diami Brown was better in the last 5 games than he was in the 12 that preceded it that he played in. He has been exceptionally good of late and is an emerging threat for them, and gives them somebody other than Terry McLaurin to go to. So you're exactly right. Keep your eye on number 2 for the Commanders. And I agree 100% with what you said, Matt, about red zone defense. It goes back to forcing field goal attempts. And, yeah, if they're going to get to 21, I agree with you. It's almost as likely to come from, at some point, 2 field goals mixed in with a touchdown, a 2-point conversion to get them back on the numbers of 7. So, I'm divisible by 7. So I think Matt is onto something there. 248-539-9797. You look concerned. What's the look on your face? What's going on?
Remember what I said to you during a break about our live reads and there might be a nightmare scenario?
Yeah.
Yep. It's my read. Damn it.
Right now?
Yep.
Okay. Buckle up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 the ticket.
All right, look, the best place in town to watch any kind of game or any sporting event is 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley. They got the best food. The atmosphere is fantastic. I love the place. It's my favorite place to go. Great specials. The wings are amazing. All the food is great. You want to go to the big game tomorrow night? How about the 24-second shuttle? You can save all the hassle and the parking nightmares and the driving. Get on the bus. You pay $40. You get a drink, and you get round-trip transportation to the game. It'd be awesome. Plus, they've got $4 Honolulu Blue shots. Honolulu Blue shots, I should say, plus $5 hot dog combo to $6 brat combo during the game, $3.75 for 20-ounce drafts and Miller Lite for all Detroit football games and all the pro games all day, every day. So this weekend, you're going to have a great time. Also this Saturday, it's UFC 311. Whew, here we go. How about it? Makachev taking on Saryukian. And then you got Davalashvili and Nurmagomedov. Yeah! I think I got close to it.
Dude,
there.
You did way better than I would have done.
There's no cover for the UFC events at 24. That's what makes it great.
Who's fighting again?
Yep. Makachev for Saryukian and Davalashvili and Nurmagomedov. I think I got that, King. I think I got really close there that time.
You did. Nurmagomedov is right.
Thank you. There's no cover. You're going to want to get there early. The place fills up, and believe me, tomorrow it's going to really fill up because of everything that's going on tomorrow in Michigan State hockey. Plus, they got specials during all Michigan and Michigan State basketball games. And, of course, for Monday's college football championship game, they got specials there as well. So make sure you stop off at 24 Seconds. Trivia's back on Thursday nights. They're open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. Every seat's a great seat. Check out all the specials and happenings at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action. My favorite place to go, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. Predictions rolling in on this Prediction Friday here on Carson Anderson. NFC divisional round game tomorrow night, Ford Field, 248-539-9797. Tyler's next. Hi, Tyler.
Hi, how we doing?
Great.
Well, I think the prediction, I think it's going to be tied at halftime at 17, and then after that halftime, Lions are going to come out rolling, and it's going to be 38-17 Lions.
Wow.
Ooh, a little shutout in the
Big
second
half. Big second half.
I think something's just going to click. They're going to try to go for it on fourth down. The Lions are going to stop them, and we'll keep scoring.
Well, look, the Lions are really good in the second and third quarters. It speaks to a lot of coaching, seeing what it's funny because a lot of teams offensively come out and they got their scripted plays and they can go right down the field and score. Lions are the best team in the second and third quarter in the NFL, and I think it speaks to being able to make the adjustments on the fly to win football games. I remember talking to a coach once and blah, 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 and I said, blah, blah, blah. I said, halftime adjustments. He goes, let me stop you right there. I said, what's that? And he goes, the most overrated thing I hear from fans is what are halftime adjustments. And I said, well, what do you mean? He goes, we make adjustments all game long. There is literally no time in the game that we're not making adjustments. We're constantly taking in the data, looking at what teams are doing to us and reacting to it. And they do a very good job of not waiting till halftime and adjusting.
I 100% agree with that. I just think something's just going to click more because they want to get back to the NFC Championship game. They got some blood in their veins and whatnot. This is going to be ice cold after that halftime. I think that's just my prediction. I think they're going to get back and they're going to get what they want.
All right, got you down 38-17.
I always thought that, the halftime adjustments thing, I do believe in it. I also believe that they're making adjustments throughout the game. There's no question about that. But at halftime, you got a little bit more time to breathe. You have an opportunity to bounce ideas off of other coaches and talk to players a little bit more in depth about stuff because you've got that 15-minute period. I know that I feel like the coaches want to be dismissive of that because it assumes that when people say that they're not working on adjusting during the game, and they want to make sure that, of course, they're always trying to change something.
Apparently, one of those UFC fights, has been canceled.
Which one, Doug?
Somebody sent us a link that Sarukian versus Makachev.
Is that no longer on?
Apparently, it's not on. So.
That was the easier of the two to read.
Do you have another live read? Please say yes. Please say yes.
I don't think so.
So you got another 24 seconds left?
I think we're done.
Jordan's in Taylor, and he's next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Jordan.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
We're doing great.
Appreciate the bad news before the call, but anyway, I must be drinking the Kool-Aid over here, fellas, because I'm going 31-zip. It'd be the first shutout game in a playoff game since 2016, since the Chiefs did it to the Texans. Wow. It would be a big surprise, I know, but it's happening. 3 turnovers the Lions will force, 2 interceptions and a forced fumble, and Lions are going to double the possession of the football in the game and just run the heck out of the ball. And, yep, that's the prediction.
I got to tell you, 31-zip is one of the boldest predictions we've ever had.
That is bold. That is so bold. Jordan, where do you get your pants tailored? Where do you get your pants tailored? Because when you make statements like that, that means you got a big set, my man.
It's happening.
Yeah, I like it.
31-zip. You know, they're really gonna have problems winning if they don't score. I think the Lions will be in good shape.
Look at you.
Really, really good
Pop
shape.
Warner in the house.
That is correct. Matt is next. Hello, Matt.
Hey, how you doing, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I got Lions 40-19. No way that Dan lets this team not be ready to go. I cannot believe the doubters around here. This team's going to take it to them, man. Just on another level. Just on another level.
The way you phrase that, have you heard a lot of doubters?
Yeah, I'm hearing a little bit of doubt around town. I mean, especially, I guess a lot of the national is clickbait, right? They got to get their hits. I think Washington's going to come in here. I mean, we watched this team 17 games, right, brother? I just don't see it happening. I mean, I've watched the NFL for 30 years, too. I've been a Lions diehard, but I mean, I think you guys would agree this team's a different team, right?
They are different, man. They are built different. They're built for this. I like all the cliches that the coaches are spitting because I believe in it.
Yeah.
I think this team is different.
It's like the Minnesota game, man. I mean, we were all nervous. Oh my gosh, like you guys were just saying, it comes down to one game, and nobody's seen that coming. And it's so much fun. I tell my son, he's 13, guys, enjoy it, right? Enjoy it. I mean, it's nice when you're on top, and we've never been there, you know?
Feels like a
Loving it,
13-year-old that is probably just kind of getting into this has skipped to the front of the line. Has got to experience.
And listening to you in the Michigan games, too, Doc, I told him, I go, you jumped on board like the best years. You know, we've suffered for so long, and these last 3-4 years, I go, dude, it ain't always like this, man.
It is when you're working with Doug Karsh.
After every game.
Always like this.
Right. It's all Doug. It's all Doug. Yeah. Yeah, for
I
sure.
got to feel like John and I jumped to the front of the line when it comes to that. Some good years to start. 248-539-9797.
I'm born on third base. This guy.
Some guys are just born on third,
Some
Gator.
guys just born there.
Let's go to Leo is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Leo. Leo. Uncle Leo. No good. Hamzy is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Hamzy.
What's up, guys? Long time no talk.
How you been, Hamzy?
Good, man. Good. Was calling in with a prediction. I think it's going to be 38-29 Lions.
Okay.
And in the beginning of the game, I don't know. It's unclear in my crystal ball if it's the first score of the game or if it's the second score of the game. Tyrion Arnold gets his first pick, and it's a pick six.
Arnold, first pick six. I feel like he's gotten better and better and better, and he continues to pass tests. And Amik Robertson is proving his value to this team, which is amazing, given where he started this year in terms of their cornerback rotation. But watching Arnold get better and better bodes so well for the future.
Absolutely, man, and it's got to happen, right? I mean, he's been like you said, he's been getting better. I just feel like it's got to happen, and it's either going to be the first score of the game or the second score of the game. And the story of the game, I mean, that could be the story of the game, but I think Jared Goff plays almost a perfect game, has about four touchdowns, I think. But yeah, I think it's going to be a close game. It's going to be a 6-point game, and Jake Bates ices it with a minute left to give us a 9-point win. So we'll see. But depending on where you guys are on the line, either 8.5 or 9.5. Some people are going to be happy. Some people are going to be
I was about to
upset.
say, you're right in the middle there. It started open at 8.5, and now it's at 9.5. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Leo. Is he there this time? Hi, Leo.
Yes, I am here this time. Sorry about that. You
That's
guys
okay.
on mute.
What's up, Leo?
But hey, love your show. Love what's going on here, man. I don't want to rob, the Commanders of the story. They have a great story going on for them. Great for the fans. But the Lions have the greatest story going on. Given their history, they deserve this. They earn this. And my prediction for this game is going to be 48-34.
48-34. Offense rolls, defense doesn't. But I got to tell you, I could see it being this kind of game because of the way the Lions offense just consistently performs. It just consistently, and it's not a lot of improvisation. It's exactly how it's designed. And when the first read isn't open, Goff looks to a second read, third read, just like you're supposed to, and they just execute.
They're lethal. And, I believe the Commanders' run defense is ranked 30th?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not good, having both Montgomery and Gibbs in the backfield. Yeah, that's trouble for them.
Yeah, I think it would really be nice to see the Lions just get off to a great start running the football, because then you feel like they command the game, and it can be soul-crushing if they do things like that. We know the passing game is there. Everything starts with a run, though. They run the football. They can throw all they want. Play action works, and they're going to start going man-to-man, and just bring it on. I really like this matchup.
Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We'll have our predictions for the Lions game coming up shortly. It's Carson Anderson. Let's get back to the people. Mark is next. Hi, Mark.
Hey, how you doing?
Great, Mark.
Good. My prediction is 45-26, and I think one of their scores will be in junk time, and I really think what we're going to be talking about is who we should pull in the fourth quarter.
Wow.
And not get hurt.
Wow. Are you going to do the Stoney they left the starters in too long thing?
Yeah, well, I don't know if I'll go Stoney way on that, but we'll see. And I just think that Dan and our offense is going to have that young team on tilt by the third quarter.
Well, look, I mean, I said it earlier, and we'll get to it in our predictions. I feel like when you're playing the Lions, you're that NASCAR that can't afford to slip up because the next thing you're just trying to stay on the lead lap. You're the leader of the race is in your rearview mirror, and you want in the worst way to stay on the lead lap. And the moment you have to punt, you turn it over, you miss a field goal, you're getting lapped because the Lions offense is so consistently good.
And that's exactly what I think. I think they're going to go for it on fourth down when they shouldn't. Our defense will hold up, and then the onslaught will start.
Well, I think we've seen it this year. And Kang, you were the first to point this out. I give you credit because as time went on, I'm like, you know what? Kang's right. Other coaches coach to try and keep up with the Lions offense, which leads to them going for it on fourth down when they just aren't as prepared to do it as Detroit is. And the thing about the reason they can do it and do it so successfully is smart quarterback and super reliable pass catchers. Not to mention a great O-line.
Well, that's where it starts.
And I know the Commanders go for it a lot as well, but I feel like this is part of the Lions' identity, and I feel like maybe the Commanders are doing it because they're more forced to do it. They've been coming a lot from behind in games as well. The stat I told you guys earlier, they do lead the league in fourth quarter points. They're behind a lot of times, and give credit to Jaden Daniels being a young rookie quarterback that's able to lead them back and finish these teams off. But I think it's a different type of go for it than the Lions do it. It's more of a mentality for the Lions.
Kevin is next on 97 on a Ticket. Hello, Kevin.
Hey, to you all.
Hello, Kevin.
It's been a while. Hey, anybody heading to Tyler Chesky's basement by any way?
Good place to watch the game, yeah.
That's what I hear. It's awesome.
No reports of that yet today?
Not in a while. Not in years.
Okay. Yeah, it's been a while. All right. Hey, guys, I'm going to go with 35-21 Lions. And just that usual great balance, running, some big passes, and this defense, I don't know how Aaron Glenn does it, but my goodness, he's plugged the guys in, and they're playing well, and I just think it's going to be a really good, solid Lions game again.
AG seems to get them to make enough plays. And, earlier in the year, it looked like the defense was actually going to be pretty damn good. The injuries have caught up to him to a certain degree, but that doesn't change the goal is to find a way to win the game. And I think AG is doing a good job of getting this group of players to simply be the best version of themselves.
I agree. And like you said about the back stepping up, Terry and Arnold and Amik, it's very impressive. And glad to see it. Looking forward to Saturday night.
Thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. Eric is next on 97.1. Hi, Eric.
Hi, guys.
Hey, Eric.
For taking the call.
Sure.
44-18 Lions, 20-7 halftime lead. Speed never has a bad day, and it really, really, really ups the clock on the other guys. Nerves really get frayed. Plus speed, plus good hands. They've got this going, but I do want to say this. This could be the last hurrah as far as, this unbelievable feeling that's going because they're going to lose coaches. They're going to have to reprogram. So we really have to savor every second of what's going on.
Yeah, I hope that's not the case, but I think you're probably right. The two coordinators have interviewed for a bunch of jobs, head coaching jobs, and they're front runners for several of those. I think you're right. They should savor it. I think we should all savor it. And Saturday, tomorrow night, should be a nice celebration, I'm hoping.
Yeah, that speed, it really makes the other guy nervous. Makes them make mistakes, makes them do things they don't want to do. Kevin O'Connell panicked, and you saw what happened.
Well, both teams have speed.
Yep.
So don't forget that Jaden Daniels has tons of speed. McLaurin's great. They've got some capable running backs as well. They've got a veteran tight end that has stepped up big time this season. It's a good team. They wouldn't be here if they weren't.
Yeah, I mean, when he said it, I'm like, he's right. Just keep in mind that they're fast too. De'Ami Brown ran a 4.40. I mean, they've got some speed. And McLaurin, I've heard McLaurin speed compared to J-Mo, so just something to keep in mind. Antonio is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Antonio?
Hey, guys. I'm calling from D.C. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I got Detroit 33, Commanders 26 covering the line. At definitely, so within a touchdown. 26 points is kind of funny because our kicker is kind of special. It's not a guarantee that he'll make the extra point after a touchdown.
This is true. They actually brought in a kicker. They had kickers coming in this week to work out because they're still not sold on what they have.
Yeah, but I decided to listen in simply because the vibe down here is that at least it's more of a nationwide vibe that the Commanders are not getting any kind of respect. And in the end, they did win 12 games, and that's nothing to sneeze at. They really didn't just squeak in, making it 8-8 or something like that. So, but I really appreciate you guys taking my call. It seems like your fan base is not all in one-sided. I think there's a general sense that it'll be a good game or a close game. So
we've had some pretty chesty predictions today, Antonio. I do want to ask you a question because you're giving us there's a lot of cues here that you're a Commanders fan.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
definitely.
just making sure you did our kicker. That was one of my. I'm pretty smart.
There you go, Doc.
Is the case for the Commanders? Are people building a case on something other than Team of Destiny?
Yes, they're trying. We're stretching here. I think that one of the points that is being brought up is that we've been in relatively a lot of close games, and if it is a close game, they believe that there's an advantage to us given the fact that Detroit has pretty much all their wins have been overwhelming. So they believe that we have an edge if it gets to be a close game like that. And obviously the Jaden Daniels factor. Never know what he's going to do in every given week, but pretty much everybody's in consensus that Detroit is the overwhelming favorite and to have the better team, but we believe that it's going to be a close game.
Fair enough. Hey, appreciate the phone call. Let's get to our picks for the game. Do you want me to go first, Gator, or do you want to go first?
I'll be happy to go first.
All right, let's hear it.
So I like the Lions in this game. I don't think it's going to be any surprise. You've heard me talk about being chesty as this week has gone on. I love the matchup. I think that the defensive backfield for the Lions, the secondary, is going to step up in this one. I like the configuration of it, despite that they don't have Carlton Davis, just because you're able to add Melifonwu, who's a playmaking safety, and you move Branch into a slot corner position. Amik Robertson proved a couple weeks ago he can handle top receivers in the league as he kind of shut down Justin Jefferson. I like what they do there. You're going to have to contain Jaden Daniels as much as you can, and I expect he's going to rip off a couple of really nice runs, and everyone fan is in the stands is going to go, man, see, we got to stop that. Well, as long as you're holding the field goals and not touchdowns, that can be the case. I love the Lions offense against their defense matchup. The Lions should set up nicely here, being able to run the football. Starts with protection up front, being able to maul that defensive line, getting to the front seven so that these running backs can get into the secondary. The positive talk of David Montgomery, that he's ready to go and can make an impact, perhaps like Alex Anzalone did last week, where it doesn't really seem like he missed a step. Sounds good to me. I like this game with the Lions on top, 34-24.
34-24. Okay, so I really thought the point spread was right on, opened at 8.5 and sat there most of the week. And I've talked about, I think the Lions run the football, given that Washington late in the year still had some issues stopping the run. They did a good job last week. They kept the volume of play down, volume of offensive plays down for Tampa. I think that's extraordinarily difficult to do against Detroit. I'm not sure it's repeatable. I also think Goff, this is one of those games that he might be like the Seattle game. I don't think he's going to go 18 for 18, but I think his passing attempts might be down. And defensively, I've said it a bunch this week, Aaron Glenn has made this group of what he's putting on the field, he's getting the most out of them. FGA, field goal attempts, the most important stat in this game. And Alex Anzalone, it's hard not to draw a straight line between his return and what they did to Minnesota. Like I said, the point spread I thought was right on. I'll take a final score. Detroit 35, Washington 26.5.
Well, the kicker, you never know.
That's right.
Yeah, I like that, Doug. I'll give my score first and why after. The Lions 32, Commanders 23. I think they're right in that 8.5, 9-point range as well, Doug. I think the offense is obviously going to be rolling if they have 32 points, and I think it's because Gibbs. I know we just had Birchie on, and he thinks it might be more 60-40 Gibbs-Monty now. I'm sticking with 75-25 Gibbs-Monty. I think they've opened up the toothpaste is out of the tube, right? I mean, you can't put it back in. Gibbs is a monster when you feed him the ball, and I think that the rush defense for the Commanders, whether it's inside or outside, Gibbs is the guy who take advantage of it either way. And then if he's not running the ball, swing passes. I don't think Bobby Wagner's 34 long and two. I don't think he's going to be able to get outside to catch Gibbs. I think Goff has a very efficient day. Play action works because the running game is working so well. Defensively, I think they contain Daniels just enough. I think AG, he's a master of scheming the last few weeks. I think he's been put on a master class of working with what he's given. And the fact that Robertson can play outside, I like the fact that, like you said, Gator, Branch is going to be in the nickel now, if he's going to be there. And my prediction, Terry Arnold gets his first pick of the year, 32-23 Lions.
Do you want to ask him or should I?
I don't know what you're going to ask.
How are they getting to 32?
They're going to score 32 points.
I know. I just like
I'm
it.
surprised. I expected 29-19.
I was thinking 29 again, but you know what?
25-18.
32 is an interesting score.
I moved off of it.
Every single one of his scores has been interesting. This is
because they're going to go for two at some point.
This totally checks out.
Tough to get to
32-23.
I like
It's
it.
tough.
I like it. It's saucy.
All right,
Who's got that square, 2-3?
Real quick,
Jordan.
let's pick some games as we always do on Friday at this time. Move quickly through these. Buffalo and Baltimore. Buffalo at home, a 1-point favorite. I think the Bills get the win, and it's my Car House lock of the week.
I'll start with the first game of the schedule, and that's Houston is at Kansas City. Houston getting 9.5 points at the Champs. I think the Champs win, but I think Houston covers. I'll take the 9.5. It's a lot.
I agree with you. I'll take Houston as well.
The Rams take their show over to Philadelphia. It's not going to be nice weather-wise there. It's going to be cold. It's going to be windy. It's going to be snowy. The Rams are getting 6 points. I think Philadelphia wins, but again, you're going to give me 6 points. I'm going to take the 6 points in the Rams.
Final one. I'm looking at the under in the Buffalo-Baltimore game. Under 51.5.
Doug, that's very smart to say. I also like the under in this one. It is going to be nasty in Buffalo. With the 51.5 under, I'm surprised it's that high. It's going to be cold. They're going to get 3 to 5 inches of snow throughout the day. It's going to be windy and blustery. It's my shoot the boot lock of the week.
All right, there you go. Kang, every week you agree with one and disagree with one?
Yeah, I agree with you guys on the under in the Buffalo and Ravens game. I think wind plays a huge factor in that, keeping that score lower.
And which one do you disagree with?
Doug, I think Buffalo are actually going to lose. I know you're taking put you at 1 point on that one.
Yep.
I think this is finally the game that Lamar Jackson gets the win, but it's not going to be because of Lamar. It's going to be because of Derrick Henry.
Be another Buffalo home playoff loss. Wow, that would sting. There it is. Those are our picks. Do with them what you will. It's Carson Anderson, the Gator Rant, coming up in just over 10 minutes. Hey, get ready to elevate your game this NFL playoff season with FanDuel, because right now all customers can get a no-sweat NFL same-game parlay for any game. Just place a 3-leg NFL same-game parlay, and you'll get bonus bets back if your bet doesn't win. Same-game parlay is the perfect way to combine your bets for a chance at a bigger payday. Build one of your own or choose one of the popular SGPs pre-built for you. Again, a no-sweat same-game parlay. This is the only way I do parlays when I get the no-sweat guarantee. But make sure you click on the banner at the top to select a no-sweat same-game parlay and opt in. And then you got to hit the button when you make your parlay bet. So must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Maximum wager is $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
don't know. You think we're too chesty about this, Kang?
My prediction's chesty, but I don't feel chesty. Does it make any sense?
I mean, I don't hear you a little bit. I don't feel as anxious about this game going into it as I have in the past.
Really?
That Minnesota game, I felt sick to my stomach going into it. I don't feel that way right now.
Maybe it changes at kickoff. It gets a little closer.
I'm sure it will, but I mean, I remember the Minnesota game that week. I didn't feel good. Right now, just talking about this game, I really like this team.
Okay, found this interesting. This is geotagged Twitter data about which states are rooting for which teams. Okay, little straight data. Which states are rooting for which teams?
All right.
So, like, I would give you an example. The state of Pennsylvania is rooting for the Philadelphia Eagles this week.
No way.
Yep. The state of New York is rooting for the Buffalo Bills.
Hmm.
And as you might imagine, the state of Michigan is rooting for the Lions. I would like you to give me another state that you think is rooting for the Lions. You and Kang will go back and forth until we run out of states.
Wow. Wisconsin.
Wisconsin is rooting for Buffalo. You are out. Kang, all you need to do is come up with one state that is rooting for the Lions.
Nevada.
They are rooting for the Rams.
Well, you're out.
You're back, Gator.
Okay, all right.
New
I'm
life.
back into rooting for the
I
Lions.
thought we had a lot of Michigan transplants out there. I guess more LA, though, makes sense.
Florida.
Florida is rooting for Buffalo. You've hit on two states that are rooting for Buffalo.
Yeah, and you know Buffalo well.
He does know Buffalo. Kang?
Wyoming.
Wyoming is rooting for the Rams. So you know the Rams.
Why are we... No, I just want to keep going for Ram states.
Right.
Well, there's one that hasn't been mentioned that's pretty obvious. Gator?
I'll save that for last, Doug.
Illinois.
Illinois
Say Buffalo, please.
is rooting for Buffalo.
I'm back in it.
Kang?
This one, I know they're rooting for the Lions. Hawaii.
He's
What?
rooting for the Rams.
Honolulu Blue.
You've got
Well,
three
we're crushing
states.
the...
Three states that are rooting for the Rams, three states that are rooting for Buffalo. Just give me one. I will tell you right now, 25 of the 50 states are rooting for the Lions. And you guys haven't named one yet. Gators got three states, Wisconsin, Florida, and what was the other one?
Illinois?
Illinois, all
yeah.
Buffalo.
How about the great state of Montana?
Whoa, they're on my list.
Bingo.
Oh,
Montana's rooting for the Detroit Lions. Kang? One that's rooting for the Lions.
One that's rooting for the Lions.
Yep.
The Lions. I'm going to go with Vermont.
Wow.
Okay, I'm screwed now because I can't tell the difference between Vermont and New Hampshire. One is shaped slanting to the right, the other's upside down. Vermont, you say? Vermont is not rooting for the Lions.
Oh. I hope it's the
Vermont's
Rams.
rooting for Buffalo.
You
So
win,
Gator,
Gator.
you win.
You always
Here
do.
are the states that are rooting for the Lions. The 25 states.
Every other state in the union.
Yeah, just
Right.
about. Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, Colorado, Connecticut, Georgia, Idaho, Indiana, Kentucky, Maine, Massachusetts, Michigan, Mississippi, Montana, New Hampshire, New Mexico, North Carolina, Oklahoma, Oregon, Rhode Island, South Carolina, Tennessee, Utah, and Washington. All rooting for the Lions. 10 states are rooting for the Bills. Florida, Illinois, Minnesota, New York, North Dakota, Ohio, South Dakota, Vermont, Wisconsin, and Wyoming.
We almost nailed all the Buffalo states,
Right, yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So the Dakotas are all about Dakotas and Wyoming want Buffalo.
Yep.
But Montana's like, no, sir.
Want no part of that.
Was it Kobe Sorsdahl? Did he go to Montana? Is he a Montana guy?
There's a North Dakota. No, he's William and Mary, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he is.
Yeah. 4 states are rooting for the Chiefs: Iowa, Kansas, Missouri, Nebraska. 3 states are rooting for the Rams. Oh, I got one of those wrong. I guess that was Buffalo. Wyoming's Buffalo. My bad.
Damn,
Rams
we're
are
crushing Buffalo.
California, Hawaii, and Nevada. The Eagles have 3 states: Delaware, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. The Commanders have 2 states: Virginia and West Virginia. The Texans have 2 states: Louisiana and Texas. The Ravens, only Maryland, and that is it. They're 1 state. Half of the country.
Why Montana?
Dude, why
They don't have a
Washington?
single player from Montana.
We got Idaho. We got Utah. We got Arizona, New Mexico, Oklahoma. We got Arkansas, Mississippi. We got the damn near the entire SEC.
It's good. I think, well, maybe because we have so many Alabama players.
Well, I don't think that's why Mississippi or Georgia are rooting for
Well,
the
no,
Lions,
but I
but
mean,
it certainly could be
Alabama,
why
yeah,
Alabama's
obviously,
rooting for the
but
Lions.
I love that's great.
It is awesome. We've got Connecticut, Massachusetts, what I say, New Hampshire and Maine.
You're not
all
sure.
rooting for
You
the
don't
Lions.
know what it is.
Dude, the difference between New Hampshire and Vermont, it's like one's this way, the other's on top of it going inverted. I don't know which one comes first when we're driving out there. I need to start paying attention. But
well, you're in it for a minute.
Yeah, you're in one of them for like 45 miles, and then bam, you're in the other one. But so there you go. Half the country rooting for the Lions.
Hi, Rico.
Rico Beard's in studio.
Gentlemen, what's going on?
How you doing, sir?
Hello, Kang, since he always says I never.
Yeah, what's up, Rico?
I don't have headphones on, so
He said hello.
He said hello back. Yeah. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
Just taking the temperature of the room. Not here.
It's about 74.
And Michael complained it's too hot. Are you still feeling good about this game, or is the playoffs and one bad slip up, one bad play kind of kicking in, or is it still double-digit disco for some people?
Yeah, data tells you that, this team can break the mold, and they've broken the mold on a lot of things, but data tells you that the 9.5 is a lot of points. A lot of points.
That is a lot of points.
It is. I think it's going to be a lot closer. I think that the Lions it'll probably take them 2-3 drives for everything finally clicks back in.
Yeah,
the disadvantage of sitting out a week is
you think it's a real thing because the Niners struggled last year.
Well, a lot of teams with that number 1 seed, that first couple drives, you're just not in sync. It comes with the territory.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas teams that played last week, they've been in playoff mode. So that's just how I see it.
Yep. Well, does it count? I'm asking because I really don't know about the theory is something we haven't experienced it enough to know. Personally, does it count that the Lions' last game felt like a playoff game?
It helps because they actually played. They didn't sit. Like Kansas City, I'm worried about because they've been sitting for 3 weeks now.
Yeah, that's right.
So that's a problem. The fact that the Lions played everybody against the Niners and played everybody against the Vikings, that's why I said maybe 2 drives,
Yep.
and then they'll be back to normal.
Gotcha.
So
cool. Anything else on the agenda? Mike mad about anything today?
No, he's not. Though we did have an interesting topic. If you're the Lions, you win the coin toss. Do you receive or you kick?
We talked about that, so there you go. Have a great show. Have a great weekend, everybody. And as we do on every Friday, Gator once had a rant when we were cutting a promo about how to get more time in front of the TV. Perhaps this will be helpful to you. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Lions and Commanders in the divisional round just a day away at Ford Field, but Detroit will be without a couple of key linemen for that one. Guard Kevin Zeitler out with a hamstring injury. D-lineman Pat O'Connor will miss with a calf injury. But corner Amik Robertson says the Lions know how to overcome those injuries, and they enter this one with a pretty much the same mindset as every other game, but maybe a little bit extra. Ennis Rakestraw questionable against the Commanders, but David Montgomery, Terrion Arnold, both full goes. The Lions 9.5-point favorites that kick off at 8 o'clock right here on 97.1. Also in the divisional round, the Chiefs 8.5-point favorites over the Texans. On Sunday, Eagles 6.5-point favorites over the Rams, and the Ravens, they're 1.5-point road favorites at the Bills. Red Wings have got the night off, but they've got new life under new head coach Todd McClellan. Detroit's won 8-10, sitting only 3 points out of that last wild card spot. Next up, trip to the Lightning tomorrow night. And former Jags and Raiders head coach Jack Del Rio, you can file this one under things you wouldn't hear today, has been named the head coach of the Paris Musketeers of the European League of Football. At the Corway Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Is it Saturday night yet? No? Okay, we're here again. Let's just get to the damn game, can we please? This is the problem when teams have bye weeks. You're just ready for football. But we will get you there. We have the Prop Bet Casino coming up in 30 minutes. We have TJ Lang joining us at some point in the 3 o'clock, who said it, lots of football. And yes, the picks. But Rico, let's start with this. If your level of concern, let's put people to the test. I think it's easy 2 weeks out or a week out or 5 days out to, we're going to win 56-2. All right. You're 24 hours from the game. Okay, so now it really sinks in. The win over the Vikings is way in the back seat. Now you got 3 games left in your season, and this is one you go in as a 9.5-point favorite. You are expected to win this game. And I think, look, you can speak to this. Your team a year ago this weekend, the number 1 seed in the NFC, off a bye at home against an upstart team with a young QB out of nowhere, the Packers. Niners were favored by 10. Everybody, myself included, went, Rico's privilege. Going to steamroll their asses. They got no shot. Basically came down to the last play of the game.
Yeah, I remember telling everybody it's not that easy. Oh.
Right. So my point is we don't have to look very far.
Yeah.
So here's the question. Scale of 1 to 5. A concern level of 1 is it's a walkover. You're a 10-point favorite. It's not even in question about winning the game. In fact, you don't even have a question about covering the spread. A concern level of 1, you are a Jim Costa double-digit disco devotee. Okay. A concern level of 2 puts you in a different place. Look, going to win the game. Not sure about the spread, but we're going to win the game. I don't have any fear of losing the game, but it might just not be as comfortable as I think. A 3 is where you get full middle ground, where you go, no, I'm acknowledging a possibility we could lose. I still think we're winning. I would never expect a double-digit win, but I'm a 3. Now, a 4 gets to a different place. A 4 is you actually think you're going to lose. And a 5 is basically what Commanders fans should be feeling, which is we're going on the road to get our head taken off. There is no one locally who can be a 5. That's not in play. And I think it would take a rare duck to be a 4.
I was about to say, can I add a caveat? I like that. Can I add a caveat?
Well, you're going to regardless, so it doesn't matter what I say.
You can say no.
Caveat away.
Where 4 is you feel like the game is a flip of the coin. Like you could see the Commanders winning.
Yeah,
whereas 5 is, guys, Commanders are winning.
3 is an acknowledgement you can lose.
Yeah, 3 is we should win, and we may only win by 3 or 4 points.
Correct. So scale of 1 to 5. And again, I just want your opinion. I don't think there's anyone wrong. And this isn't gotcha radio. I'm not interested in it.
No receipts?
No, we're in a good mood, man. We're hosting a divisional playoff game. We're favored by 9.5 points. I think collectively we all expect the team to win. But what's it look like? You provided some great data yesterday with numbers. I think we can reset some of that today. And I do want to have fun with people, which is like, all right, you're watching this game alone. Well, what the hell's on the menu? Don't tell me it's a water diet. Or are you too nervous to eat?
And you know what I also found out today, speaking of menu, that one of us on this show has a hot dog roller in his living room.
I wasn't going to bring that up. I found out the same thing last night.
Yeah.
And it made me like the person. Well, it actually made me dislike the person. We can get into it, but it's the most Kenny thing of all time. I just don't understand it.
But no, I look
you
at this
cook
thing.
hot dogs and eat them. Why would one need a gas station roller in your abode? I don't even understand the need for such a device outside of a children's birthday party. And even then, I would just say put another one on the Barbie. Kenny has a hot dog roller in his living room.
That's been sitting there for a while.
I don't understand this.
It's been a couple of weeks. All right, I've gotten a few side-eyed look from the lady. But yeah, it's still standing strong out there.
But you're not continuously rolling hot dogs.
It's been a couple times a week occurrence since I've got it.
Okay.
Yes.
It's not every day. It's not every other day. It's once on the weekend, maybe once during the week.
But the smell that creates.
We have candles. We can open the door wall. It's fine.
Okay. People, that's a side item. But I don't know that anyone will top Kenny's commitment to game time grub because Saturday night, Kenny has a hot dog roller in his house. What's next for your birthday? The taquito roller?
Well, you can actually put taquitos on there if you like.
So this is a roll. This is a gas station roller.
Yeah, it's a smaller, like a microwave-sized version of it.
How long does it take to cook a hot dog on a roller?
Like 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
Why not just
don't spoil his joy. Listen,
because you can keep them there rolling on like a medium heat. So if you want another one, you just keep going. Put another one on.
Don't look at me like I accept this behavior. I found out last night.
You told me not to say anything, so I'm just looking at you and I'm biting my tongue.
I wasn't bringing it up on the air because I didn't know if it was for air.
Totally shocked. Well, he said it. I heard it on the show, and I almost had to pull the car over. Like,
I was in disbelief.
So I'm thinking it's a caller, Kenny.
And
then I hear his voice. Like,
I was shown a picture of it. It's a hot dog roller.
Yes, it is, and it's standing strong. I don't know how the ladies put up with it, but it's still there.
So look, the real topic, you're concerned 1 to 5, and we set kind of what each number means. It's really just seeing how you're feeling. And as we get into some fun stuff, I mean, if you're going to the game, I'm not interested. You know, whatever overpriced food you'll be purchasing is your prerogative. I'm talking to the people watching at home. We did a topic earlier this week. People watching this thing alone because they're too serious, too nervous. You want a water diet? Is there a menu? Like, what's the dish for divisional weekend? Now, I'll walk into a stereotype. I don't care. I'm 90% sure I'm going to go scratch-made bolognese. And I'm just going to...
I thought you were going to say pizza.
Let that simmer all day and enjoy a really nice meal with Lions football. I'm not betting the game. I'm not touching it. I told Cookies on the pod.
I was about to say,
no play.
Are you making it as the type that Cookies has? He makes.
No. He opens his out of a can. I'll make mine scratch at 10 a.m. and it'll cook until about 7. Yeah, no, man, there ain't no Chef Boyardee nonsense up in here. No, it's scratch.
You know, because here's what I'm different from you and maybe a lot of people.
I've heard that. We do look slightly different.
A little bit. I'm the type that, I get too nervous. So I don't have it. So I'll have the victory celebration when it's over and eat like a king.
I respect it. I'm not mad if people say they can't eat, too nervous. So we want to have some fun with it, but it's just simple. I would like to know where you're at. If a 1 is, it's not about winning, it's not even about covering. You're out here betting alt lines, Lions -20. If you're a 2, you know they're going to win. There's no discussion of losing. You're just not quite sure about that spread. The 3 is where it gets into, trouble. could lose this game. Don't think we will, but could. 4 is coin flip. Rico coined it. I like it better than the verbiage I used. That it's coin flip and you're in some trouble. A 5, which I don't think anyone will call with. A 5 is essentially what Commander or Texan fans are feeling this weekend.
We have a chance.
This is wood chipper.
I'm at 3. I'm at 3 only because I've seen it before. Young quarterback, just really too stupid to know that I'm not supposed to be doing this. House money. They're not going to punt the ball. They're going for it all the time. Well, we have to lose. And that's a dangerous team sometimes, is that team. We got nothing to lose. If we lose, we fly back to Washington and everybody pats us on the back and says, you know what, you guys, we'll see you next year. But if we win, we become the new Lions where everybody's talking about us. So that's what concerns me, is just a quarterback who hasn't been in the league long enough to know you should be nervous. You should be worried. You should have, the jitters. He's just like, yeah, this seems kind of easy and I'm having fun out here. That's a dangerous person to me.
248-539-9797. And look, I'm not going to make it a main topic, but the words Kenny has a hot dog roller in his living room were not on my bingo board until I was informed of that. We'll get the ticket text. We'll check in on Kenny and old Oscar Mayer over there, and we'll make it happen on a football Friday. Lots and lots to do before Saturday at 8 p.m. Winter driving season is here. Reckless drivers are everywhere. And listen, if you're injured in an automobile accident, the attorney you need to call and the one call you need to make is David Femininio. You could pick up the phone right now and talk with David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to that website, getpaid.com. Dan Campbell, obviously. We get to the people. David, can we just check on Ticket X at like 2:45? Okay, I want to get right to the people. And we've kind of set, not ground rules, but just here's what the numbers mean. Scale of 1 to 5, your concern level. And we're all still reeling from the discovery of Kenny having a hot dog roller in his living room. I have so many questions, but I'll save them for later. We go to Cody to bat leadoff, 97.1. Cody, what's going on, buddy? Cody. All right, Cody's on hold. We'll just figure that out later. Go to Bob and A squared. He bats leadoff. Bobby, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Good, Bob. What's going on?
Yeah, so I am at a 3, and let me give you my reasoning. So I do believe, or top to bottom, the Lions are the better team. I don't think that's the question. What worries me is, 1, Jaden Daniels, and 2, what I saw against the Bucs. They were really effective at these long, time-killing drives that ended in touchdowns. I have not seen a team do that against us yet. And I think, honestly, if I were an opposing team trying to beat the Lions, the number one thing I focus on is keeping the offense off the field and wearing the defense out that's already banged up and has a bunch of backups on it. So I think, honestly, if they do that, I think just because they're going to do that, I think the game's going to be close. I don't think it's going to be a blowout. I still think we win because I don't see a world in which a rookie quarterback comes in here and wins a playoff game. But I just don't. I can't rule out like an upset loss. I mean, although that's really low likelihood. But I also don't think it's going to be a blowout for that reason alone. You know, the long drives, Jaden Daniels' ability to extend drives. That's just a little bit worrisome to me.
I don't think you're crazy to be concerned with that. And I'm with you. I mean, I'm probably at a 2. I just don't think a rookie's walking in here and beating you. But I could see a pathway. It's a little more uncomfortable than a lot of people expect. But Rico, I don't think Rico's crazy for being at a 3. I would question anyone at a 4 or a 5.
Yeah, I'm with Bob. I'm at the 3 because I don't really see him as a rookie. I see him as that guy, kind of how we looked at C.J. Stroud last year, but except for I'm watching him at the end of the game, and I saw no nerves. This is coming so easy to him that concerns me.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, Bobby. And that's, look, there are 2 historical performances where I cited, and I think it's, obviously modern NFL. I'm not going back to the 80s. Vic in 02 at Lambeau, Kaepernick at Lambeau in 12. Go look at those games, pull some highlights. Young, mobile, unicorn quarterback, and they had to essentially
be the team.
Yeah, in the most pivotal moments.
Yeah, where it almost looked like a college offense where he was throwing the ball for 200 and he was running the ball for about 100. He was the offense, and that's what you don't want to see here. That's why I said keep him to 7 or less rushing attempts, you'll be okay.
Let's go to Jackson, see where he's at, scale of 1 to 5. Jackson, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, guys? Long-time listener down here in beautiful Dallas, Texas. You guys do a great job. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Jackson. Sir. Appreciate it. What do you got? What's your confidence?
I'm at a 1 out of 5. I was wavering at a 2, especially, you guys said earlier in the week, and Rico just brought it up with the rookie. He's not really a rookie quarterback. Dude's been playing out of his mind. I'm back to a 1 out of 5. I'm going out with some friends on a weekend trip this weekend. I made the decision, hey, we're going to go out once I found out we're playing the Commanders on a Saturday night. I don't have to sneak away and watch the game on my own. Again, it's a rookie QB. I get it. He's playing a little bit better, but, going into the Detroit, into Ford Field, Lions fans on a Saturday night with no work tomorrow. We had a 2-week break. Monty's being back. Again, we're playing against an awful run defense here with probably the best running back tandem in the league. And the Commanders just came off an emotional win last week on the road, and they've got a short week as well. We got over the playoff hump last year. Again, next week's going to be different. I don't care if we were playing the school of the blind and the deaf. We've never won an NFC championship. I'm not as confident no matter who we're playing next week just because we haven't gotten over that. But we already got over this. We've been there, done that. I think this is going to be a 7 to 10 point lead at halftime. I think we're going to pull away by the end of the third. I agree with you guys. It might not be as comfortable as we'd like, but again, we've been there, done that. I think the Lions are going to get this thing done.
And Jackson, I can see the pathway to you dropping a bomb on this team. Like if you got out to a fast start, if you forced them to throw it more than they like, if you're good on 4th down and they're bad, oh yeah, it might be a party in Detroit Saturday night. So yeah, I'm at a 2. I don't think it's all that different from you. I know they're winning. I don't have anything in my mind for a loss. I would be shocked at a loss. I wouldn't be shocked if this was a little bit more back and forth. But yeah, they probably Jackson. If I was forced to play, yeah, they probably cover, but I wouldn't be shocked if they don't.
Yeah, my only fear is if we give Jaden Daniels too much time to throw. I'm curious what Aaron Glenn's going to dial up. I really don't know how he can possibly top that performance against Minnesota. But if we get this guy uncomfortable, and again, we're playing at home, if we can make him see the game going faster than it is and that crowd's getting them, again, we can maybe force a turnover or two and steal some possessions back. I'm hoping we can really pull away with this game in the third. I'm not nervous at all. Usually I watch these type of games on my own. I'm going to be watching this at the bar.
I was going to say, you're going to a sports bar for this deal, so you'll be social.
Yeah, and again, none of my friends are Lions fans. I'm down in the middle of Texas, but they're all supporting us. Again, I'm hoping to have a really, really good time Saturday night. And if this goes south, then my night's going to go south.
No, Jackson, I'm with you. I'm thinking more about that fifth or second or longer for Jaden Daniels. And real quick, Jackson, are they really going to hire Deion down there?
Oh no.
So it's funny, guys. I actually work at Dr. Pepper, so we share headquarters with the Cowboys. And so I get to watch them practice and stuff. I would love it because of the drama. I think a lot of people down here, they're all sick of Jerry down here. They really all are. He's an embarrassment. I mean, I was just at the Cowboys game against the Commanders, and it's a show. We were on the sideline. I mean, it's a show. He's more concerned with the drama and the art of being the Dallas Cowboys and winning. I wouldn't be shocked, Rico, if they do hire.
You got to love it. You got a Lions fan in the middle of Dallas just getting to go, wow, you guys are cute. Maybe Deion will work out for you.
But
I love it.
You guys brought it up on the show yesterday. I mean, the candidates they have, it's nothing serious. They're not asking Ben Johnson. They're not asking Aaron Glenn. They didn't make the decision to get rid of McCarthy sooner so they could get someone like Vrabel in here. I mean, again, Jason Witten, I'm sorry, guys. That's not NFL coach. Deion Sanders, No,
but it's also, Jackson, the best part is it's not your problem. You can just be supportive to your friends. It's tremendous.
It's chair and popcorn. That's it.
Big Dr. Pepper fan.
Yeah, I do like Dr. Pepper.
Diet Dr. Pepper. Big fan.
Yeah, that Dr. Pepper Zero.
26 flavors.
That's a game changer.
It's elite. David, a couple of ticket texts before we get back to the phones.
A solid 3. Now I can only visualize Kenny in a studio apartment with a futon and a hot dog roller.
All right, hold on. If this is what all the ticket texts are about, here's my one problem. Kenny, you live in an apartment, not a house, right? Okay. It's not it can't be that big. It's an apartment. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. So the hot dog roller is in your living room, right? What's next to your living room?
The kitchen.
Hello? You have to walk by the hot dog roller to get the buns.
Well,
why is the roller not in the kitchen?
There was the theory of this football weekend of bringing a cooler out to the living room.
Are you going to wear a diaper too? Is that
I might.
Come on, man. This borders on sloth.
Just replace one of the couch cushions with a toilet seat?
Yes, like a bedpan for Kenny.
I just wanted to see how long I could keep it going for, to be honest. It was more like the novelty of getting something new, a new toy. You want to play with it, you know?
Why did you... What? Who got this for you?
This was a Christmas present from a family member who knows that I like hot dogs.
But a roller?
Yes.
Kenny, you're not a father of 4 who's got a big backyard and goes up north and we're like, look, we bought you this roller so the kids can always have hot dogs.
Because when I eat one hot dog, I'm always like, man, I wish I would have made a second one. Problem solved. It's sitting right next to me.
I quit. I have so many questions that I want to ask, but I don't want to ask.
As somebody who likes to work the grill, this is so offensive to me.
Yeah, yes.
I'm not. By the way,
I'm trying not to judge,
Rico,
this is so offensive.
Don't be offended because I'm not saying it's better than a grilled hot dog. Okay, you understand that?
I know, but you know what it is, Mike? It's you talking to Cookies about the can of Chef Boyardee. Like, this is just offensive. Okay.
You know what? This society's gone soft. Everybody's so offended all the time. I can't believe it, Rico. I thought you were
offended. I'm more disgusted. There's a
That's
difference.
Fair. He's offended. I'm offended that he's offended.
No, because it's like, what if I bought you a little grill to sit out on? Okay.
No. There's no
fire hazard that is not allowed in my apartment.
Well, the hot dog roller's not.
It's electric. It's not. It has no fire in it.
Yes, because nothing electric has ever sparked and burned down a place.
I don't think I think an open flame is a little bit more frowned upon than an electric piece of equipment.
I love you, Kenny.
Love you too, buddy.
I'm so confused. We'll just go to the people. It's the safer option. Guys, sit tight. Your concern level. We are going to get TJ's opinion about Kenny's hot dog roller. I mean, TJ in his playing career was probably sitting at like 330. You know, I don't even think an NFL lineman would find it acceptable to have a hot dog roller. That's just a level of sloth where you end up like Mekhi Becton and you eat yourself out of the league. You're Aaron Gibson at that point.
Oh, good call.
Good throwback.
405 pounds.
But he plays tight end. 248-539-97.
You thought this was a good idea.
97. We'll get to the people. We got the prop bets. And sure, if you want to call in about Kenny's hot dog roller, I don't care. 97-1. All right, we do it every week, and this weekend's got some huge matchups, including I'm hoping we get a little Ravens-Bills in the prop bet casino. But let's hit the music and do the dance.
Shout out to me and David. We won last week. Each of us got 7 correct. You don't want to know. Kenny. Just leave it at that. All right, let's start off with
Jesus, it was that bad?
It was.
My God.
Kenny's won it before, but ooh.
I think I've won it this year more than any of you.
I said you just didn't want to know about it last week.
You're right.
That's
All
all.
right, take it easy, Joe Pesci. You also have a hot dog roller.
I was about to say, roll another hot dog.
Thank you.
Start off with college. Jeremiah Smith receiving yards over under 85.5 in the national title game.
I'm going to go under. I think he'll obviously have a more productive game than he had last out, but predicting him to get 100 on the Irish defensive backs, I'll say no to that.
I was thinking when you said that, before you said the number, I was thinking somewhere in the 60 range, so I'll say under.
Like, he'll have a productive game. You'll feel his impact, but I got a hard time believing he lights him up.
Yeah, the Irish defense is pretty good against the pass, so I'll go under as well.
It also helps when you don't face real passing offenses.
That helps as well.
I'm going to go over because the Irish are going to play a man defense, and he flourishes with man coverage.
There you go. Good. You've upset caller Rob. Carry on.
Riley Leonard rushing yards over under 31.5.
Under. Look, people don't want to admit it, but the Buckeye defense is really good. Really good. I'm going to go under.
Really good, bad passing attack. Yeah, under.
I'll go under.
You're going over, aren't you?
I'm going to go over.
Contrarian.
No, I'm not. I think he's going to be part of their offense. I don't think the passing game's going to work, so he's going to have to try to make up for it.
Hard to play when you get snapped in half.
All right, same day, Notre Dame's total points or Malik Beasley's total points for the Pistons game. In the Pistons game against the Rockets.
What's he averaging?
He's averaging 16 points.
16 totals 46. For fun, I'll go Beasley.
I'll go Notre Dame.
I'll go Beasley. I need it for the Pistons.
Maybe Beasley gets to 20.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm going to go Notre Dame. I think it's going to be a closer game. All right, let's go to the NFL playoffs. Joe Mixon rushing yards, Travis Kelce receiving yards. Who has more?
Kelce. It's the playoffs. This is like the last hurrah for him, right? Rested, off a bye. Kelce.
Yeah, the rested and off a bye part really makes a difference, I think. He's able to get a little bit healthier. He's able to get a little bit more on track.
You think
with
Kelce's
Mahomes.
got a hot dog roller in his living room?
Would it surprise you?
Yes.
It would not surprise me.
And he probably has his brother running it.
Jason Kelce definitely does. I'm going to go Kelce.
I can't continue to live in a world where the Chiefs and the Kelce and the playoffs. So I'm mixing.
This is out of pure
see it
spite,
again.
my day.
Yes, I can't see it again.
I'm going to go Mixon only because he has got to be super frustrated because he has done nothing in the last couple of weeks. So I'm going to go Mixon. CJ Stroud, touchdown passes over under 1.5.
Under. I think this is an extremely low-scoring game. So I'm going to say under.
I think he could manage 2. I wouldn't go any higher than 2, but I'll say over.
You know, Prop Cookies likes Dalton Schultz plus 330 anytime touchdown.
I thought about
If
that,
you're
and I
interested.
said, that was like, that's just too obscure. So I left him on.
No, that's just something the pontiff has blessed. David.
Yeah, it's going to feel like a night, 9 degrees, 11 to 13 mile per hour winds. So I'm going to say under.
I'm going to go under as well. Also, any player, either team, to score 2 or more touchdowns in this game.
In this?
Either Chiefs
and
or
a singular player getting 2.
Yes.
No, I'll say no.
I will also say no.
Man, I hate that I'm about to say this. It's going to be Kelce. It's
No,
going to be
don't do
Kelce.
that.
Saying yes.
Yeah, I'm saying yes.
David, I'm with you. I'm thinking it's either Kelce or Mixon. One of those two will get 2 or more touchdowns. All right. More receiving yards, Nakua or Kupp?
Kupp was a ghost last week, but it's also the weather. Oh, dear God. Give me Nakua.
I was thinking Kupp, so I'll go Kupp.
I don't know if Kupp plays football anymore. Where's he been? Nakua.
Wow. I'm going to take Nakua minus the slander. Matthew Stafford passing yards over under 225.5.
Under. I think they prioritize ground game. Plus, it's supposed to snow, wind, Stafford, gloves, doesn't play well outside. I'll go under.
Yeah, everything Mike just said is true.
But I don't want it to be true.
I don't want it to be true either, but under.
But under, yeah.
So I'll go over because I don't want it to be true. I'm just going to go the opposite.
No, I'm going to go under because of the weather. Hurts longest passing play over under 34.5 yards.
God help me. Recency bias, but I'm going to say under. That passing game looks wretched.
I would typically agree with that, but I'm thinking about the yak more than anything, so I'll go over.
No, it's going to be under.
Kenny,
can't throw
I'm
the
with you.
ball
I think it's more of a yak type of thing where it's a 5-yard pass that ends up going 40. Jerry Verse, does he get a sack? Yes or no?
No.
I'll say yes.
No, he heckled Philly fans. Now you know what's going to happen. Big Dom's going to hit him with a pipe or something. No, he's going to Nancy Kerrigan him.
Well, he can stay out on the field because he's like some coach now. So
Yeah, no, it's weird. I'm going to say yes.
I'm going to say yes as well. More rushing yards, Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson?
Josh Allen. I think Josh has got to do more. I think Baltimore against the small defense, turn around, hand it off. Plus, here's the other interesting thing. You see the anytime touchdowns, Allen's even money, Lamar's plus 200. Just something interesting. I'm going to say Allen, though. I think he's just going to have to do more.
Allen has to do more, but Lamar can do more. So I'm going to say Lamar.
Hot dog roller.
I'm going to go Jackson just because. Hot dog roller.
Why is that so funny?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, Davey. You're going Jackson.
Yeah, Lamar, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to go Lamar as well. Longest receiving play over under 17.5 yards.
In the Baltimore game?
Yeah.
Over.
Supposedly snow.
I know, but 17 and I'll go over.
Again, yak, over.
No, under. Because of the weather.
I'm going to say under as well, David, because this man has taught me when Vegas puts numbers out there like that, they know something. So I was just as shocked. Like, wait, the longest play? For
longest pass, 6 yards.
Yeah. All right, Lions game. We're going to go with David Montgomery rushing yards. Over, under 39.5.
I'm going to go
Oh,
under.
that's such a good line. Oh,
I'm going to go under just because I truly don't know what type of workload he'll be given. And I'll take a little bit of unpredictability. Maybe they get up big in the game and they protect him. I'll say under.
And that's exactly what I was thinking is if they get up by any measure, he's going to see less and less carries and less time on the field. So I'll say under as well.
He's knuckles. Over.
Nuanced.
I'm going to say under. I think it's Gibbs. I think this has become Gibbs' team.
And it's priced that way. Gibbs, anytime TD is minus 225. David Montgomery's minus 160.
And if you're the Lions, why upset the apple cart? It's working for you. Mike, this one's for you. It's mobile golf season.
Okay. Give me the total.
Nah.
Different?
Yeah. Jared Goff rushing yards or made 3-pointers by MSU against Illinois.
MSU. I don't think he'll need to run in this game. Goff has the wheels. He may not need to flash them. I'll go MSU.
I'll go MSU too out of hope because I don't want to see Goff taking any hits.
Just so you know, they're one of the worst 3-point shooting teams.
Well, that's why I don't think they're going to win anything. Sorry.
I'm going to go with Goff. I'm miserable after Michigan's loss, so I don't want MSU to do anything. So
that was a quality loss, man. Minnesota's.
Actually, it wasn't.
I was trying to be nice.
I know what he was trying to do.
A God sweatshirt. I'm trying to be nice to him.
And
that was horrible.
They literally tried to give you the game, and for some reason,
okay,
he made it like a shot. All right. Jaden Daniels rushing yards or J-Mo receiving yards.
Wow. Play action, deep shot. Commanders don't stop the run. J-Mo gets loose for one. Give me the J-Mo.
J-Mo gets loose for one, and if the game gets even a little bit out of hand, which I'm not necessarily predicting it will, they're going to have him running a little bit less. So I'm going to say J-Mo.
It'll be a close game late, so Daniels rush because it's close because of what he's been doing during the game.
I'm with you. I think it's going to be a Jahmyr Gibbs type of a game. They're going to try to use him as much as possible. Him and Amon-Ra. I'm going to go Jaden Daniels. Total punts, both teams. Over, under 3.5.
Under. I mean, unless this is just a complete break from character, I'd expect 8 total fourth down attempts. I'd expect the Lions to score on most drives. I'd expect the Commanders to score on a few, and the ones that don't end in a field goal or going for it. So I can't believe I'm saying this. It's like living in the upside down, but under.
I try to come up with some good
3.5 punts.
Well, when you have one coach, not just one coach, but 2 head coaches that like to go for it on fourth down, I just can't see it going over.
Last time I thought it was going to be less than that was the Vikings-Lions game. So because I was wrong there, I'm going to go over for this one.
And you went under.
I went under last time for that game, so I'm going to go over.
I'm going to go under as well. I think that both coaches just look at this and say, you know what?
We're going.
It's the Spider-Man meme. Over, under, Kirby Joseph interceptions, 0.5.
Under. Projecting interceptions, that's not my bag. I'll go under.
I'll go over because hot dog roller.
Yes, that's exactly right.
I'll go over as well.
Any reason why?
Hot dog roller.
I'm going to go over.
I'll use this reasoning.
I'm going to go over because he did the Merton Hanks dance.
I know.
He
I'd
became
waited
my
years
favorite
for
player.
it. Waited years for it.
Because he looks like him when he gets to pick. And I'm just like, oh, my God.
Because his neck
did
is
it.
3 feet long.
Yes.
It's like Mike Glennon. You remember the old quarterback for the Bears? It's just he's got like an extra vertebrae in there. And it's like Merton Hanks did the same thing back in the day. And it was that, like, how does he not break his neck thing?
Man, when he did that dance, I jumped up at the TV and said, yes, kind of like I did.
It was
when,
quite an homage.
When Minnesota hit that 3.
I see we all have very solid reasons for this.
Finally, longest play from scrimmage, either team, over, under 37.5.
Over. Whether it's a scary Terry 50-50 ball or whether it's the Lions just doing what they do. Over.
Over, fast track. Somebody could pop a big one. I think J-Mo.
Roller.
It'll be St. Brown. But yes, over.
Okay, so what if I move the line real quick? Let's take it to 44.5.
Under.
I'll let it ride. Over.
Okay. I'm going to go over as well. So, all right. That's your prop bet casino 97.
Wait. Over under on hot dogs Kenny eats off the roller during Lions Commanders. Set at 3.5.
3.5? My standard's usually 2, so if I do one extra, that'll be 3. Under.
2.5.
3.
Oh, I'll go over. You go over. Kenny's going over.
Over.
Kenny's going over.
We're all going over.
Whether it's stress eating or celebratory eating, Kenny's
That's
eating
right.
3.
Especially once the booze starts flowing.
Halftime might be a real killer for me in this bet.
Okay. We're going over. Thank you. Now you can
That's
close up
your
shop.
prop bet casino 97.1.
Elevate your tailgating this football season. Moran Buick GMC. They've got deals galore. Right now, you get to Moran Buick GMC, lease the 25 Hummer EV SUV, $775 a month. They've got the Sierras in stock. The Elevation 4-wheel drive crew cab at Moran, $305 a month, $999 down. And again, MoranExpress.com, you need the certified service. They give you the loaner. You go about your day. They'll call you when your vehicle's all set and ready to roll. It's on Telegraph just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online anytime at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, we'll get back to the phones in a couple of minutes. We check in with our man in the desert. It is Derek Stevens, Circa Las Vegas. Derek, how you doing, buddy? And Derek. And guess not. All right, we'll go to the people and we'll check back momentarily. Hot dog roller, Kenny, fire it up. Let's go to Raymond while we check on the status of Derek. Raymond, what's going on, buddy?
Not much. Good afternoon, Mike. Good afternoon, Rico. Very excited for the Lions game, but I am at a 3. I just feel like there's a slight pathway to which the Washington Commanders could, easily, walk into Ford Field and look like an actual, professional football team and not like a rookie team. Jaden Daniels, to me, honestly, it reminds me of Joe Burrow back in 21 when he took Cincinnati all the way to the Super Bowl. And I'm not saying that, Jaden Daniels is going to come in here and do that, but he's got the potential. And if he can show that he has the it factor with the, crowd noise probably going to be the loudest, it's been since last year's playoff run, that's when you know that the Lions could be in for, big game. But ultimately, I want this to be a double-digit disco. I want the Lions to blow it out. I want to see Hendon Hooker in the fourth quarter. But, obviously, you just don't see that in the playoffs, and I'm very real about that.
Yeah, listen, Raymond, it's interesting. I mean, you've gone to a 3 where you're willing to acknowledge there's a possibility of loss. That's our first call in the hour. No one has called yet at that level of concern. Not that you're saying they'll lose. You expect them to win, but you've left the window open to a loss. That's the scale of 1 to 5. By the way, TJ's running a couple minutes late, but we will ask him, and we are going to ask him about the hot dog roll. Let's go. I think we have Derek. We're good? Okay, right. Derek Stevens. Derek, what's going on, bud?
How you doing, guys?
Good. Question for you. Of the 4 divisional games, what is your biggest liability this weekend? Is it still the Lions?
The biggest liability right now, it would be the Lions. I mean, we have not seen Commander money show up yet. We're at a 9, but I would tell you on a ticket count basis, we've got to be running 20-1 right now. Lions versus Commanders. It's all Lions money, every which way. Money line, teased, and then laying the number.
Hey, Derek, so which of the 4 playoff games is the most betted game out there? Is it the Ravens-Bills?
Oh, I think it's going to come down. It's going to be the two late games. I mean, Washington-Detroit's going to be a monster Saturday night, unbelievable. And then obviously Lamar versus Josh Allen is a signature matchup. I don't know which one of those two is going to have the higher volume, but they're both going to be massive.
So when you're, this is one thing I don't really remember, Derek, in years past is both the wild card weekend and divisional weekend. The lines, I mean, you're just seeing 9.5s, 8.5s, 7.5s. It's just a little bit atypical for the playoffs. What goes into that where 3 of these 4 games are touchdown or better?
Well, I think Mike, you're right. I think the fact comes down to you've got a couple teams that have made this Elite 8 that really aren't that good. The Houston Texans are not that good, and neither are the Washington Commanders, and they're both playing against the number 1 seed. So that's where you're seeing 2 teams that are playing at the top of their game, in the Lions and the Chiefs, against 2 teams that are generally considered to be lucky to be there. And that's why we see a couple of really big point spreads out there this weekend.
Hey, Derek, after those games are played, there's a national championship game on Monday night. What's it looking like action-wise for the national title game?
Yeah, the national title game is interesting. This one's going to be another big play. I mean, obviously, we got a long weekend ahead of us. Vegas is going to be bumping, and so far we've seen Notre Dame money finally show up, because it was all Ohio State since the time we posted. But we have seen Notre Dame money show up here in the last, I'd say, 24 to 36 hours. So we're currently at an 8.
Before we jet, just real quick on the Survivor stuff and all that, how did it end up where, look, it started out crazy where people were getting eliminated left and right. At the end of the regular season, how many people were left in that thing? Because I never got a chance to circle back with you on it.
Yeah, so we started off on Circus Survivor with 14,266 entries. And we got down to the final week. There were 18 entries that were still undefeated. But in the final week, 10 got eliminated. So the $14.2 million was split equally amongst the 8 Circus survivors that made it. Interesting that's how it played out, because you're right. The beginning of the season was a train wreck, and then it smoothed out, and then that last weekend was a tough one.
Well, Derek, we appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week. Okay.
Thanks a lot. Go Lions.
Yes, sir.
Right,
That's
see you,
Derek
Derek.
Stevens, Circa Las Vegas. David, I've waited all hour for ticket text. Let me at least check in with you on that. Also, the establishment that Kenny factually has a hot dog roller in his living room.
On a scale of 1 to 5, I am a 0. This game is another bye week. I don't see a world where Washington hangs in this game.
Wait, did they just use the term bye week in the divisional round of the playoffs?
Correct.
A 0 and a bye week.
No, that's a 1. So that person's concern level's a 1. You're winning and covering bye week.
Yep.
No. I think the 0 means I'm already looking forward to next week. This game doesn't even matter. It's already moved on to the next week.
Gentlemen, I've been at a 3 all week. Now, 24 hours out, I'm at a 4. It's 50-50 in my opinion. I'm at a 2. I think this goes similarly to the Bucks divisional game last year, where the Commanders may have a small chance to tie it at the end, but that's about it.
See, the line is kind of right where I think it should be. I mean, it's I don't know, is it 34-24 with some uncomfortable moments, but yet you still win by 2 scores? Is that like, where's your head at? I hate the whole score prediction. I mean, how the hell am I supposed to know?
Like I said, I'm more so if I don't think that the Lions cover. I think the Lions win, but yeah, I've watched enough Jaden Daniels this year because he's kind of fun to.
You're going to thank me. I'm going to Chris in Ann Arbor, 97.1. Chris, how are you?
I'm good. So you guys really kind of kill me. I listen to you a lot, and I'm a girl that loves football, Michigan Lions forever, even back to Tiger Stadium and Lions games. And I think the hot dog roller is awesome.
Oh, boy.
Because how would you like to be a girl during these big games, and you got to get up all the time and go get people's food?
Well, you don't have to.
right
This
there.
is 2025. They can, if they have legs,
What's
they can go
happening?
get their food.
Well, you know, when you're a little bit older, the guys that we are around, they haven't gotten the message.
Okay. Now,
You know-
Chris, can I
you know
ask
what I
a
mean?
question, though? Because this is the
'Cause
critical
I don't know,
piece.
Chris, because I was taught a long time. Go get it yourself.
Well, hold on, Chris. This is a critical question now, and it's not necessarily the presence of Kenny having a hot dog roller. It's that it's in his living room, Chris. Come on, now at least meet me in the middle on this. It can't be in the living room.
Well, you know, I mean, it has to be convenient, though. I mean, just think, you don't have to get up and go get something and be in your darn kitchen while something, you know, great happens. I know you got to wait till the ads, maybe, but I think it's kind of a great idea. I mean, if you can smell it in the living room, you can smell it in the kitchen. You know, living room, kitchen, you're still going to smell the hot dogs.
Chris is an intelligent woman, everybody.
So
You've heard
hot
it here
dog roller
first.
in living room, or just put a TV in the kitchen.
Don't lie to me. We've worked too long together for you to lie to me.
All right.
Are you related to Chris?
I am not. I don't even know. Chris.
Did you have a relative call to support your lunacy of
I
having a
have
hot
no
dog roller in
relation
your
to
living
Chris.
room?
I don't know who Chris is. This is
Chris
the first
Cott.
time I've heard her voice.
Chris Cott?
Nope, there is no Chris Cott.
Okay. I can't wait to ask TJ.
Auntie KK just called.
And by the way, why is it relevant? Well, we wanted people's concern, and then for all the people who called the show going, look, I'm watching the game alone. What is the menu item for an alone viewing party? Does that just mean you're too nervous to have a menu? Well, then Rico brought something up on the air that I didn't think was for public consumption because I thought it was too embarrassing. Kenny has a hot dog roller in the living room of his apartment.
He's proud of it.
He is proud. No, that's not a word I would use for having the presence of a gas station cooking device.
Oh, and I heard on Carson Anderson, like, oh, Kenny has one. I'm thinking it was a caller. Like, we have certain callers, like caller Rob, because he talks to Notre Dame. And I'm expecting, and I hear Kenny's voice. I was like, hey, that's our Kenny. Kenny has a.
That was our Kenny. 248-539.
As Gator would say, he was right chesty about it.
Mm-hmm. 248-539-9797. We get back to your phone calls. TJ Lang's going to join us. If you have questions for him, you want to nerd out on a little ball, we can do that. And also, yes, does an NFL lineman, a reformed, monster-sized human, even though TJ's still big, he's not in his playing days, a hot dog roller in the living room? Come on, there has to be a line. 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Slowing down Jaden Daniels could be the Lions' most important key to victory in the divisional tomorrow night. The Commanders' quarterback set rookie records for rushing yards and completion percentage, and defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn says his mental makeup is a major reason why. Lions will take on the Commanders without guard Kevin Zeitler and D-lineman Pat O'Connor. They're both out, and it's Rakestraw questionable, but David Montgomery, Terrion Arnold are both a go for that one. Detroit's 9.5-point favorites. That kickoff 8 o'clock right here Pistons have got the night off tonight. They had won 10 of 12 before last night's loss to the Pacers. Detroit's the 9 seed in the Eastern Conference, got the Suns at home tomorrow. And we know tickets for the Lions game are very expensive, but the national championship game between Ohio State and Notre Dame, that's just as expensive. Average ticket, $2,500. That's compared to $1,800 last year for Michigan-Washington. At the Corbell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
It's 3 o'clock. We welcome in, and I'd like to note TJ dressed like an adult today, a fashion quarter zip. He is ready for the divisional round. Next week, it'll be a suit.
Well, we'll save that one for a couple weeks.
Very exciting.
Yeah.
So
next week you get a button down.
Before we get into this, do you want the TJ Lang critical question now, or would you like it after the football conversation? There's no pressure either way.
You kind of teased. I'd like it now, but you kind of teased me something that Kenny did.
Okay, so I've said to
of.
Rico while you were out, I said Kenny has sunk to a new low. And I said your perspective as a former NFL offensive lineman will be valuable. To which TJ naturally is like, oh, what is this, a fat joke? I'm like, no.
I heard
it's
that.
actually a credit to who you are now versus when you were a player and you could eat like 10,000 calories a day. So I just want to know, even at the depths of your forced weight that you had to carry as a pro, would you ever, or have you ever heard of a teammate having a hot dog roller in their living room?
Whoa. In the living room?
Because this man does.
Oh, my goodness. Wow. I was
and
not
mind you,
expecting
this
that.
is an apartment, TJ. Do you know it's next to
man.
the living room? His kitchen.
You have to love hot dogs to just be sitting on the couch and what do you do? Just sit on the couch, just reach over and just pick them off the roller?
Absolutely.
Man, can you do like taquitos on that thing
You do
too?
taquitos, mini tacos.
All right.
You can warm the buns underneath.
Yeah, I'm kind of into it.
Hold on, but
Hell yeah.
hold on.
You got to love hot dogs to have your own roller, though.
Absolutely.
Man.
But as a player, that would even be lower than what you would stoop to. You would never do it now.
No.
What happens?
That's one of a kind. That is.
What happens if you brought home a hot dog roller
and put it in the living room?
He said, Laura, here's the deal.
Oh, you know what would happen.
Yeah, you'd be dead.
Yeah, that thing.
Hey, Mike.
One of us would be at the curb.
Hey, Mike. Hey, buddy. Could you open up the door?
Yeah. You got space.
TJ, did you bring a hot dog roller with? Yeah. Yeah.
Now,
kinda
does does it smell?
Well, the thing about having the apartment is it's very easy to get rid of this smell. You open up a door, you light a candle, it's gone in 2 minutes.
Are you? So listen, I needed you to weigh in on
a hot
this.
dog
I kind
roller
of
to
like
me,
the idea of it, but
it seems like something like a rookie would do. Like somebody would do it as a joke, and everybody would go over to that house or that apartment if you were an NFL player. But like you wouldn't do it yourself.
Or it's like a bachelor move. You know, like just
but
convenience. Like there is no kitchen. Like if you're a single guy, like there is no kitchen, there is no living room, there is no bed. Like everything's just mixed together. But Kenny, you're not a single guy, are you?
I'm not a single guy, no. It's been a process getting the lady to put up with this, I got to tell you.
Maybe soon. He may be a single guy soon.
Can we just talk about the levels of laziness? I mean, Kenny, you can have a hot dog ready in a minute. The idea that
It's not the first hot dog that's the problem. It's the second and third ones. Then I got to go cook them again.
It's
They're
not
sitting
like
right
you
there
got
now.
to keep an eye on that.
right. It's not like Kenny's
You're not
making the
smoking a
sauce,
brisket, dude.
and you got to mind the stove here. Right, scratch-made biscuits by Kenny.
I got to get up at 4 a.m. just to light the smoker.
I got to keep an eye on this.
Got to check the turkey. So we
Got
want
to keep the temperature at 250.
I mean, listen, like, you played a position where guys in the NFL, like we all know it, you're forced to carry extra LBs, and some guys take it too far. Like Mekhi Becton almost ate himself out of the league. And none of them had a hot dog roller in their living room.
No, I doubt it. And hot dogs are, like you said, pretty simple to make.
You think?
Okay. Now, did you ask why the living room? Like, do you not have space in the kitchen?
Oh, there's
for it?
plenty of space in the kitchen. We got it in the midst of football, like the depths of football playoffs. So I was like, all right.
You're not missing a second.
I don't want to miss
Yeah.
a second. I want to have it all ready here. I don't want to have to make trips back and forth. It's all good.
What are the odds there's a microwave sitting right next to it?
There's a microwave in the kitchen.
In the living room.
Wow. No, he's talking about bringing a cooler in the living room with him.
I mean, basically, we said, why don't you just cut a hole in the couch and put a bedpan in, you lazy bastard? You want to see?
Put a little bucket in the corner.
Here, you want to see if we can jerry rig the plumbing? We'll get a bidet on the couch for you. You can just bleep yourself mid-game.
Making a lot of sense, Mike. You're making a lot of sense.
This is, TJ, we're going to get to real football discussion, but I'm sorry. You understand why we wanted your opinion.
Yeah.
This is a disgrace.
Now, did you buy this thing or was it a gift?
This was a Christmas gift from a relative.
Okay. I mean,
it's been in the living room.
Covered, you think?
TJ's been in the living room since Christmas. Like, he doesn't need to put it away and break it out for the game.
It
It's
stays
just a
there.
permanent.
That's the spot.
It's a permanent part of the living room.
Which we asked, how often are you eating
It's
hot
interesting.
dogs? Like,
Yeah,
what
that's
is
what I'm
this?
saying. That has to be a healthy part of your diet if you have a hot dog roller in the
Bro, I
in
have
the
one
living
hot
room.
dog a year. It's at Saratoga.
That's
it's
a
like,
shame.
hey, I'm home and I want to go to Shake Shack and have a hot dog at the track. I have one a year. Kenny, you eating one per 12 hours? Like, who did?
What are the odds there? Are there some on the roller right now?
No.
Do they just keep spinning 24/7?
Not like 7-Eleven.
Kenny's operating a Buc-ee's gas station.
I got some taquitos. I got some hot
24/7,
dogs.
just rolling, baby.
Kid, I think you may go ahead and toss that hot
He
dog
gets
out.
home every day.
Oh, my
I've been
goodness.
waiting on it. I've been thinking about that hot dog rolling all day.
Do you call your girlfriend and tell her to put the dogs on the roller when you leave the office?
If she was home while I was leaving, it would be a serious consideration. But no, I have not done that yet.
We also set the
He's
over-under.
got to eat a lot of hot dogs, man.
Bro, your commitment.
He's got to eat a lot of hot dogs.
Don't look at me when you're saying it.
Like,
I told you, it's a once-a-year thing, and it's the
I
dead
know,
of summer,
but
and I enjoy myself. This guy, I
It's
couldn't
gotta be
fathom
fun.
eating hot dogs on a regular basis.
I can only
5
do it
days
like
a
at
week.
barbecue.
So can I ask a question?
No.
Is that more sloth and gluttonous behavior than anything you've seen an offensive lineman pull off?
Probably, yeah.
Okay,
Now,
good to know.
I mean, I don't, like I said, I don't hate the idea. I mean, if you're watching the games, but why wouldn't you just break it out on game day? You know?
Correct.
Like have some place to put it, and then hey, game day. I
Well,
don't
the
want to leave
apartment-
the couch. Let's get
because
the
the
mini
apartment is-
fridge in here. Let's get the hot
TJ,
dog.
the apartment
But
is
the fact
so
that it's a-
big that
but
he
it's
has
a permanent
to.
spot. That's
Yeah.
I don't want to limit my
That's
hot
why
dog. I don't want to limit my hot dog consumption to just game days. If I want a hot dog on a Tuesday, I'll have a hot dog on a Tuesday.
so what? But what are you watching on a Tuesday night that you can't take your eyes off the TV? That you can't get up and go to the kitchen to grab a hot dog?
He's watching the Wings, I guess.
Man,
Watching the Wings, listening to the neighbors.
that's what I'm saying.
We play on Tuesdays and Thursdays a lot of times.
You eat hot dogs. You
while
eat
the
hot
neighbors
dogs.
are doing their symphony.
I do have a question for you.
There's
What-
no way
what
he
about the
doesn't.
condiments?
There's no way he doesn't eat hot dogs less than 5 days a week. There's no way.
Why do you continue to look at
There's
us?
no way.
You look at the criminal there.
He's denying it, but
What about the condiments? They just sit there with next to it?
This is why I wanted to employ the cooler, but they're in the fridge.
So you have to walk past the roller.
You have little packets of condiments, so you don't have to put them in the fridge.
I actually considered that.
Hold on. So you still have to get up and get the
He's got little
condiments?
packets, so he doesn't have to go to the fridge.
What is he doing?
Takes less time to do that than cook a hot dog. I'll tell you that. I like how upset you are about this, David.
You can leave it in the kitchen.
You live your life, I'll live my life, all right? If I want to eat a hot dog on a Tuesday.
So here's the deal.
This is not hot dog slander, but that's just.
CJ, I was really hoping you'd be on my side with this one, man.
I said I dig the idea of having one.
I'll take it. It's more
Yeah,
support
Kenny,
than I've gotten
learn
from any of
this.
these
There's
other
a
people.
In the
separation.
kitchen.
There's a wide gap between idealistic and realistic. Idealistically,
It sounds
wow,
pretty cool.
What a dream state. Realistically, no.
It sounds
Plug
like,
it in,
oh,
it's
yeah,
right
hot
there.
dog roller, and then you start thinking
Yeah.
like, "Hey, you got a hot dog roller?"
Like if I went to somebody's house and I'm like, oh, that's cool, you know.
They break it out for the game.
But
Like a
it
Super
said
Bowl-
you fetch your own house.
Do you want to see a picture?
Of the hot dog? Kinda, yeah.
There
I'm
is
intrigued.
visual evidence of the hot dog roller.
There's
I
a
am
reason
intrigued,
why
yeah.
it's called a kitchen appliance.
Okay.
Put it in the kitchen.
Mommy and Daddy are fighting.
And this is perfect because now we get to go to football. You understand why we wanted to ask you?
Yeah, oh, of course.
Because I figured
Yeah.
you saw some pretty gnarly stuff.
I
as
feel
an
like
lineman.
we could spend the rest of the hour on this if we have to, but I know we got to get to football. But
It's whatever
I am
people
intrigued.
want.
You know,
It made me.
Hey, we had somebody saying this is a bye week for the Lions. Let's just talk hot dogs.
There's definitely a popcorn maker next to it. Probably a slushy machine on the other side.
TJ's got big ideas here. I like that.
How do I say this without sounding insulting?
Too late for that. You've already called me a sloth and told me to cut a hole in my couch.
Is that the first time you've ever?
All I said is you're one step from a bedpan.
I think that's the first time you've ever had that thought, Mike.
No, it's not.
How do I say this without being insulting?
Really hard.
I don't want to be too mean about this,
how do I say this
but
without
you're a
that?
slob.
You're coming off insulting. This is the first time that thought has ever crossed his mind. Progress. You're making progress.
You know what the hell it all is? I'm going to say it as mean as I want next.
You be curious.
I'm going to be curious. Well, if the IRS gets curious and it's a collection or an audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. And this is a brick and mortar shop. This isn't some phone service. Maurice and Jerry have dealt with the IRS for years. They advocate for you, and they will guide you through the entire process. Save your time, save your money. AbrahamandRose.com or call the number 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again. All right, so we're going to get to Lions Commanders, the concern meter, your phone calls. But now, because the picture of the hot dog rollers appeared, Rico Beard with questions. Get him out of the way. TJ's going to stay till 4:30, by the way. Very exciting. So we're going to get plenty of football time with TJ.
So there's a picture on Carson Anderson's Twitter page.
Once again, stop looking at me when you're addressing Kenny.
No, I'm looking at this. Kenny, I'm going to ask this: why is it green? Why is it glowing?
Oh,
green?
that was it was during Christmas season, so we had the Christmas lights in the apartment, so that you're seeing the reflection.
Okay, the accusation in here was 1, you're operating a grow room.
Right.
And 2, you have a lava lamp.
No.
Okay, so those are just
And you know
Christmas.
what? I'm fine with this slander because I get it. But like,
No. This is not slander. It's like
it was a grow room or a lava lamp. That's pretty close to slander.
I didn't say that. That's why I'm asking the
Dude,
question. Like,
hey, you
why
have
is
a
it-
hot dog roller in your living room. There is nothing out of bounds like a lava lamp, beanbag chair, futon.
How many hot dogs can you put on this thing?
You can put an entire package of hot dogs on there. So 8.
Okay,
8?
Yeah.
is it? What is it sitting on?
Table. It's the table next to the couch that I watched the TV on.
Most people have a book or a coaster. It's a roller.
So
I can't believe.
how often, or do you not have to clean this thing?
Oh, I clean it after every use. At some point.
So leave it in the kitchen.
That's all right. It takes like 3 minutes to clean.
Okay,
It's not
but-
like a big to do.
But if you clean it, I mean, doesn't like it enhances the flavor if you just leave it?
No,
it's-
that's just old hot dog residue. It's not like
okay.
It's not like a cast iron pan.
I don't know hot dog roller etiquette. I'm asking questions.
It's not made of cast iron, Rico. Yeah, you season it again and then you cook some more hot dogs. It's cast iron.
You're treating it like a Blackstone. Just keep the flavor on
It keeps the flavor in there. Makes it more hot doggier.
Yeah, that ballpark Frank taste really sticks to the rollers, Rico.
I don't know.
Oh, man.
I do like the little is that like a little steam thing underneath it?
Yeah, you put the
For
buns. You can put like a cheese, or salsa if you want, whatever you want. You can put it under that.
Whoa,
Salsa?
salsa. Yeah. You warm up
Oh,
salsa?
okay, all right. And I
Hold on.
warm salsa.
Can I go home, please? Lions 34, Commanders 24. I'm leaving.
Salsa?
You can. I'm saying you can put anything under there. Stop fixating on salsa.
You said it's
So
like
maybe
a
some.
heating.
Okay, you know what? Maybe
it's like
some
an
nacho
oven.
cheese.
Yeah, like that. That's what I'm talking
Dip
about.
your hot dogs in the nacho cheese dip. I'm just like the.
Okay, you good?
He misspoke on the salsa, okay? He
Yeah.
misspoke.
Let's
I mean,
strike the salsa from the record. He made a mistake. It happened.
I'm saying you can put toppings under there, guys. That's all. Dips, toppings, whatever you like. TJ, you want to warm up your dip cup? You can put that under there too if you want.
Salsa.
Okay.
Salsa.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, you guys want some chips and salsa? Careful, it's piping hot.
You got to let it go, man.
Just came out of the oven.
Let me know when it's all out of your system, TJ. All right.
Don't burn yourself on the salsa.
All right. Rico, you too. All right. Anybody
I
else?
didn't do anything. You said salsa.
You lost him.
I'd like to stay for the record. I'm not participating in the salsa slander.
This is new for you, Mike.
You've lost TJ because he looked at me like, did he just say salsa? He did.
Here's what I want to do. I want to go to the ticket text. I want to see if the people are participating here. And then we will get to some football talk sandwiched, no pun, around the picks. Because I do want to ask TJ about the game. But yes, ask a lineman about hot dog rollers.
Well, I'm glad
This
he
is what
told
you get.
it's the Christmas lights. And I didn't say it was a grow light. I was just like, why is everything green? So
Oh, it
it's
was
the
it was
Christmas-
coming. I could feel it.
It wasn't me.
Well, what's wrong with it? You like weed. It's not like you.
I don't like weed that much.
All right.
You're painting me in a very specific light with these.
You were the one who almost ordered a dong bong from Costa's brother.
That was for the bit, and you know it.
Weed and hot
But if he
dogs.
does, he's got the hot dog roller right there.
David,
Does Kenny have a worm farm in his living room? It's like Dumb and Dumber. Kenny, you are the man. I have a hot dog roller. They are the greatest.
But is it on the floor of your living room?
Someone says it does have a bun warmer.
Doesn't have a salsa tray.
My brother has a hot dog roller in his living room at his cottage. It's right next to the, okay, well, I'm not going to do that.
Whoa.
Divorce papers?
No. My wife and family went in on a Traeger for my birthday. So we're going to do pulled pork for the game tomorrow. Andrew in Novi. Someone else on a hot dog says hot dog rollers 100% in. Need the address, Roscoe in Goodrich. Go Lions.
Oh, man. Okay. I'm glad we did that.
Do you have any pets?
Okay.
Yeah, there's he does. His girlfriend does. And someone says Kenny's girlfriend, his cat or her cat licks the grease off the hot dog roller while he's at work.
Simply not true. There's a lid that closes. There's no way that cat can get into it.
But does the cat have access to the hot
salsa? The salsa warmer?
For the record, I said nothing.
Does Kenny have a ballpark condiment dispenser in his living room as well? I can't wait to try that hot salsa.
It was the look on TJ's face. His eyes got big. He's like, salsa?
Oh.
Why would you
in the oven?
Oh, man.
He didn't say salsa. Dude led with salsa. Brian at work, I'm dying. Somebody said just order the hot dog roller. Thanks, Kenny.
Oh, my God.
He definitely puts
So who got you the gift?
He definitely
Seriously.
puts salad in that warmer.
No,
too, for sure. 100%.
No.
Yeah, I'm going to throw that person under the. After this, I'm
No,
going to throw
no,
that
I'm
person
saying,
under the bus.
I
was it
support
friend,
Kenny.
family?
We are not discussing who got it for him. That would be
I'm-
slanderous of
I'm
family.
not slandering. I'm like, was it a family member? Was it a friend? Was it?
We're just going to
that's
say nothing. I'm
all.
going
I think it's a great gift.
Where do you get a hot dog roller from?
Google it, Amazon, anywhere, man. Is that a real
Okay.
question?
Dude, I've never seen a hot dog roller in the store. Yes, it's a real question.
You can buy literally anything online.
Okay.
Literally anything.
Okay.
One of those if you like.
I didn't say anything about the salsa, Kenny. What are you mad at me for?
Everybody has. I'm keeping receipts.
Does Kenny have the Costco food court onion grinder?
Oh, God. I'm sorry. Okay, so listen.
The hot dog roller is not the problem.
I got connections. I'll get your napkins from all three stadiums.
Okay.
It's clearly the location of it.
I have a problem with both.
The location.
It is
Yeah.
the hot dog
It's the
roller.
location.
I actually have a problem with both. But Lions Commanders concern level next. I think Kenny has taken enough abuse. I'd also like to say we are striking from the record. He does not put salsa in the hot dog roller. He misspoke.
That was the first thing he said.
He misspoke. He was under attack. He panicked. All right, I'm done. I tried to cover it. We will get to the football game next, okay? Can we make a solemn promise to the people of Detroit?
Yes. Lions. Commanders.
Keys to the game.
Keys to the game.
We'll get to it.
97-1.
Hey, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. It is Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and his sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer, and they will guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save you money. Get into Hamilton Chevrolet right now and start the new year off right with great deals on the inventory of new 2025 Chevrolets. Selection is best right now, and they're ready for immediate delivery, so you don't have to wait.
And this includes the January Rico deal, a new 2025 Chevy Blazer 2LT for just $299 a month. For 24 months, you walk in with $995 down, you drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say, the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Just stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Tell them Rico sent you. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
We may have seen Kenny Cott walk out of work. He has left the studio, headphones are strewn on the floor, and he has not returned. So be patient when you call in. I'm not sure if we have a call screen. But let's get to football, shall we?
Let's do it.
Here's what I presented. Your concern level 1 to 5. Here's what they mean, TJ. You tell me what number you are. A 1 is now, not only are we not just going to win, it's going to be a blowout. No, I don't even have to watch the game. That's a 1.
Double-digit disco.
You're Costa in a
Cookies,
sequin
yeah.
shirt. A 2 is, all right, look, I know we're going to win. I'm just not sure about the cover, but I know we're going to win. Might be a little more uncomfortable than I hope.
Mm-hmm.
A 3 is the first stage you can acknowledge the possibility of a loss. You still believe you're going to win, but man, if we ain't careful. A 4 is straight up, as Rico coined it, coin flip. A 5 is delusional disco, which is we have no hope, we're getting blown out.
We can't stop a
right
mobile.
ahead.
Yeah, we can't stop a mobile QB.
There is no way I'm accepting anyone calling a 5. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
We've had one person calling it a 3, all 2s and 1s.
Mm-hmm.
You're working sidelines. What out of 1 to 5 with those parameters?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right between a 2 and a 3, probably.
Take the people through.
I do feel confident because I like the matchup, but you also understand in playoff football, you need your A game every snap, every drive, right? And we've seen this team have some B-, C+ games in the season, and you still win by 10 double digits. That doesn't happen in the playoffs, right? You have one bad drive or one bad start to the half, or hey, you get a takeaway, but you don't, you don't cash it in. A lot of times that's a difference in these playoff games. I think they're going to win. I think because Dan Campbell's just got a way of galvanizing these guys, getting them ready, make sure they're focused. Honestly, making them feel like they're underdogs.
Well, it's funny you said that. He's like Tampa stopped the Commanders last week, and then turned the ball right back over and gave it to him again.
And Washington had, I think it was 35 minutes of time of possession in that game. Tampa only ran 44 plays. Their offense was moving the ball. Baker was like 15 of 18. They were running the ball. Problem is they didn't have enough possessions. Washington kept stealing possessions on some of those fourth downs. So that's the difference. But I am confident because I know what this team is about. I know what their identity is. I don't love the fact that Zeitler's not going to play. But what we saw of Mahogany a couple weeks ago, I know it was left guard, so he's going to be having to play right guard, a little bit different. But, I think they can keep it rolling with him, the run game. I just don't want the coaches to outsmart themselves. You know what I mean? And I'm sure you guys have talked about it this week with the return of Montgomery. I don't want that to somehow turn into we're taking Gibbs off the field less than what he's been on the last 3 games, because he has been a superstar since Montgomery's been out. And I know Montgomery is still
Montgomery's
your
a guy,
right?
But here's the thing. As a player, when somebody gets hot, you know what? Just ride the hot hand. You didn't lose your job, but right now, he's cooking.
I just don't want – sometimes coaches outsmart themselves sometimes. I don't want to – I think if you go into this game like you did in the regular season when everybody was healthy and say 50-50 split, I kind of think that would be a mistake because I think that Jahmyr Gibbs is a superstar, and I think he needs to be on the field for 80% of the game. Now, Dave Montgomery, certainly there's going to be times to use him, right? If you're wearing him down late in a drive and the guy Gibbs needs a break, couple big runs, of course. I just don't really want to see hey, you get this drive and then you get this drive and then we flip and rotate. I think it's got to be Jahmyr Gibbs' game. So if I'm Ben Johnson, hopefully that's the game plan that we're going to see tomorrow night because the offense has just been absolutely rolling. And Jahmyr Gibbs, averaging 165 all-purpose yards over the last 3 games, I think is no mistake.
6 touchdowns.
Yeah. And I think defensively, too. I mean, Aaron Glenn's going to have to continue to be a chameleon, right? I think what he did
what do
against –
you do? That's what I was going to ask you.
Yeah,
what do you do with this? You can't blitz him like Darnold. You can blitz him in a different way to push the pocket, to walk him upfield, which I'm sure you hated as a lineman, where you're like, wait a minute. All these guys are doing is just trying to occupy and push us a step or 2 back.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to spy him. If they start spying this kid, I'll lose my mind. I hate that.
No, and they're not. I mean, Aaron Glenn has spoke on that in the past. I think he said, go watch Team Spy. Let me know how it turns out for him. He's
a good old
totally
Madame
against it,
Tussauds
too.
Wax Museum last week. Bowles. How about a double spy?
Oh,
I go, what are we? I mean, what are we doing?
You're taking guys out of coverage. You're taking them out of the rush. I don't think that's the way to approach it. I do think you have to pressure this kid, though. Maybe early in the game, you test out, hey, is our D-line humming a little bit? Do they have an advantage? Because I do think Washington's offensive line is very mediocre. I think they are below average. Rookie out at left tackle, gets a little stiff. Guys on the inside, a little bit stiff. Jaden Daniels, I know he was sacked 47 times this season.
Yeah. And that's just it.
But-
If you bring the pressure, you condense the pocket, you hit home.
Yeah.
The problem for me is he escapes that pocket, and that's where he gets dangerous, and that's where he'll extend the play and find Scary Terry deep or just take off for some 30-yard run and make you pay for it.
Yeah, right. It's a double-edged sword, man. We can bring pressure, and against a rookie quarterback in that environment, is he going to have time? You know, if we show something pre-snap and then right before the snap like they did against Minnesota, you know, where guys are starting to creep up a little bit, is he going to have time? Is he going to have the ability to communicate with these guys? I mean, watch Minnesota's offensive line when Sam Darnold was trying to check plays a couple weeks ago. They couldn't even hear each other, the guy standing next to him. You know what I mean? So do you feel confident with the rookie doing that and what's going to be even a louder environment on Saturday night? That's why if I'm Aaron Glenn, I think the pre-snap, post-snap looks – there has to be a masterful ability to disguise what you want to do defensively, because we've talked about it a bunch with young quarterbacks that come to the league. They don't have the ability yet to see a lot of the rotation and sniff out see stances and read body language. And, okay, I know the protection's supposed to call for this, but, hey, we got to flip it, guys. We got to go the other way because we're outnumbered. Young quarterbacks, it takes a while to get that ability. And Jaden Daniels is one of those guys where I think you can get a free rusher at him. But to your point, Rico, when you do get the free rusher, you better make damn sure you bring him down, because if he doesn't and you got three guys covering and their backs are all to the quarterback, that could be nightmare city. So I think early in the game you see, hey, let's see how Za'Darius is matching up with the right tackle. Let's see if Muhammad's getting a little rush. Let's see if, you know, Reader or these other guys are getting a little push in the pocket. If these guys are starting to create some havoc with just four man, great. I don't have to bring the pressure.
Because I don't want to see him and Anzalone in a foot race.
But at that, yeah, I mean, Jaden Daniels is fast. Yeah,
I did
Anzalone's
see
got some
Levante
sneaky
David
speed too,
chase him
but-
down last week.
Yeah, he does.
That
And
dude's 100, but I'm with you. You just don't want your backers in open space against them. I don't know.
Yeah, but-
I'm interested to see it because there still is an element of this, fellas. He could come here and turn into a pumpkin. He could go full Darnold. It's possible.
Yeah,
he still is a
of course.
rookie. And I don't care about Epcot Center where they played last week. This is one of the most gnarly home field advantages. I do wonder, like, does he just crack?
You're going into a jungle, man. That place ain't easy to play in. I know that.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. Either the pressure gets to him, or you know what, guys, whatever. I'm just out here having fun. You hope that it's the pressure that gets to him, because, man, I'm watching him, and after the end of that game, he just looks like, God, you know what? I don't care. I'm having fun, and when it ends, it ends.
Yeah.
And you need him to be more of that, oh, my God, I'm walking into Ford Field, and all of these fans have to get on. Like, the Lions need to just come out, score, and get a 3-and-out. And I think at that point, you'll see the pressure get to him.
And you got to treat him like Caleb Williams. You know, when Chicago came here, and man, they were like, if you don't want to get out of bounds, we're going to smack you. Like, we're going to hit the crap out of you. You know, so you're going to have to treat him like that. And anytime you do get a shot on him, get some of those body blows, because it is a long season, right? Especially for rookies. I mean, he's going into his 19th game now. So
Last
you know,
week,
got to have a little wear and tear on that body.
He got launched last week.
Yeah, he
Did you
did.
see
He got
that?
smoked.
I went
a couple times.
What the hell was he thinking?
One where he did like the little helicopter.
Yeah, he was
on the
Elway in the
sideline.
Super Bowl, except he was 15 feet in the air.
Yeah, and you got to continue to be really good against the run too. If you can shut down the running backs. I mean, Washington's running backs, I think the last 5 games they've had 1 touchdown, averaging like 2.5 a carry.
And when you watch
just the
last
running
week,
backs,
everything for them with the running game is just giving Jaden or that line a break from pass protection or from some of the RPO stuff.
Yeah.
Their running game last week, Rico, it was 2nd and 8.
Oh, it's been terrible.
2nd and 9.
It's been terrible the last quarter of the season, I think, going back. And their 1 touchdown scored was like by the 3rd or 4th string guy who barely even plays. But what else that gives you a benefit is now you don't have to worry so much about the play action game. Now you don't have to really send, the linebackers flying to the line of scrimmage and potentially be getting beat by Ertz over the middle or, Terry McLaurin deep. You can be a little bit more disciplined in saying, hey, they want to run the ball, power to them. Let's keep them to 2-3 yards a carry. Let the defensive line do their work. Everybody else, just make sure nobody gets behind you. I think
I've
it's
got
going to
a
have to be one
question
of
to
those
ask
game
TJ
plans.
after the picks, and it's just your Doctor Strange theory of like there's only one way out. I have one question to ask you about Washington, your way of defending it, or if you can, but we'll get to it after the picks. Let's do that now. If your furnace isn't running right in this weather, you need it fixed now. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got you covered 24/7. Locally owned over 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. And Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Generators too. And if Mastercraft can't get to you same day, they'll take $50 off that next day service call. Ask about that winter bundle up discount. It's mastercraftheating.com. All right, let's get to business. Divisional round and a natty. It's time for the picks. Oh, the dulcet tones of David Hull. All right, let's do this. We'll do them in order. So the college is the last game we pick. We're going to go sides and total, okay? So let's get to business. We kick off the weekend. Texans in Arrowhead. Chiefs laying 8. Your total, 41.5. We go to Rico Beer.
I look at this game. I think it's going to be a slow start for the Chiefs, but after that, they're going to roll the Texans. Give me the Chiefs and the points, and give me the over.
All right, over to Kenneth Cott.
Chiefs in a big game with a big number. I'll take the Texans and the points, and I will take the over.
We go over to David.
I hear you, Rico. It will be a slow start for the Chiefs, but it may be a never start for the Texans. So I'll take the Chiefs and the under.
Thomas John Lang.
I got to take the Texans here. That's a lot of points. The Chiefs really never looked right to me. Now, could they flip it on playoff time? Certainly, but just some of their guys look like they're wearing out a little bit. Travis Kelce doesn't look the same to me as he has been.
See, I wonder if they were it's fatigue and they're bored with the regular season.
Could be, but I think the advantage that Houston's going to have on the edges with Kansas City's tackles, sounds like they're going to kick Joe Thuney out the guard to play tackle, Daniil Hunter, Anderson on the other side. I think they get enough pressure and cause enough chaos to keep it close.
Total?
40. I'll take the over. I'll take the over on that.
I want the under, David. Under, I think it's like a 23-13 game. I just don't think the Texans can score. I mean, look, Joe Mixon is not going to have a good day. I'd be shocked if he did. And the Texans have never won a road playoff game. Give me the Chiefs and the under. Game number 2, Saturday night. Say hello to TJ if you see him sauntering on the sidelines. Commanders catching 9.5. And this may as well be Texas Tech, Okie State. The total, 55.5. We go to Rico.
Mike, I told you my concern level in this game was a 3. I think the Lions win. I don't think that the Lions cover. Jaden Daniels is going to be a problem. If they can contain him, they win walking away, but I don't think they will. I think it's going to be fun for him. They'll lose. And because everybody is saying it's going to be a high-scoring game, kind of like that Vikings game, give me the under.
Over to Kenny.
Yeah, Rico, you pretty much copied off my notes, and Dan Campbell said he doesn't care if he wins by 1 or if he wins by 10, 15. It does not matter. He's not worried about covering the number. Give me the Commanders and the points, and give me the under.
Wow, 2 unders? Oh, no. All right, David.
Yes, the Lions will win this game, but the Commanders will definitely keep this close because it is a great weekend for the D.C. area, and I'm going to go over in this game.
TJ?
Am I going to do it? Am I going to take the Cookies double count? Oh, man.
I
do kind of see. I see a path to where the Lions come out fresh, fired up. Everybody talking about Jaden Daniels this week.
TJ in sunglasses and sequin shirts.
And I got to watch Cookies wearing his Elton John outfit. You know what? Give me the Lions to cover. And I think I'm going to take the under. I'm thinking a 35-13, 17 type of game. Yeah, I could kind of feel it.
All right, that's
gotta
like
feel it.
Okay.
Not trying to be a homer. I could just gotta feel it.
You're fine, dude. You're not wearing a sequin shirt and talking about beating the Bills by 50. You're fine.
31-17. How about that?
34-24. Lions. Not as comfortable as final score indicates, but it's a cover. I gotta go over. It's the only over on the weekend. Every other game, I think I like the under. Plus, I don't want to be bored. I want points.
I want the points too, but I was so disappointed in that Minnesota game. I'm like, halftime score is 10-6.
I was one of like 4 people in America with the under. Yeah, because you can't win a game of that magnitude with a ginger. Now, let's go Sunday afternoon. There is snow in the forecast, 12 to 15 mile an hour winds.
Yeah.
Philadelphia. Rams catching 6.5. Your total, 43.5. Rico.
I think this is going to be a Saquon Barkley type of game. I think you're going to see a lot of the brotherly shove. Philly will cover, and I'm going to take the over.
Kenny.
The Rams getting almost an entire touchdown. I'll take the Rams and the points and give me the over as well.
Rams and over. All right, David.
That passing game concerned me for Jalen Hurts and the Philadelphia Eagles. So
Come on,
because of
David.
that, I picked this as the only upset of this weekend. I am going Rams and over.
Really?
Yes.
Man, it was one game. Man had concussion. He's better now.
We'll see.
He's best player. His receiver was reading a book.
Basically, that's how calm that they are, that they said, you know what? We just need to win by 1.
I'm taking the Rams. I think their young defensive front is humming right now. They're playing good football. Verse and Fisk and Kobe Turner, guys that they have, going to be enough to slow down Philly a little bit. I don't know if they win the game, but with the snow 4 to 5 inches coming Sunday afternoon, that's going to be enough to slow down Philly a little bit. And I'm going to take the under too. I think this got a 23-20 type game written all over it.
Give me the under. Ay. If it wasn't snowing, I was going to go Rams. They're soft, man. L.A., indoors, fast track. Now I got to go to Philly. Big Dom may just hit somebody. Give me the Eagles. I don't know. I hate that weather's going to impact us. I wanted to bet him, but you know your boy Stafford's terrible outside.
Oh, and it's a lot of travel they've had to go through the last.
Give me the Eagles.
Yeah, what is
6,
he
7
like?
days, too.
1-8 in bad weather games.
Something like that. Plus, he wears those hamburger helper mittens. I don't know. All right, national championship game. You have Ohio State laying 8.5.
Ravens Bills. Ravens
Oh,
Bills.
I'm sorry. Ravens Bills. Ravens laying 1. Total 51.5. I'm sorry, guys. Go ahead.
Well, you know what? I'm going to go out on a limb and just say, give me the Ravens and the 1. And I'm going to go over. I'm going to go under in this game, but I do think that the Ravens will win this thing handily.
Give me the Bills and the 1, and I'm going to take the under.
Over to David.
I'm going to believe in him for one more time. I'm going Lamar Jackson in the over. Going Bills. Ravens. I'm sorry.
Okay.
That's how much he believes in him.
TJ, it's a narrative game.
Yeah, this is just a coin flip to me. Both quarterbacks kind of have that narrative, can't get it done in big games.
That's right.
One of them's got to win.
That's right.
Oh, man.
You know what to do.
I can't bet against Josh Allen at home. I think it's going to snow. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game again. I'm going to take the under. But, man, there's something about Josh Allen this season. I can't. It's a coin flip for me.
If you built in a lab a player designed to go into Buffalo on the road and end someone's life, it's Derrick Henry. I understand it. This is the last stand for Lamar. You don't win this game, I label you Dexter Manley. You can't read defenses in the playoffs. It's simple. Ravens and under. I think both teams want to run the ball. The problem is Buffalo won't be able to do it. Dude, that Michael Pierce is like 480
Yeah, he's a
pounds.
big boy. He's a bowling ball.
It's ridiculous. All right.
He's a bowling ball.
National title game. OSU laying 8. The total, 45.5. Rico Beard.
I think this is Ohio State's time. It is to bounce back after losing their last game of the year. They're on a roll. OHIO under.
Yeah, I got Ohio State 2 ramming speed. Sorry, caller Rob. I'm also going to take the under.
Ugh, this game. Notre Dame can't score.
You gotta hate this
Offensively,
game,
they
David.
are bad. Ohio State under.
This is like your worst nightmare, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, for Michigan fans, yeah. Although Marcus Freeman has kind of made Notre Dame a little bit likable,
but he's
not hateable.
No.
But he's a former Buckeye.
I disagree. I like Marcus Freeman, and look, I think he's a better coach than Sarkisian. He totally cost Texas a chance to win that game last week. What he did on the goal line was criminal. I think Marcus Freeman's a better coach, and I just can't help but thinking it at some point it's got to stop being so easy for Ohio State. I think they win the game, but I think Notre Dame gives them enough toughness there to slow them down a little bit to cover. And I got a feeling it's going to be over. I think we're going to see some trick plays. I think we're going to see some splash plays from both teams.
So you're taking Notre Dame?
I think it's good. I'm taking Notre Dame to cover. I'm going to take the over.
See, David, look at that. TJ taking Notre Dame, Marcus Freeman on MLK Day. I'm proud of you, buddy.
Man, I don't give a damn what day it is. If it's a day that ends in Y, OSU's winning this game. Give me OSU to cover. Give me the over. ND's a fraud. They can't throw a forward pass. They're down their left tackle and their right guard. They haven't faced anyone cares about. Yeah, sick win against Indiana. Oh, James Franklin. Oh, yeah, Georgia with some plumber at quarterback. No, OSU's a monolith. Give me the Buckeyes. Give me the over. Those are the picks. 97-1.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. Walking anytime, 10 to 8, 7 days a week. It's wicked awesome. We're nearly 24 hours away from the Lions' divisional matchup with the Commanders at Ford Field, and no one's happier to have David Montgomery back than Jahmyr Gibbs. Gibbs says it simply has not been the same without the knuckles to his Sonic. Alongside Montgomery, Terrion Arnold will also suit up against the Commanders. Ennis Rakestraw is questionable. Guard Kevin Zeitler and D-lineman Pat O'Connor both out for that one. Lions 9.5-point favorites. More divisional games. The Chiefs are 8.5-point favorites over the Texans. And on Sunday, Eagles 6.5-point favorites over the Rams. The Ravens 1.5-point road favorites at the Bills. And the Pistons have got the night off tonight. They had won 10 of 12 before losing to the Pacers last night. Detroit's 9th in the Eastern Conference welcomes in the Suns tomorrow afternoon. At the Corbell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 4 o'clock. Good to have you with us. Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything? Also, our YouTube, Plenty Show with Rico. Subscribe to it. Why? It's free, and it helps Evan and everybody. And him and John bust their ass putting the videos out. So thank you. I have 3 football questions for TJ, Rico. The last one will be about Lions and Commanders. Is everybody ready? I want everyone's opinion here now.
Yes, sir.
Roger Goodell has spoken. I have a prediction by Boomer Esiason. And I have a Lions-Commanders question. Which one would you like first?
Give me Goodell.
Goodell says the next logical step is an 18-game season. Here's my question as a former player.
Shocking.
I know.
Right.
Believe me, I know.
Yeah.
I don't want an 18-game season. I know players. If they add a second bye week, does it make it more palatable for players that you have to have at least one bye week in the first 8 weeks and you have to have at least one bye week in the last 8 weeks? That you need to space it and give players that extra week to heal their body and to be able to survive it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, players, you're not going to like it. Nobody likes a 17-game season. Ultimately, this is what comes of, weak leadership, I think, when it comes to the Players Association and not taking a stand for their guys and putting their foot down.
Attack
and
somebody. There
saying,
you go.
Or if you're going to add games, guess what? That salary better increase because players, you only get paid during the season. So you look at it as you basically get, back when it was 16 games, I get 16 checks. Well, when they went to 17 games, the pay stayed the same. So if it goes to 18 games, you know what I mean? Now you're playing 2 extra games, the salary that a lot of these guys negotiated for 16 games. So the players, you're going to have to make demands when it comes to that. You're going to have to make demands that, hey, you're going to have to bump the salary. Yes, a demand would certainly have to be an extra bye week, no doubt. But the players don't like it, and this has just been years of kind of ineptitude, I think, from the leadership on the Players Association side. It's quite sad to see, to be honest with you.
So, but TJ, if the players don't like it and you say it's weak leadership, so why don't they step up and get new leaders? It seems pretty cut and dry.
I think they do have them now, but when you sign these CBAs, it's 10-year contracts. You know what I mean? So you can't go in year to year and say, oh, we want to change it to this. Oh, nope, deal doesn't end for 7 more years or however long it is.
I mean, you could just not play on Sundays.
Well, I don't think it's, guys are going to strike over it, but certainly there's going to be some issues that come up. And, I think they're going to have to be in the spot to put the hammer down and, not say enough is enough, but, hey, you're not just going to – this isn't going to continue to be a one-sided negotiation, which it's been a lot of over the past couple CBA negotiations.
Prediction by Boomer Esiason. By the year 2028, it will be announced that the NFL will have a 4-team division in Europe.
Oh.
This is not about whether
3
it's a
years?
good idea. This is about his prediction.
Separate from this NFL or?
Oh, no. As a part of the NFL.
Moving 4 teams or adding 4 teams?
Adding 4 teams. Full-blown expansion, full-blown franchising rights, global television deal. That's what he said this morning before I did the show with him on FAN, and he was deathly serious about it. And we know Goodell and the greed, and we've talked about it. I think they're putting greed ahead of player safety, ahead of the product.
100%.
So it's not about – no one's going to love that.
No.
You believe that.
I don't think the players will ever let it happen. I mean, imagine a kid, from L.A. and getting drafted. Oh, now go move your whole family to Germany. Good luck, buddy. See ya.
But
you know what I mean? Like,
but didn't you just open up some 200 jobs by doing that?
And the money. Think
I mean,
about what a global television package would look like.
You don't want to, move everybody to Frankfurt,
in 3
but
years.
You're in the league.
Don't look at me. I didn't.
No, I know by 2028, but man,
that they'll make the announcement.
I would not buy that.
Okay, the last
Would one team just move over there from Jacksonville?
That doesn't. But that's an impossibility. Then they're marooned on.
No, just get a new team. So you'd like it over there.
Take them. Yes. Here's the one way out. You were talking about Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
The thing that has been lost in all this is Terry McLaurin being the best 50-50 ball contested catch guy in football.
Yeah.
By metric. And then, just watch a game.
And he's the best in tight windows,
So here's
less than 1 yard.
So here's my question.
He's really good.
Is that really what their plan should be? Is that you find ways to just get him one-on-one or get him some space? And I hate using the term throw it up to him. That's like when Kenny hates people saying shoot the puck.
Yeah.
Throw the ball. But like in a spot like this where the team's playing man, they're going to blitz you, is a little bit of a YOLO ball part of your thing where you're going to take 4, 5, 6 shots in this game.
Yeah.
And you better hope he comes up with a couple of
like what the Lions used to do with Calvin Johnson.
Yes.
When he's covered, he's still open.
Yes.
Yeah. They average the most go routes, I think, per game. And it is kind of that college-esque offense with an athletic quarterback with Cliff Kingsbury, who was, obviously brought his college style to the NFL. Hasn't really worked until this year. But, yeah, certainly I think there's going to be looks where if you're showing pressure and, you don't have a deep safety, you're bringing cover 0, then absolutely they're going to take some shots to him because he is that type of guy. He is, like you said, the ability, not the stature or anything, but the ability of a Calvin Johnson where those 50-50 balls are more like 80-20 balls, right? We're not throwing it up and saying, just go try to catch 1 or 2 of them. Like,
then you factor in. You got a rookie corner out there.
Yeah, but they're going to bracket him. I would imagine Kirby Joseph is going to be over the top on a lot of those routes. But they find ways to be creative, college-esque. You mentioned RPO, bootlegs, sprint outs.
They
right?
find ways to get him one-on-one somehow, and I don't know how it happens. I'm like you with Cooper Kupp. How the F is this guy one-on-one?
Yeah, but I think if you're Aaron Glenn, and we'll have to see. Washington, obviously, when you get in the playoffs, you have to change some things up. There's plenty of film out there, but Terry McLaurin, I think, lined up on the left side of the offense like 92% of the snaps, 95% of the snaps. So if you know where a guy's going to be, it's going to be easier to make a game plan to take that away. If you're Washington, I'm sure they're aware of some of their self-scouting. Hey, we got to get them to the other side because defenses are kind of locking in. They're either bringing pressure from that side or away from that side so they can kind of drop guys underneath of where Terry's going to be.
Right.
That's going to be another storyline I'm interested to see. How do they utilize him? Because he's kind of been that he's going to line up left and you know what he's going to do. Washington's going to have to change something.
Something Rico brought up, and I want to ask it here, Rico, before we run out of time. Why are teams not screening the Lions more? With this uber blitz-heavy approach, Minnesota didn't bother doing it. The Niners in the fourth quarter didn't bother doing it. Like, the screen plays would seem to be the way of, all right, you're going to send all these chuckleheads and blitz us and do all this. We're just going to zip out the back door here and go get it. Is there something in what Aaron Glenn is doing that would be preventative of that? Because teams aren't doing it, and the Vikings didn't even bother.
Yeah. It's not a great play against man coverage because you're going to have somebody around the line of scrimmage covering the running back. Mm-hmm. And offensive line, you always have to block the protection first, right? So if you're getting blitz, hey, I got to go and make sure I nudge this guy before I release. Sometimes that slows you down of getting out to that man, that guy who's in man coverage,
too much
playing the running back.
Caught in the wash.
But I think, honestly, there's a lot of teams that just don't put an emphasis on the screen game. And the Lions were like that. I think the first 10 games of the year, you're like, man, okay, we're getting these wide receiver screens, but we're the running back screens, right? We got an athletic offensive line, and I think they've improved tremendously on that. But you can just tell there's some teams that either don't practice it, don't make it an emphasis, but it can be a weapon. No doubt, if you're playing a team that likes to blitz and you're getting some of those zone blitzes, because you hit one of those and it's like, man, goodbye. You got 3 linemen going out there to block nobody.
Right.
It's a lot of fun.
You're blitzing, so you're already getting traction in on the offensive line. So you're thinking, oh, man, I just beat oh, my goodness, it was a screen.
Yeah. No, okay. There are teams like anytime you watch Kansas City, Andy Reid is a great teacher when it comes to screen. They have had one of the best screen games in all of football over the past decade. Like their screen game is fun and you can tell it's taught, it's well detailed. Guys are getting out in the spot. Offensive linemen know what to look for pre-snap, so you can predict and anticipate what the coverage is going to be. Hey, if it's man, right, if we got a guy in motion and guys are running with him, okay, I got to get out a little faster. This linebacker's coming downhill. Hey, if there's nobody moving and it's zone coverage, okay, I can sell the pass a little bit longer before I release because there's going to be somebody way out in the flat, right? But you can also tell teams that just don't detail it very well. And I think that's a majority of a lot of teams in the league right now. They just don't have good details when it comes to the screen, and that's uber important.
No, because the reason why is because the Lions are just constantly blitzing and they're beating the offensive linemen. So it seems like because the screen doesn't work if you're not beating the offensive line, and then all of a sudden it was so easy. You're like, okay,
right,
screen.
You're like, or you're, like and there's so many dumb screen calls too. Like, Hutchinson used to be great at reading screens because he's like, okay, they just let me go, antennas up, right? Or hey, why are they leaving a tight end on me one-on-one? Okay, it's probably to get me upfield and throw a little screen to the tight end. Right. So a lot of that does come down to awareness too and understanding the situation. Or hey, man, like this team, they like to thump with the tight end or they slide their guards to me. Wait, they're sliding away. Nobody, right? Antenna goes up. You have to be well coached on that. You have to have great awareness when it comes to that too. And you're right. I don't know if it's the Lions defense is just great at it or other teams just, aren't seeing it or don't pay attention.
We will get to who said it next before we bid farewell to TJ. You have a big event to go to tonight.
It's something at the auto show. I think they're doing a.
Will you be one of the models?
No, yeah.
TJ splayed all over a Mustang.
No, I think it's some sort of pep rally to get for the fans down there and get people ready. Some alumni. I think Herman Moore, Schlesinger.
Now, see, that has Jansen written all over.
I don't want to make promises.
A pep rally where John gets to yell into a
come on down to the auto show.
In fact, John, take TJ's place. He doesn't necessarily want to be there tonight.
That's not true.
Northville Lumber. They sell more Trex than anyone because Northville's got the best prices and everything in stock all the time. Right now, you can get Trex decking as low as $1.59 a foot and beat the spring rush and the price increases by getting it done now. See all Trex products on display and take home some samples so you know you're making the right decision. Call Northville Lumber or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, we do it every week. Our coworkers say things. David catalogs it, and it is on us, the gallery, to guess who said it. All right. Is everybody ready? David, are you ready?
I am now.
We
Yes,
had some curveballs last week, too. So David's stepping his game
David
up.
also has a wardrobe change. What happened to the God Be Godden shirt? What the hell happened?
We were laughing a lot. I got hot.
Okay. All right.
I had to change. All right. It's going to be different against Washington than it is against whoever they face in the NFC Championship game versus whoever they face in the Super Bowl.
Okay, right off the top, if I may, that strikes me as a Jim Costa type thing. Jim is already planning the second Super Bowl parade before they've won the first. I know factually they also did a topic talking about who would you like to play in the Super Bowl. Kind of hard to do when you're playing the Commanders this weekend. It just, that made it seem like cookies.
One more time, David.
And before I read that again, 6 to 8. 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. is eligible. 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. I'll read it again now. It's going to be different against Washington than it is against whoever they face in the NFC Championship game versus whoever they face in the Super Bowl.
Was that a clue by mentioning 6 to 8, you think? Because I was leaning Rieger. Wasn't sure if he was eligible, but
yeah.
I don't want to trick you up. It's not a clue.
He's done a solid 20 minutes.
The question
Okay.
wasn't
He's
asked, so I decided I forgot to tell you. So not a clue.
okay. So not a clue. I'm gonna tell. I'm staying on the same show with you. I think that's a John. I think that's a Jansen.
Okay.
Can't really tell you why, but
Okay.
I'm trying to. There's no detail in there though. It's
You know,
hard
I was
to-
actually thinking the same thing of Jansen, where
Because it lacked detail?
no, it just
Well, I'm sure the whole quote had some detail, but just that
but just
sentence.
those two, I think cookies would have been a little more verbose. So, yeah.
Kenneth Codd.
Nice word.
It basically wasn't saying anything. I mean, obviously, whoever we play now is going to be different than whoever we play next round versus whoever we play in the Super Bowl. It's really a devoid of context quote. So I'll say I think it's John.
Oh, no.
Man, I'd see. The more we sit here and you start listening to it in other people's voices, now I'm starting to get like a Karshian vibe from.
Well,
it,
that's
too.
why the game is difficult.
I know,
right?
It's like you got to
You
pick
wanna
one and just
change?
roll with it. No, I'm going to stick with Jansen.
Jansen. I got cooked. So it's 3 Jansens and a cookie. Oh, I got this one wrong, didn't I? Who said it? Great job by you guys. No, fantastic job by you guys. And I knew I was in trouble when Rico's like, well, yeah, it's dull. And I'm like, well, let's go to nice job.
Number 2. You want a high possession game. You want to have explosive plays and put your foot on the throat.
See, that's a cookies vibe for me.
You want a high?
Well, that is not respectful, so that can't be Doug.
Yeah, he would never say.
Hope both teams have fun
harm
and treat
anybody.
each other nicely.
But foot on the throat.
Foot on the throat.
I'm thinking that's more that show of Gator.
What?
I was thinking the same thing. That sounds like a Gatorism almost. It sounds
Gotta
like
put their
something
foot
you would
in their
say.
throat and just
You want the
I got
explosive play. You want to put the foot on the throat. That's a Gator.
TJ?
High possession game. Foot on their throat. I'm kind of, man.
Would David go back-to-back morning show? Also, that could be a Jansen, right? A little bit of Rambo talk.
Foot on the throat. Yeah, I could see that. I'm gonna go with cookies. I'm going to go with cookies. He was probably detailing some crazy stats about possessions and time on the field. And
You're going
I'm leaning
cookies. You're going Gator. You're going Gator.
Now, you don't have to. This isn't an Evan Jenkins thing, is it?
Not with this particular quote. No.
No, I'm not going to say it.
You just won't say
I
it.
won't say it.
So we have everyone's guess.
Kenny janking himself
I
again?
got to think about this. Because it's Cookies does do that stuff where he gets all indignant. And then he thinks he's William Wallace talking about the Lions. And you're like, all right, take it easy. But then you're right. Would David go back-to-back mornings?
He could.
I'll go with TJ on this. I'll go with TJ. Who said it?
Oh, well, he did go back-to-back mornings.
He did.
Man, I always forget he's part of that show.
Live from Midland, Michigan, it's Gov.
How can you forget that, TJ?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Number 3.
Man.
Number 3. I don't hate this jersey. I like that it's more the white jersey dominant with this. I like the lacing on the front.
This has got to be middays talking Red Wing winter fiesta jerseys or whatever.
I am on the border of using the Jenkins rule. That is all I will say.
He's janking himself.
Right next to the hot dog roller. All right, let's go.
The best place to do it.
Okay. One more time, David. Because I gotta.
I don't hate this jersey. I like that it's more of the white jersey dominant with this. I like the lacing in the front.
Man.
Doesn't that feel like Gator?
Yeah, it does feel like Gator.
They probably talked the winter thing.
I haven't seen the jerseys, but Gator kind of looking at it up close and detailing it. Yeah, I think it is Gator.
See, I'm thinking something.
Maybe it's an offshoot of the whole would you eat it? They do would you wear it? I don't know.
Would David go 3 in a row in the morning?
I don't know. That's why this game's difficult.
Because I'm thinking Heather.
Oh. Ooh. Dude, if he went 3 in a row, morning show, same show, that's diabolical. That is not fair.
I'm going to go Heather.
I'm going to go Gator.
Can I get the
And
quote?
Heather with a sports thing?
Man,
That's tough.
David, can I ask for the quote one more time?
I don't hate this jersey. I like that it's more of the white jersey dominant with this. I like the lacing in the front.
Yeah, I don't think that would be Heather.
I'm going Gator.
I thought you said Lacey at first, which it got me thinking. Lacing. Okay. Yeah, I'm going Gator.
Yeah, Gator over here as well.
David, who said it?
Yeah.
Yes. That is perfect. That is perfection by the gallery.
Yeah, we needed that.
Confidence builder. That's just a quick little 5-yard completion. I'm in
Now
the game
we go.
now.
Now
we're
we go.
good. Shot play. All right, let's go.
Yeah, let's go next. I'm not happy about that one. Next. I want to go. I know you want to go, but you're going to save your money for a game that you need to be at.
I want to go. I know you want to go. But I know you want to save your money where you need to be.
Now, although we have talked about people saving their money and going to the NFC title game, or you sell your ticket to this so it pays for that, the words, I want to go, I don't know that ever left my mouth. Kenneth, hold on. Kenny's ready to.
I think this, my guess is Rieger, because I know they were going to do a topic about this. I just didn't know in what terms. But yeah, Rieger definitely would be somebody who wants to relate to the fans. I want to go. I know you want to go.
Now, would this be in the 13 minutes of radio he's done this week?
It would have to be. David would have to pull it from that small window of time.
Has Rieger been like overconfident this week? Like
No,
about the
but
Lions winning? Because he's making it seem like, hey, don't waste your money on this one. It's going to be out of control.
No, but
wait for a bigger one.
It's what Kenny said. It's the whole, I want to go. You want to go. We all want to go. But yeah, I'm going to say Rieger.
I'm going to trust the gallery, TJ.
Yeah, I think I will too.
And I
Teamwork's
feel
been solid
confident,
so far.
Kenny, because David won't look at it.
I'm like a 7 out of 10 confident. I feel pretty good.
David buries his head like.
Plus, it was the whole, I want to go, you want to go, buddy.
I want to go. You want to go.
Kenny shot for redemption. We're leaning on you, Kenny.
David.
Yeah.
I hate you guys.
He's totally back. Kenny's back.
Hate you guys.
And it's the David tail. When then all of a sudden you nail it.
Yeah. Now we're stacking first downs. We're in the red
Kenny's
zone.
back.
Nice job by Cott. Confident
Salsa and all. Way to
selection.
go, Kenny.
All right.
I want to go, buddy. All right.
Here we go.
David's getting pummeled.
David, you can't
He's
bat
getting
1,000. Jesus.
I'm a McConaughey guy here. I'm annoyed by Eminem. I think most of his music is overrated. I'd rather listen to 10 rappers before I would listen to Eminem.
Whoever
Whoa.
said that should be fired.
Whoa.
Eminem's a top 5 MC all time. What on earth? I'm offended by this.
McConaughey. Why are you talking about McConaughey?
Who's
and
giving out these
Eminem?
music takes, too? I don't know.
I'm a McConaughey. What does McConaughey have to do with
Wait,
Eminem?
one more time.
I'm a McConaughey guy here. I'm annoyed by Eminem. I think most of his music is overrated. I'd rather listen to 10 rappers before I would listen to Eminem.
That's got to be. Did
I
you
know
double up
Rieger-
on Gov?
I know
That
Rieger.
sounds like an old man.
Rieger did
Gov
that
take.
topic. Rieger did that topic, but that doesn't sound like something he would say.
But he does use the word annoyed a lot.
But he hates Matthew McConaughey.
Okay, Kenny.
I am as puzzled by this as anybody. else.
This
As
was
confident
good.
as I was before, I am not confident.
Who would be dumb enough? Look, if it's just not your thing, it's one thing. You can't deny Eminem's talent, skill. Who would say that?
Could this be a Costa being, smarmy about something opinion? It's my only lean.
Yeah, but Costa can't name 10 rappers.
Or somebody reading a ticket text.
That should be banned if that's what's
Somebody
happening.
read a ticket text, and technically you did say it, but you were reading the ticket text. But I'm hoping that David didn't do that. So that being said, you know what? I don't know.
Man, hold on. What about would Doug say that? He showed up to school back in '86 with you with a crate of rap albums.
No, but because somebody went in depth like they hate Eminem. Doug would just say,
"Well, respectfully,
I'll
it's
listen
not
to
my
him."
cup of tea."
Yeah.
Where's Kang at on the Eminem thing? Does Kang?
I have no idea.
If you collect it, he'll talk about it.
I'm gonna go Kang, and he won't put Eminem albums on his collection.
I'm getting a Gov for some reason. I don't know if David would double up on him, but man, I think he's the only grouchy old man that would have that take.
Doug's more, yeah. Gov's more of a Dr. Dre.
I'm more of a Waylon Jennings guy. I'm gonna go with Kang. Why not? Maybe it's a hot take.
You know what this is? This is the 2-point conversion. If we don't get it, that's all right.
We're running the jet sweep.
Yeah.
All right, here
we're trying to run the score up now.
Yeah. Get to the pylon.
Hook and ladder to your right tackle
Right.
point. Let's
David,
go.
who said it?
Yeah. God, I felt that was easy.
I'd rather listen to Alan Jackson.
I don't even know why I second guessed myself. That was a layup.
Who needs this Eminem character?
Grouchy old white
Somebody
man.
play Chattahoochee. All right. We're out in the Metamora area. That is who said it.
Guys, if you want to have some fun like we do on the radio, let Specs at LTU be that first stop for you. Or you want to go into television, your graphic design artist, Specs at LTU can get you started on your new career path. It is very simple. You just need to be curious. Go to the website, ltu.edu/specs. You're going to learn more about the broadcast, media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by people like myself who actually work in the business. And what does that mean? It means you're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in the business. You're not going to get your time wasted. And with the hands-on approach and the expert faculty, you can learn the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry. So once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do that today.
All right, David on the ticket text. TJ has no desire to go to this event tonight. He's hanging out.
Just realized he's still listening.
He ain't leaving.
I'm
leaving,
already
man.
halfway to downtown. I'm not going to go home for 2 minutes and turn back around. I guess I'd go find something to eat, but I got nothing to do, man.
You're good. We're happy to have you. David, the ticket text. What do you got, buddy?
Comfort level, I'm 3 out of 5. It will be entertaining and some nervous moments, but they will win. I believe being a 1 is more dangerous than a 5, though. Justin in Newport.
Okay.
Playoff football, I'm at a 2. Wife got me surprise tickets. Super excited for the first playoff game ever for me. Dale in Rochester. Comfort level is a 2. Hopefully a no turnover game for the Lions. Turnovers will be huge, but I am still at a 2.
Now, here's my question. You count fourth down conversions as turnovers?
Yes.
I do.
Yes.
I wish football would update the statistics. When you don't convert on fourth down, it should go in the turnover column.
I think they will. I don't think they had as many teams starting to go for it the way they have. And so now it's
All
like,
right, so Saturday night, this game, over under 6.5 fourth downs.
Attempts?
Yep.
Over.
Yeah, me too. Over.
I think both teams are right around 4.
I was going to say each team will probably do 4 because I think both teams know the best way to win is to keep the other offense off the field.
Yep. Yeah. I'd be honest. I don't think Washington punts at all.
I don't think they can.
Unless it's longer than a 4th and 8.
Like if it's 4th and 14 on their own 21, we're punting. But like
they
overall,
know if you punt, like you're going down 2 scores.
Yeah, you're dead.
But I think once they cross their own 40, we're just going for it.
Anybody on Gub's affinity for Alan Jackson?
No, but someone says Eminem blows. I hate his music. He dresses like a homeless person and he looks like a little weasel. With all due respect, LOL.
None of that has anything to do with top 5 MC.
No.
You're also the guy who slandered Rosa Parks. You think I'm listening to your opinion?
That's music. That's not Rosa Parks. Is not music.
It just shows you're an irrational and mean person.
Oh, okay.
Top 5 MC. Wow, that's.
Listen.
No. That's an interesting. I'm just trying to think now.
Yeah, go ahead. The point is, you can't name 10 rappers before him. Not if we're basing it on skill and not some dumb, just, I like the beat. No, the actual, craft work of it all. What, Nick? Go ahead.
I wasn't going to say anything.
Yes, are.
Okay, I was going to say something. You're right.
I
was
know
going to
you
say
too well.
that
Come on.
I don't know if Gov can name 10 rapper. That's why I was shocked by the comment.
What about Snoop-a-Loop?
Like someone had to call him out.
That's an interesting.
You probably had a phase in the 80s.
I know. I still have Rakim.
So all the people that are done.
Rakim's the best.
KRS-One and
he was a big NWA fan in the 80s. He had a phase. What?
He's out there screaming, F the police. We're burning down Livonia.
Hello, Cass City. Fight the powers that be. All right, just please keep.
We do it out in Warren.
Someone did, a few people did respond on what their menu will be.
Yes.
For tomorrow night. Someone says, I'm making homemade cheeseburger egg rolls and spicy Greek chicken lettuce wraps.
Dear Jesus.
Anybody with hot salsa?
No. I don't see that on here. But someone is asking for Kenny because they're saying they're having funnel cakes, cotton candy, corn dogs, and a slush machine. And they're serious. They're dead serious. That's
So
what they're doing.
they have like a county fair.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Kenny, by the way, if you missed this, Kenny has a hot dog roller at his house. So this was like a big to-do earlier in the show. Here's my question, and this is the one thing we never covered. What is the Kenny Cott, hot dog setup? It's not a Chicago dog. Those are gross. Are you doing, Coney's?
No. This is going to be
mustard guy.
Yeah, we're doing long haul. So Coney's, that's too much doing. We're just going to have just ketchup, mustard, onion. That's my typical setup.
See, Coney's can go the wrong way. Yeah.
Absolutely. And especially because we're going for 8 hours of football, and it's not going to keep if you do it like that.
How slammed are pizza joints going to be tomorrow night? You ever think about that?
Man.
That's
this is the Super Bowl.
That's what I'm saying. I wonder if you got to order your pie 2 hours in advance if that's the route you're going.
Yeah.
Not Kenny, though. 3 minutes, he's got another Wiener Schnitzel dialed up.
Guy, you're almost better just getting the pizza early and just reheating it in the oven.
Look at you all. You're still hungry. I got another one right here.
Hey, having fun waiting for your pizza, bitch? Let me throw another hot log on the roller.
And I know you can't put this on the hot dog machine that Kenny has, but
salsa?
No. Are you any of you guys corn dog people?
Absolutely not. It's ridiculous.
I can't get into them.
I feel like once every 3 years, maybe.
Where? A county
Good
fair?
question. Yeah, good question.
David?
They take the kids to
And
parks and stuff.
and
it's
and,
like,
and that's
okay,
why
sounds good.
my wife gets them once a year, so we have them at home from a store. That's the only time I do it. It's like
I've
a summertime
always-
thing. She
I
gets
dig the
it
mini
when they're
corn
at
dogs.
home.
You ever had the mini corn dog?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I'm like, this is a waste of a
dogs,
hot
man.
dog right here. This is,
Question for you.
Yeah.
Now that you're a professional and you're working, you don't get to relax for the games. What would be the TJ menu if you were home watching this game? Because you wouldn't be out at the
good
bar.
question.
You'd be home.
Yeah, no. Man, that's a good question. I don't know.
I know, because you don't get the opportunity.
Might be a pizza night because I don't like when I'm watching games. Normally, I don't like having a bunch of people over because I just want to watch the game.
That's
you
right.
know?
And people would come to you
Yeah.
with all the football questions, and
Exactly.
you're like, I'm not
so you play, TJ? What do you
Yeah.
think?
Or,
And
if I go to somebody else's
what?
house, it's
Oh, and I've been
every
around
play.
some of his friends. And
Mental
these guys
note.
get all sloshed up and like, hey, Langer, what about the ACAP? And you're like, what is going on here?
You know what? Mental note, I need to text TJ during the game. Okay.
You can. Yeah, I'm up in the booth. Nice and
He's
quiet
very
up
good
there.
about texting.
Oh,
and
no,
they're
like,
normal.
Every now and then, I just love it when TJ just sends me, oh, look at your Spartans. Okay. Somebody take it away from TJ. Take his phone away.
I'm normally very complimentary when I talk about
Oh, boy.
the Giant. Well, like Mike, I texted him after the Giants won a big game, and I get just these horrendous things sent back to me.
Yeah, I said, I hope your house caves in with you in it.
Oh, no. Well, TJ, no. Oh, you're not going to answer my. Yes, TJ. He just keeps going. I'm going to keep doing this all night.
Although you did try to have me arrested when I went to East Lansing a couple weeks ago.
Jesus.
I recommended you a nice place.
All right, let's get to the prop bet casino.
Just happened to say you may want to check this guy's car.
TJ has a major event to go to tonight, a meet and greet with all of the Motor City.
The dignitaries.
That's right. Will you be dressed up for this occasion?
No, I'm wearing what I'm wearing now.
Okay.
So, nice
There
little
you
quarter
go.
zip and go get the fans ready, Mike.
Nice to see you really dialed it up for the people tonight.
Oh, it's the auto show. I don't think it's a black tie.
Final score, go.
For Lions? Mm-hmm. What'd I say? 31-17.
There you go. You heard it here.
Disco.
All right. Elevate your NFL playoff season. FanDuel, right now, all customers. No sweat NFL same game parlay for any game this weekend. Any 3-leg or more. Same game parlay, you get bonus bets back if your bet doesn't win. SGP's best way to take a shot at a bigger payout. So you got a big opinion on the Lions game. You want to put some correlated stuff together. FanDuel gives you the no sweat give back, so to speak. It's FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max wager $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. Walking anytime, 10 to 8, 7 days a week. It's wicked awesome. Lions and Commanders in the divisional round just 1 day away, but Detroit will be without a couple of key linemen for that one. Guard Kevin Zeitler's out with a hamstring injury. D lineman Pat O'Connor will miss with a calf injury. Quarterback Amik Robertson, though, says the Lions know how to overcome these injuries, and they enter this one with the same mindset as every game, but maybe Amik a little bit more. Ennis Rakestraw is questionable against the Commanders, but good news, David Montgomery, Terrion Arnold, both a go. The Lions are 9.5-point favorites that kick off 8 o'clock on 97.1. Also in the divisional round, the Chiefs are 8.5-point favorites over the Texans on Saturday. On Sunday, Eagles 6.5-point favorites over the Rams, and the Ravens 1.5-point road favorites at the Bills. The Red Wings have got the night off, but they've got new life under new head coach Todd McClellan. Detroit's won 8 out of 10 games, sitting only 3 points out of the last wildcard spot in the Eastern Conference. Next up, trip to the Lightning tomorrow night. And after beating cancer for a fourth time, 85-year-old ESPN broadcaster Dick Vitale will call his first game since treatment 1 week from tomorrow. It'll be Duke Wake Forest in Winston-Salem. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock hour, and boy, oh boy, we had some fun today. If you weren't around, Odyssey Rewind.
Yes. So, look, we've covered it all, including Kenny's hot dog roller in his living room. It's fascinating work. So the Lions game, here's the deal. We're going to get to it. Scale of 1 to 5, your concern. Well, what does it mean? All right. A 1 means there is no concern. You're actually just going to do something else with your time. The Lions are going to win by so much. No chance of losing. There's no point spread big enough. A 2 on the concern meter. You're convinced they're winning. But you're allowing the possibility of it being, let's say, a 1-score game, a touchdown game. A 3 is where you acknowledge a possibility of loss. And again, you could still think they're going to win, but you're not 100% certain. A 4, Rico, you said it best in the 2 o'clock hour, coin flip. A 5, no one could reasonably or rationally be a 5, which is we're dead.
Yeah.
Basically, like if you're a Texans fan or a Commander fan, you feel like you're dead. That's what a 5 would be.
Yeah, 5, you're predicting the upset of the year.
So I know you said you're a 3. I'm probably a 2. I don't think the Lions can lose this game unless something seismic took place. If they play anything close to their B-plus game, they're good. Now, hey, any given Sunday, if they play like ass, no, they could lose. But I do think there's a pathway. Man, if Washington's going to go for it every 4th down, they don't get it. If they don't bat 80% like they have, it could death spiral.
87. Yeah,
I know.
Here's the beauty of it. Yes, if you all of a sudden go out there and destroy the confidence of Jaden Daniels, you got this.
Yeah,
because
especially early.
In order for the Commanders to win this game, it really boils down to Jaden Daniels. That's it. If he's on fire, good luck, because it'll be a battle. And that's why I'm at a 3, because he'll make you sweat. He's going to sit there and cause all types of anxiety. I think in the end, you have way more players than the Commanders. But if he is just a one-man wrecking crew, a la Kaepernick, a la Michael Vick in the playoffs, that's where it gets problematic. You crush his dreams early in the game, Now all of a sudden he's going to hear the crowd noise. Now all of a sudden you're going to see the false starts. Now all of a sudden you're going to see the bad reads for interceptions or missed on fourth down opportunities.
Right.
You can't let the confidence grow in this young man because he's out there having fun.
Get out to a fast start. It's the best way to do it. Get out to a fast start. The fan, you guys are going to be incredible. I never doubt that. There won't be any Commander presence in this building. It's not happening.
No, but what you can't do, and look, I know Captain Obvious here, you can't allow how the Buffalo game started, where all of a sudden, boom, Josh Allen is just on a roll, and you know what? I'm having fun. Thought this Lions crowd was that tough. It's not really that bad. We're up 14-0. It's awful quiet in here.
248-539-9797. And as a sidecar, because we want to have some fun with it. It's a Saturday night, but people have said, look, we're watching the game alone. What's the menu item? And that's how we unearthed Kenny's hot dog fiesta, but also just what is the menu item?
See, if I'm a Lions fan, it would be victory, like a victory pizza or a victory burger after the game. After I know, it's like the
you
victory
said
cigar.
You're too nervous to participate in a meal.
No,
when your team plays.
Remember, it's how I found out about that fish pizza. I saved it. And I'm like, okay. After the Michigan State
that is
game,
not what it's called.
After the Michigan State game, the trouble with the snap game, I'm like, okay, I'm nervous. So they were over. I'm like,
right.
Yes.
Yeah, people, once a year on the east side, you get some real Italian joints. They do something called sfingiuni. And yes, you can get it with anchovy on it. But it's basically a real old school grandma slice of pizza. So Rico calls it fish pizza. I forgot to tell him there was anchovy on it.
So you didn't eat all day because of the game.
All day,
and you're like,
David.
now it's time to eat.
This was 2015, David.
Michigan has like the buffet for the media. I got some of Mike's specialty pizzas.
I'm going to do that.
In the car. Get in there, take a gigantic bite, and was like, oh, my God.
Dead. All right, so here's what I want to do. While we can get some of the people lined up, we have a very special call from one of our favorite people. This is I don't know if Rudy was a bigger Notre Dame fan. He's a caller to multiple shows, but we only care he calls us. And I believe you told me he is live from the ATL. We go to caller Rob, not in Brighton, in Georgia. Rob, what's going on, buddy?
On Monday. I fly out at 7 on Monday.
Okay,
Yeah,
so all right. You're local here.
very excited.
And then you go down. All right. So what's going on?
Oh, yeah, no, guys. The slander all week. I mean, just realistically.
Oh, dear.
I don't even know what it's going to come down to on Monday. I'm kind of curious what you guys think, but I don't think it's as definitive as a lot of people say. Like, nobody's taking Notre Dame. That's obvious. Ohio State's obviously a better, more talented, skilled team. I was in South Bend last year for the Ohio State game. It came down to the last play. I think it's going to be a lot closer than you guys think. So I'm very excited. I have a chance. So my buddy's on staff at Ohio State. I get to sit with his wife and his parents that are coming into town for the game. So I'll actually have a good seat for the game, but I'll be surrounded by all Ohio State.
Yeah, but you'll behave yourself. You're not an animal. You're an adult. You'll be fine.
And Rob, you'll be fine because your team's full of try-hard guys that next man up. Oh, the quarterback goes down. That's okay. The backup will come in for 7 plays and complete 6 passes.
It's just like the offensive line. Like, everybody talks like, oh, we lost our left tackle. Well, it's the same guy that replaced the starting left tackle against Texas A&M. Like, Notre Dame isn't Michigan State. We have depth in the offensive line room, and they recruit 5-star offensive linemen. So
Wait. How did Michigan State just take a stray here, Rob? I'm on your side.
Because Rob's upset, but he's being friendly.
No.
He just
I'm
slandered
Rob,
poor
I'm kidding.
Poor
I'm
old
kidding.
Sparty.
I'm
He's
kidding.
already homeless. Jesus, Rob.
I love Michigan. No, I love Michigan State. Imagine if Michigan State had an offensive line room, they'd be a lot better. Notre Dame's offensive line is decent. I think it's going to come down to our secondary is going to, like Rico said, we are going to be playing man. We shut down Marvin Harrison the last 2 years. One thing to note is Emeka Egbuka the last 2 years against Notre Dame has balled out. Like they obviously spied or, spent a lot of time on Marvin Harrison, which I assume they're doing with Jeremiah Smith. Watch out for 2 in Scarlett. I'm not a big Will Howard guy. I don't think he's any good. Watch out for our secondary. Playing man, if we can get some pressure, maybe a big pick. I don't know, guys, but Go Irish. I'm very excited, Mike.
You
I don't know
should
if you have
be.
any restaurants or any tips
Where,
for the
well,
area or not. But
Atlanta's not really my purview. Like, we joke around. You could fall on your face and find good barbecue. I haven't spent much time in Atlanta. I wish I had better intel for you, buddy.
Well, do me a favor. I'll put you on hold. I have family down there, so I'll put you on hold and I'll contact you
Rob,
this weekend.
Rob, are you a chicken and waffles guy?
leave it to the drug addicted pastor to steer me in the right direction.
Stop
Late
it!
night snack.
You know what, Rob? No help for you then. No help for you.
Rob, I will put
like
you on
David's
hold.
going to be saying, oh, yeah, they got a good Denny's or a White Castle downtown Atlanta for after the game. I'm
Steer
sure.
clear of the Waffle House. Go get you some chicken and waffles.
Rob, I will put you on hold. David will get you. David will get you square. You'll be all set. Look, it's an unbelievable opportunity, and your team.
I'm very excited.
You've believed from the very beginning. And look, I get no credit. You bust my chops. I picked you to destroy Army, and you know that hurt me personally. I picked you to kill Indiana. I may as well have been dressed like a leprechaun that night. I can't pick you every week, Rob. That's not how this game works. I think I've picked you 4 times and picked against you twice.
I'll give Rob credit. After the loss, he was like, "We're not going to lose again." They didn't.
And he said it with his chest. And he
did.
believed, Rob, and I will give Rob full credit for this. He believed they were going into College Station and winning. And that's...
I would take the under, guys. 21-10 at Ohio State 2 years ago, 17-14 last year in South Bend. I think this is going to be a defensive battle. Give me Chip Kelly against Al Golden. You know, Marcus Freeman is such a better coach than Ryan Day. Irish 21, Ohio State 17.
There it is.
First national championship since the year I was born, 1988.
There you go.
Go Irish, baby.
There you go.
That is the word. That's the gospel, David. Right there.
Wake up the echoes.
Right there. That was actually error Parsegian.
I mean, if you made it this far, you might as well pick your team.
And I'm good with it. And that's why I listen. And I understand Lions Commanders is a big thing. Rob had been waiting patiently. We're not going to ice Rob out. That's just not how this show works. He's loyal. I still think Ohio State's going to hit them with a truck, but that's okay.
It's that Ryan Day, man.
You're right. Maybe he tries to fight Lou Holtz.
Right, like just Ryan, you'll do dumb things, and the next thing if you let Notre Dame hang around, you're in trouble.
248-539-9797. We'll get some of the people in the mix. And again, your concern 1 through 5 and what's on the menu. As we all, I mean, honestly, Saturday night, it's perfect. I can't wait. I'm super excited. And yeah, I think the Lions are winning. And beyond that, it doesn't matter because I'm like Dan Campbell in this regard. I don't care what it looks like. I don't care the margin. I just care that we're playing for the right to go to a Super Bowl next week. And you guys get a home NFC title game, which no fan base deserves more than you. Like, I don't get lost in the detail of it. Just win. Mm-hmm. But the difference is, and this is something we've said, and it's you, me, David, we've experienced this before. This fan base hasn't. We know how hard the playoffs are. I hope they go and live up to the fantasies and they win by 3 touchdowns. Just win.
Cookies and sunglasses on
yeah,
Monday
that's
morning.
fine. Because who would be upset by it? No one. But just win, please. I do not want to do shows otherwise. Yeah, that I'm not looking forward to. Rico will take you into the new year. I'll just leave. Jesus, I do not want. I know. I'm on Monday, by the way, after the Wings or Pistons or whatever.
So you're still okay?
Yeah, no, I'm on Monday.
You're such a trooper.
Like 5:00. It's a Lions Monday. It's an hour. It's no big deal. It's not a big deal. You just relax. Go join.
I may or may not.
Join Kenny for the hot dog roller.
You don't-
248-539-9797. We just talked about it. Get your orders in for the game tomorrow night. Hungry Howie's. They got the mix and match menu starting at $6.99. And it has never been easier because the whole menu is available on that offering. So what do you got to do? You just pair up menu items, $6.99 each, and get set up for Lions Commanders tomorrow night. You got the 8 flavored crusts, and you know the drill. You're getting great dough, made in-house, real ingredients. It's Hungry Howie's, limited time only on that mix and match menu tonight. All right, David. Or Kenny. Sorry, I just looked up and it wasn't. Decidedly not David. Right, David's back now. Ticket text. Lions Commanders, level of concern, 1 through 5. We gave you the parameters. And again, what's on the menu? If you're doing this thing solo, maybe you're like Rico. Maybe you're too nervous to eat. I don't know.
My concern is high. Casinos have a lot to lose with the Lions winning the Super Bowl. I think there's conspiracies out there. That is Mike from Lake Orion.
He's doing the whole liability thing. Like, what does the book need? Not a book needs the Commanders. Everybody and their mother's betting the Lions.
Confident but not cocky. We can win and probably should, but a loss wouldn't surprise me. So 3-ish. Go Lions. Love the show. Thank goodness for streaming. This is Jordan from Wichita, Kansas.
Yes, and don't forget the YouTube, which is, thanks, John and Evan. Where's he from? Wichita?
Yeah. Wichita, Kansas. Yes.
Jesus.
I've
never been there. Have you?
No.
I don't think we want to be there. It just is the middle of nowhere.
I've heard
I think I drove through Kansas to get to Iowa, but yeah,
which is another place you don't really want to be.
Corn
is Iowa.
That's true.
Once you see one stalk of corn, you've seen them all.
I give it a 3. Close home wins against the Bears and Packers give just a little bit of worry for me. Plus, Washington is better than those two teams, Mike and Royal Oak.
But I will say this. There is a chance in a playoff game that, candidly, the Commanders probably shouldn't be in. If not for a Baker Mayfield fumbled exchange, which was complete nonsense, they probably go home, right? It is a rookie quarterback. There is a pathway, and I've said this to Cookies. Is there a pathway to the Lions hitting this team with a garbage can? Of course there is. But I don't think you can predict it. I think the fourth down volatility, that's a part of it. I think it's a rookie quarterback. Look, I admit this. Rico and I have a bias is that we think Jaden Daniels is not necessarily a rookie anymore. But in this moment, in this environment, this might be too big for him. And he might, I don't want to say like you're chasing a ghost or something, but he might do some things that are out of character. And if that happens, oh no, then there's a chance it could be gross.
See, I think you would have a better advantage if you actually played this game outside and let the weather dictate. Because the crowd, if all of a sudden they score, you're not cheering this loud. Let's just be real.
I think these people are going to cheer their eyeballs out.
No. Initially, yes, they will. But if things start going the other way,
Now look, it's a top 6 rushing attack versus a bottom 3 rush defense. That has to be the spinal cord of what the Lions are doing here.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be. The problem for the Commanders, they don't have the running game to lean on. You can piecemeal it together, but they don't. That's not. Dude, they hand it off a ton and it just goes nowhere.
Right. Their running game is their quarterback. You limit him to less than 30 yards, you're good.
There is no way the Lions lose this game. We play a C- football, and we still win by 10 points. Washington will not be able to stop anything.
I disagree to that, but you know what? What do I know?
I dare you to play a C- game. I don't think you recognize what that looks like. You know what C- looks like? The Buffalo game. Go ahead and roll that tape out there in a playoff game.
No,
Let me know how that goes.
You're right. That was the Buffalo game.
You want to say a B-? I could listen to it. C-? Come on now. Jesus.
It's a couple menu ideas for some people. From Fowlerville, guy says, we get together with a couple families, kids, Lions game, smoking a brisket, artesian mac and cheese, coleslaw, and collard greens, and snacks.
Look, it sounds fabulous, but I have no desire to be operating a smoker in this weather. I take a nice 3 months off. I can't justify it. Bro, it's too cold. I can't be messing with it.
You know what? I'm with you, and there's a local restaurant that does a great job with a brisket, and you don't have to work 15 hours.
In the cold, yeah.
You just go pick it up and eat it. I mean, seriously, I was like,
it's the definition of work smarter, not harder.
Right. Like, this is actually pretty good.
About 9 months of the year, I'd be all in for what they're talking about.
That's too much work.
I ain't doing that in December, January, February.
Too much work to throw a no-hitter. Because a one-hitter means you just made a hockey puck.
Yeah,
correct.
I shut it down after I smoked a prime rib Christmas Day. That was it. And now we're going to be done for about 60 to 90 days.
Making a big batch of habanero chili for the family to go with my brother-in-law's classic smoked mac and cheese.
Listen,
Let's go Lions.
It sounds great. You can invite Rico. If I ate that, I would die. Dude, chili's just too damn spicy. It just hurts my
and
stomach.
his is habanero chili.
Yeah,
so-
man.
I mean, they make sweet chili, which I don't recommend.
What
but-
part of habanero is sweet?
No,
Yeah,
I said
this one was habanero chili.
He's making kiss the sky
no,
chili.
habanero. That's the sweet chili pepper. You're fine.
Okay, that's great.
That's not a ghost pepper. It's just habanero.
Bro, I'm just telling you.
You could
Chili,
do it.
and no, and it's highly acidic. It's not good for my vocal cords. It's just that's a mess. That chili's delicious.
You're fine. You got
It's
a
not for me.
short show on Monday. There you go. Your
Oh,
vocal cords will
perfect,
be fine.
perfect, Kenny.
And take the habanero chili, put it on the hot dog. There you go.
No, absolutely not. David, go
Marlon
ahead.
in Wall Lake says, "Fellas, I'm doing it big when it comes to the Lions game. Okay, we got sub tray, 50 wings, taco salad, shrimp cocktail, pizza, sliders, brownies, cake, chocolate cream pie with unlimited amount of drinks.
In on that.
Wish you guys could come.
That's a Super Bowl party
That is.
for the divisional round.
Man, what are you doing next week?
That is tremendous. Tremendous.
That's crazy. Good for him though. Good for him.
See, if the Lions win this weekend, next weekend I know I can commission Big G. He can do the Stromboli. His specialty, I'm telling you, his garbage bread is unbelievable.
What's the garbage bread?
Like the Stromboli garbage, like you take like a pound of dough and like roll it out like you're gonna make a pizza, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you put your ingredients inside of it and then you roll it. You tuck the edges, you roll it, brush it with egg wash over the top, and then bake it.
Oh.
So it's dude.
So it's a baked pizza.
Kind of, yeah. I'll live with it. Yeah.
No,
we
I'm
don't
not
need
trying
to
to
get
be funny.
technical.
No,
but yeah.
no, but-
yeah. I'm good with it. But
you
it's
just pull it apart and probably
but
dip
that
it in
was
the
always
sauce.
that was always a signature as a kid for a big game for the Giants. Like my mom and dad would make that. But like my dad is still. I tell you, who's gotten good at it is Rip.
Really?
Yeah, he might be a Swede or whatever the hell he is, but we let him make garbage bread or a Stromboli, whatever we always called it garbage bread. You can put whatever
it's
you
the
want.
same
there.
thing. Okay.
Yeah. But like if Kenny wanted a Coney garbage bread, you could make that. Zero slander. It can be done. If you wanted to make one that was like chicken parm, like you can do that. Or you can just do pepperoni and cheese, whatever. It's not hard. You just got to care. It's one of those things that's like, it's a pain in the ass, but it ain't difficult, if that makes any sense. But if you're a Lion fan, yeah, easy to do.
You asked about pizza earlier. Someone had texted in. He works there. He says, I work at a pizza place. Didn't request the day off, but I got it somehow. It's going to be wild
Yeah,
in there tomorrow.
My guess would be if you're ordering pizza tomorrow, that's got to be at least 2 hours in advance. A Saturday night Lions home playoff game in the dead of winter.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Dude, I'll tell you, next week for the NFC Championship game, they may need to call in the Army Reserves to operate pizza ovens.
You're making a lot of dough early in the morning.
Correct. Someone says, I'm having pizza, Cheerios, and beef jerky.
Wait, what?
That's what they said you're having for the game tomorrow.
Maybe that's the lucky menu for them.
Yeah.
Possibly. Or you could do this. Adam says he's having a slow cooker pulled pork sandwich with pickles, cornbread, and Guinness.
Yeah. You know what? I did, this was for, what was it? Was it Lions Vikings I did this? There's a great way you can do a braised beef, but you use Dr. Pepper. And then there's a barbecue company I like. They make a cherry rub. So you use that and you braise it in Dr. Pepper. I use Diet Dr. Pepper just because you don't need all that sugar. That's, diabetes. But like, dude, it comes out great. You make a barbecue sandwich, crispy onions on the top, pickles, great football food. And it ain't terrible for you if you trim up your chuck roast. You're good. It's not like egregiously bad. Now I'm hungry. This is a bad thing.
Well, you might not be after this one. Doing it big, fellas. Ordering 3 pounds of the best deep fried chicken gizzards that you ever have. Don't think you're hungry anymore.
No. That you know what that is? That's that mid-Michigan stuff. There's a Gizzard City up there. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, at Michigan State, some of the tailgates around us, they'd rock with that garbage. It's like Gizzard City, and it's like in Potterville or something.
That sounds like some deep south stuff that I do not participate.
No. No, I'm out on that.
Yeah, this is here.
All right, here's Rico. Be curious.
I leave that for cousin Dexter. All right.
Thank you.
You know what? Yeah, we were just being judgmental, but Planet Fitness is the judgment-free zone. You said you wanted to work out. You said you wanted to get into better shape. Well, Planet Fitness is here to help you achieve your goals. Man, it's simple. Just head into your local Planet Fitness. There's one around you. I promise you, there's 50 throughout the Metro Detroit area. $1 down gets you started on your new membership, on your new you. They got brand new strength training equipments. Many have brand new cardio equipments. And here's what all of them have. Free fitness training from knowledgeable staff and trainers who will focus just on you. So head into your Planet Fitness right now. $1 down gets you started. That's it. $1 down gets you started. After that, it is just $15 a month. Head into any of your local Planet Fitnesses now, or you can just go online, hit up planetfitness.com, but get started today. $1 down, $15 a month. Planet Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone.
Moran Chevrolet, number one Chevy dealer in the entire state for 2024, and they are celebrating with some great deals to kick off 25. Right now, the 24 all-wheel drive Blazer EV, $199 a month. 24 Equinox EV, $119 a month. Both 24 months. Both are only $999 down, and they got you ready to rock. You need any of the certified service, you know where to go. It's MoranExpress.com. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get that best price, period. You know what to do. It's on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Football Friday, Lions. Man, this game can't get here soon enough, but We're a little over, what'll be like 27 hours away, 27 hours away from kickoff. We can finally sit back and relax and see what happens in this game as the Commanders come into Ford Field. David, we got any ticket text before we hand the show off to Jeff Rieger?
Sure do. Someone says, I'm at a 2. Lions pull away late, though, 34-24. Someone else says, I'm at a 4. Not sure if it's because this is new territory or because it's the playoffs and anything can happen. I live in D.C. and will be wearing my Lions gear to a Commanders watch party with friends. David, pray for me. That is Mark C. in D.C.
I guess for me, because I guess I have a healthy respect for the playoffs. It's not necessarily the Commanders, but when I look at this, I look at Jayden Daniels. Look, either he is going to just shrivel up and the pressure is going to get to him, or he's just going to come in with playing with house money and just be loose. And that's my biggest thing. The Lions have to take his confidence and his swag away early. You're fine. But if he comes in here and he won't, I don't think he'll be Sam Darnold, okay, where he just gave the game away. I think that he's actually pretty good if you haven't watched him yet. I said a while ago, he should have won. Everybody was talking that Caleb Williams, like, you picked the wrong quarterback, Chicago, but go ahead.
My concern level is at a 2. Goff and the offense will put up a ton of points, and the Commanders won't be able to keep pace. Lions 40, Commanders 31. Tim in West Bloomfield. I'm at a 1.5. They win by 7 because of a late score by Washington, and we recover the onside kick. Travis in Warren.
So that's actually a 2 or a 3.
Yeah, if it's that close.
Yeah,
you're exactly right. That's a
2 or a
3. Yeah, you're right.
Math be math. All right.
Jeff in Huntington Woods says, hey, David, the food for the game will be gumbo. I'll be cooking it all day in time for the game.
Chicken or seafood?
It doesn't say.
If you're doing chicken and andouille sausage, I'll be over there. Seafood gumbo, you can have that.
Then I'll be over there.
Right. But chicken and andouille sausage, Kenny, you a gumbo person?
Yeah, I mess around with gumbo.
Okay. So I never know because you and Mike can't really do the spicy stuff.
I'm with you on the seafood thing, though.
Yeah.
I'm completely with you.
Okay, well then will you do this? Frog legs on the grill tomorrow. Anybody for frog legs on the grill tomorrow? That's
David,
what this
you look
person's
like you're a
gonna do.
frog leg person.
I am not a frog leg
Really?
person. I love legs, but not frog legs.
We all know you love legs.
I need to stop it. Jason in Heartland, I'm at a 2.
It's almost gummy time.
I would be very surprised if the Lions lost, but also surprised if the Lions blew the Commanders out. So I'm at a 2.
Okay. All right. So one more, and then we'll bring in Jeff Rieger, who should be still hungover from Dawson Garcia.
Someone said,
Stop it.
I guess I haven't thought about what I'm eating tomorrow night. Never crossed my mind. I guess it's the nerves, guys. I'm at a 3 on a scale because it's the NFL, and that's the only reason anyone needs at a DJ at work.
DJ, I'm with you, man. Like big games, like this playoffs will be fun because I got no horse in this race. So yes, I can do whatever. But like last year, oh man, didn't eat until at the end of games.
Yeah, but don't you get the sense that most Lions fans are totally fine, nerve-free for this game coming up?
They are. I think a lot of Lions fans believe this is going to be, like Las Vegas is saying, a double-digit victory.
It does.
And you're already preparing for next week, and yeah.
You know, the crazy thing is, every time I remind myself how good Jayden Daniels is, I remind myself how good the Lions offense is.
You know what it is?
And it comes down to stopping the Lions offense. Can they do it?
But if you think about it took the Lions offense a half against Minnesota.
That's true.
And a lot of that was because Minnesota just kept shooting themselves in the foot. It's the recency bias because you remember the Viking game. You're like, oh, they were dominant. Okay.
Well, we know what the Commanders are going to try to do, exactly what they did against Tampa, try to stop the run, which they did a nice job against Bucky Irvin.
They're going to go for it and frustrate you the same way you go for
100%,
it and frustrate
dose of your own
other
medicine.
people.
And they're going to try to possess the football like they did against Tampa Bay and hope like hell in the end they're sticking around because they have experienced their last 5 games they've won like that.
Not to be overly simplistic, whichever team converts the fourth downs better wins.
Well, there's a couple things I thought of, okay? First of all, the Lions defense hasn't gone against a team that is going to need you to stay on the field 4 downs. So that's going to be different. The other thing, too, is with that
Dawson Garcia?
Stop it. I'm not talking about that game. The other thing, too, with the no huddle that the Commanders run, and with how loud and insane it gets at Ford Field, you ever stop to think, like, will that affect the Lions' defense, communication-wise, knowing that it's no huddle for the Commanders?
Yeah, because, well, first of all, you just got to know where Scary Terry is. And other than that, yeah, because they're just going to, especially if they catch the Lions in a defense that they like, they're not going to let you substitute.
No, yeah.
They will just keep going down and down the field. And this, before you know it, it's like a team with no timeouts who dribbles the ball up the court and passes it to Dawson Garcia.
Okay, so my question.
You're not going to answer?
No. Believe it or not, I was actually legitimately pissed yesterday. I was sitting doing the Wings radio network, right? And I'm watching the Michigan game, and they're up by 9, they're up by 10, they're up by 11. The spread was 10.5. I'm like, oh, they're covering now. Then they do what they do. They turn over. They can't hit free throws. They can't rebound. And I was so furious for a regular season game. And then I realized why I was furious. Because of you bastards. Because you guys went to 6-0. Shut up. You went to 6-0 in the Big Ten the night before against Penn State, and I too wanted to be 6-0. I wanted to hang around. Excuse me, I just hit a button.
Oh, what's going on in Minnesota?
Oh, this is on. Look at that.
No, it's not anymore.
David just turned it off. Yeah, that game yesterday pissed me off.
No, it felt
good to be pissed off in a regular season game.
It felt like a first round of an NCAA tournament game. That's what it felt like.
Yeah, even though Minnesota was winless in the Big Ten. And I hate that damn floor they have, the above ground. I hate that whole place. Stupid barn.
There was no students there. You should have won the game.
Shut up. Anyway, I'm going to ask a question to start. Wojo's going to join us at some point, not quite sure when. I have a question about how you watch this game, and I also have a question about, well, it's something that has not been talked about at all this week, and I'm curious why. So we'll lead with one of those two things.
Wait, Wojo's here?
He's going to be here at some point.
Okay.
Or maybe he's not.
All right.
He's supposed to be here.
Okay.
Why? What?
Nothing.
What was that?
You're doing God's work, my friend.
I'm carrying that man. Yeah.
Lift with your legs.
Yeah, especially when he drinks the gin, he's heavier.
I'm sorry, Rico. What were you saying? That was Stoney.
All right. Goodbye.
97.
Look at that. I ended the crosstalk.